Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and Uraraka Started Dating? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was another challenging day at UA High School, where two classes of aspiring heroes faced off in a series of matches designed to build teamwork and identify their strengths and weaknesses. The atmosphere buzzed with competition as both classes vied for bragging rights, with Class 1A winning 2 matches, Class 1B claiming 1, and one match ending in a tie. Now, it was time for the fifth and final match. The fiery Bakugo Katsuki had just led his team to victory when he bumped into his green-haired rival, Izuku Midoriya. Nice going, Kaken. Your team looked amazing out there. Get out of the way, you nerd. I'm not even in your way. Yeah, whatever. I'm making progress and I'm faster than you can keep up with. Nah, I'm going to surpass you and leave you behind. Shut it. You're wasting my time with this ridiculous banter. You'll never surpass me, dork. Just watch me. Izuku shot back. Bakugo growled and walked off to rest, allowing the other teams to prepare. Just then, Midoriya's childhood hero, All Might, approached him. He may have a temper, but he sure is a good friend. Keep pushing each other. As this exchange happened, Class B began strategizing for their approach, prompting Class A to do the same for the final match. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, knowing that this would be a challenge, but he was confident in his teammates. Minoru Mineta, while often seen as a troublemaker, was surprisingly tactical and had a knack for turning situations around when cornered. His quirk could be a game-changer if used wisely. Mina Ishido was a tenacious fighter, and Izuku had witnessed her strength firsthand during the sports tournament. Her creativity with her acid quirk made her a valuable asset. Best of all, his group included Ochako Uraraka. They had worked well together in the past, and her zero-gravity quirk would facilitate some impressive teamwork. Their bond was strong, built on trust and shared experiences, including moments where they had saved each other during critical times. Deku-kun, let's do our best. I've been looking forward to this. Izuku smiled nervously, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. But you too, Uraraka-san. I'm glad to have you all as teammates. Let's watch each other's backs. Their opponents included the boastful Nito Monoma, the brainwashing Hitoshi Shinso, and 3 others whose abilities were still a mystery. Izuku anticipated that Monoma would try to provoke them, hoping to bait Class A into a response that Shinso could exploit. But they were prepared to stay focused. Aizawa stood at the starting line with both groups. Everyone, take your marks. Ready. Start. The teams rushed onto the training field as the timer began. Class A decided that Izuku would act as bait to draw out their opponents. The first person he spotted was Monoma. We wouldn't underestimate you, you know. We know we have to keep our guard up against someone as agile as you. But the smartest among us realized that it was Bakugo's teammates who amplified his strength in the last match. Crushing them should have been their focus instead. What if that's what we plan to do to you? Monoma aimed to sow doubt, but Izuku pushed forward, powering up his finger to create a gust of wind to trip him. Meanwhile, the rest of Izuku's team was also looking to lure their opponents. Mineta detected movement nearby after tying sticky ball and ropes around obstacles to sense any activity. We got a bite, he exclaimed. To Class 1A's surprise, Mineta's ropes transformed into various objects that began flying toward them. Mina attempted to shield her teammates with her acid, but it wasn't enough. That's when Uraraka stepped in. Take cover. I got this. She touched the incoming objects, making them float and halting their trajectory. She succeeded, but the attack revealed Class 1A's position to their opponents. Present Mix voice boomed, "This is Reiko Yanagi. Her quirk is called Poltergeist. She can manipulate inanimate objects, but not more than the weight of a human. Next is Yui Kodai. Her quirk is size. She can alter the size of whatever she touches, but only on non-living things. And finally, Nairenjiki Shoda. His quirk is Twin Impact. After striking an object, he can activate a second strike remotely, and it will have a much greater impact. Ochako regained her composure and directed her teammates. That was intense. We need to regroup quickly because they know our location. Let's find Deku-kun. As they searched for Izuku, Uraraka, Ashido, and Mineta dodged additional attacks from their opponents. Just as Ochako spotted Izuku, she saw him preparing to flick his finger at Minoma, only to be enveloped by a dark, cloud-like mass of tentacles. What is this? Urgag. Everything was just fine a moment ago. Deku, what's happening to you? She and her classmates had never seen him like this before, but the dark cloud was suddenly attacking everyone and everything in sight. Run, you guys. I don't know what's happening. I can't control it. Minoma had to dodge and weave to avoid serious injury, as did Shinso. But Ochako couldn't just stand by and watch her best friend lose control. Without thinking, she lunged at Deku the moment she saw an opening to avoid the dark tendrils and grabbed hold of him, holding on tightly in a desperate embrace. Deku, get a hold of yourself. I can't. That was the last thing he said before he was completely consumed by this unknown power. One of the tendrils struck her in the face, knocking her down and shattering her helmet. It hurt, but she knew she had to get back up quickly or she would be in trouble. Then it occurred to her to try her quirk on him, so she lunged at him again in desperation and managed to touch his leg. However, instead of floating, Midoriya seemed to struggle to move. Ochako was puzzled, but then realized she had discovered a new aspect of her quirk. She could also increase the weight of anyone she touched. She wasn't sure how it worked yet, but at least it was slowing Midoriya down to some extent. Still, Izuku was raging and could still move around. Then she noticed Shinso nearby and shouted, "Hey you! Use your quirk on him. We need to stop Deku." How do I do that right now? He's not even himself. Oh well, I might as well try. Hey Midoriya. Let's fight. Raya Aghagar. Okay, that seemed to work. Shinso activated his quirk, and it appeared to do the trick. The tendrils vanished, and Midoriya looked like he was starting to come back to himself. Just like in the sports festival, he was able to break free from the influence, and it brought him back to normal. Hey are you okay? She demanded as she shook him gently. Uraraka, get back. They're too. They're gone. You're okay now, right Deku? Uraraka, you're hurt. What did I do to you? I'm so sorry. She felt touched by his immediate concern now that he was back to normal, but the moment was interrupted by Minoma's scheming voice. Surprise! This match isn't over yet. Fortunately for Deku, he managed to dodge the surprise attack, and Ochako sprang into action to defend him. You leave my teammate alone. She unleashed a series of moves that Gunhead had taught her, wrestling him to the ground, and for good measure, activated her quirk on him, increasing his weight with the same newfound ability. He struggled, gasping for breath. I can't breathe. Unsure if he meant it or not, she grabbed Izuku's hand to gain some distance from Minoma and then released her quirk. Minoma gasped and pulled himself up slightly off the ground, panting heavily. Ochako felt bad about that, but also felt angry that he would take advantage of the situation and try to attack Deku at a moment like this. Was this why her newfound ability worked on him? Maybe. She didn't have time to think much about it, though. The rest of Class 1B jumped in, and so did the rest of Class 1A. It was an all-out team versus team assault. Mineta and Ashido began flinging sticky ball and acid in various directions, hoping to create an opening, while Reiko and Yui coordinated their quirks, and Shota jumped into the fray to fight with his fists. In the midst of all this, Midoriya strategized with Ochako on how they could gain the upper hand. I might still be a danger for you guys, so I better not try using my quirk again for now. Then let's retreat for now, Deku-kun. We'll think of something. No way. That might as well be the same as giving up. Shinso is up there waiting, and taking him down will be key to our team's victory. But Deku-kun, are you really going to fight him without your quirk? Not at all, but I'll need your help, Uraraka-san. Make me weightless so that I can sneak up on Shinso. Then you can go after Minoma and help our teammates against the others after that. She nodded and floated him up to the area where Shinso was standing. As he saw Izuku float up while the rest of their classmates fought one another, Shinso glared at him with a grin on his face. Last time we tangled like this was the sports festival. I have a score to settle with you. Bring it. This time, Deku knew better than to respond verbally. However, many thoughts raced through his mind. Losing track of Shinso would be enough to shift the momentum in their favor. I have to take care of him here and now because he's too big of a threat. Shinso realized what Midoriya was thinking and knew he wouldn't be able to win a fistfight against him. His attempt to bait a response from Deku had failed, so he began to flee. Elsewhere, Ochako quickly dealt with Monoma and tied him up to send him to the match's designated jail cell. But Monoma wasn't about to give up. The only thing he could do was try to get her to talk since he had copied Shino's ability, so he started grasping for things to ask her. It's been about 5 minutes since our match started, so I bet you think I can only use others' quirks for that long, right? Well, actually it's 10 now. I just pretended until recently. Still, no response from Uraraka. Well, aren't you a shrewd one? Before he could say anything else, she put Monoma into the cell and began running to catch up with Izuku and the others. I hope Deku-kun is okay. They must be trying another trick on him. Why else would Shinso run away like that? I better hurry. As for Deku, he began closing in on Shinso and was about to hit him with full cowling, but as he was about to, he stepped on some explosives previously set by Monoma through Shota's quirk. They went off, sending him flailing to the ground. Yes. I'm disappointed in myself for falling so quickly, but I hope that gives Shinso the opening he needs, boasted Monoma. Shinso then geared up to start using the same combat cloth given to him by Eraserhead and tried to wrap Midoriya in it. He threw it straight at him, but Deku powered through the cloth and landed a direct hit with his full cowling kick. The kick sent Shinso straight to the ground, and Izuku landed on top of him, knocking the wind out of him. Just as that took place, Uraraka snuck up on Reiko and struck her hard on the neck, knocking her out and preventing her poltergeist quirk from hurling any additional objects at them. Kodai fell shortly after as Ochako ran at her and pushed her into some sticky ball left on the pole by Mineta, essentially handcuffing her to that spot. The final knockout came as Ishido recovered from Reiko's attacks and sent a massive uppercut Shota's way, freeing Mineta in the process. Shota could no longer move and was carried by Ishido to the jail cell, while Uraraka carried Reiko and Deku carried Shinso. It looked a bit bleak for Class 1A briefly, but they turned it around quite handily. With the fourth member of Class 1B put in the cell, Class 1A won the final match 4-0. Deku looked over at Uraraka and smiled. She held up her hand, making a V for victory, and smiled back at him. He may have come through for his teammates when they needed him, but he felt an extra sense of gratitude to his best friend, not only for setting him up when he needed it but also for saving him when that black whip suddenly manifested and sent him out of control. Little did he know, however, that the help she gave him today would serve as a key to mastering this ability later on. And this key was no ordinary training. It stemmed from the deep mutual respect they had for one another, which was about to blossom into something more: love. Now that the fifth contest between 1A and 1B was over, 1A as a class came out on top overall with 3 victories, 1 loss, and 1 tie. Things had been intense with every match, especially with the fifth and final match in which Izuku Midoriya briefly lost control in the middle of the match. Fortunately, Ochako had enough sense and ability to help him snap out of it. As Aizawa assessed their performance, he remarked, "Well done, Uraraka. You've really matured." She felt a warm blush creep onto her cheeks, accompanied by a slight smile and a sense of accomplishment. "Thank you, sensei," she replied, bowing respectfully. Midnight added her thoughts, saying, "You and Shinso demonstrated quick thinking and fast responses. Uraraka especially put herself on the line to help her friend. And I loved it." Mina Ishido, always the playful tease, chimed in, "You just jumped right in without thinking. And then you wrapped your arms around him tight. That must have been quite the experience." Ochako's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she looked down at the ground. "WL. It's true I acted without thinking. I'll try to keep a cooler head next time, but if the alternative was doing nothing and regretting it, then I'd rather jump in because I was worried about Deku." Izuku overheard this and felt his own cheeks heat up. oblivious to how flustered she was from her words. As the teachers finished their assessments and dismissed the class, he began to consider that training more closely with Ochako might be a good idea. They had always worked well together, and he felt she could help him understand the new Black Whip power that had emerged as part of One for All. Perhaps he could also assist her in strategizing ways to enhance her gravity quirk. As students and teachers began to leave the exercise, Deku was about to approach Uraraka, but Bakugo had other plans and blocked his path. "Took you long enough to get the job done, you nerd. What was going on with those black shadow things?" In his usual nervousness, Izuku replied, "I don't know, Kaken. Just happened. I didn't even know I had this power until now." Yeah, just get your act together and come with me to the training ground. All Might is going to be there too. But I needed to talk to Uraraka about something. Round Face can wait. Let's go. For the next 45 minutes, Bakugo and Izuku sparred under All Might's supervision. They had been trying to reawaken the Black Whip but had yet to succeed. "Deku, why are you holding back? Are you scared or something?" "Wait, it's just not activating. I can't help it." Suddenly, All Might intervened. "All right, that's enough. Let's take a breather." Bakugo protested, but wasn't the point of this sparring to get him to manifest those black things when he felt cornered? All Might explained, "Yes, but it seems it isn't working because young Midoriya perceives this as training, not a life-threatening situation. Let's rest and think of another approach." A few minutes later, they retreated to the break room to relax and discuss their thoughts. All Might and Izuku were deep in contemplation, while Bakugo appeared bored and eager to leave, so he cut to the chase. "All Might, what do you know about this power Deku just manifested? Did you ever use it?" "No, and that's what's strange to me. I know that the previous holder of One for All had a Black Whip quirk, but I never experienced anything like that. I never used the quirks of the previous users either. It seems One for All is evolving in a way that allows the current user to access the abilities of its predecessors." After a brief silence, Izuku spoke up. "I have a feeling I need to train with Uraraka to unlock this ability further." Bakugo smirked. "So that's why you were so eager to talk to Round Face earlier. I thought you were just trying to make a move on her." Izuku's face turned crimson. "Wait, what? She's my good friend, and I just wanted to see if I could coordinate with her for battle tactics. We work well together." Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Whatever. I'm outta here. All this deep thinking is annoying." He stormed out of the room. Izuku and All Might stood up as well. "Yeah, I should get going too, All Might. I'll let you know if anything else comes up with these visitations or if the Black Whip starts acting up again." "Sure thing, and keep me updated on your progress with One for All." "I will, All Might. Thanks." Moments later, he returned downstairs to see classes 1A and 1B interacting positively after their matches. He intended to approach Ochako, but Todoroki walked up to him first. "I've been looking for you, Midoriya. I didn't realize you had two quirks too," he said. "What do you mean, Todoroki?" "I was surprised that the guy who told me not to hold back at the tournament was hiding this all along," Shudo replied curtly. "No, it's not like that. It's just a new ability manifesting that I didn't know I had." "I was shocked too," Izuku explained hurriedly. "I see. Sounds rough. Sorry to doubt you, but that was impressive out there." "You too, Todoroki. Your flames are getting really powerful." "No, I still have a long way to go, just like you. That's why I decided to swallow my pride and ask my dad to help train me more. I thought it would be a good idea to bring you and Bakugo along." Izuku was taken aback. How could he pass this up? Yet he still needed to talk to Ochako about training. Wow, this is sudden. How much time would this internship take? "I was hoping to train with Uraraka if she's available. I only wanted to train with my dad a couple of days during the week. As valuable as his instruction would be, I can't stand being around him more than that." "Oh, that works. I look forward to the opportunity," Izuku said eagerly. "Sure. Well, see you around." Todoroki walked off without another word and headed over to Bakugo. Midoriya thought, "Okay, now's my chance to talk to Uraraka." Ochako was in the middle of a conversation with several classmates when she spotted Izuku approaching. "Oh hey, Deku-kun. Where have you been for the last hour?" Midoriya replied, "Oh, sorry about that. I was just trying to get in some extra training with Kaken and All Might." "That's okay. We're glad you could join us. We've just been reminiscing about our matches and encouraging each other on how to better handle similar situations next time. We'd love to hear your thoughts too. That's always been one of your strengths." Izuku felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looked down. "Oh, thanks, Uraraka-san. But hey, can I talk to you in private for a few minutes?" Ochako felt her own cheeks warm up. "Oh, okay." She stood up from the couch, thanked everyone for the chat, and the two of them walked out of the main hall to find a quieter spot. As they walked, Midoriya seemed flustered, and she thought she could even hear him mumbling to himself. "Hey, Deku-kun, is everything okay?" she asked. He snapped out of his thoughts and said, "Oh right, sorry. Heh." He nervously scratched his head. "First, I wanted to say thanks again for helping me with that sudden manifestation of my quirk. I'm really sorry that I hurt you a little when you were trying to. Hold on to me." Ochako reassured him, "Oh, don't worry about it. I only got a few scratches that Recovery Girl healed easily. Besides, I was in a much worse state after my match with Bakugo several months ago. I know you'd never hurt me on purpose." Izuku looked down again. "Look, I just have to say this. Would you like to start training with me on weekends?" Ochako was taken aback by his sudden boldness and felt her face heat up. Sure, Deku-kun. But what brought this on all of a sudden?" "Well, I want to figure out how to harness that black whip power from earlier in our match. The training I did with Kaken was to try to awaken it, but nothing happened. I wonder if it might manifest again if we do some intense training together. I feel like I need to protect someone I care about." Ochako felt the urge to cover her face but knew that would reveal her feelings for him. "Not again. I just started to push my feelings aside. The training will help us both, but how will I manage these feelings when we're so close? Maybe I should come up with an excuse." She said, "I really appreciate the sentiment, but why does it have to be me? I'm sure there are other classmates you care about too." Izuku started to sweat but gathered his courage. "I thought about that, but I wanted to ask you specifically because I think I can help you improve your new ability with your gravity quirk. Your presence really helps me calm down. Unlike Kaken, you've always believed in me. And no one has helped me more with that than you. I'd love to return the favor. What do you say?" She thought, Deku-kun, you really know how to charm a girl. How could I possibly turn that down? "Well, okay, but I only have time on weekends right now. Tsu-chan and I just signed up for an internship with the Dragoon hero Ryukyu." Izuku's excitement was palpable. "Really? That's amazing. You're going to learn so much from her. I don't mind if it's just once a week. I'll be working with Todoroki-san and Kaken under Endeavor during the week myself." Ochako smiled. "Wow, good for you, Deku-kun. That's going to be an incredible experience. Make the most of it." "I will. Well, I guess I'll see you this weekend, Uraraka-san." He waved goodbye and walked away, leaving Ochako to reflect. "Deku-kun, what am I going to do with you? You never cease to amaze me, and you always help me become stronger. I wish I didn't feel so distracted by these feelings, but I do. I just hope it doesn't get out of hand when we train." Meanwhile, Midoriya walked back to his dorm with similar thoughts. "Holy cow. I can't believe I just said all that. What's gotten into me?" Even though she said yes, I bet she's more weirded out by me than ever. Well, at least it will be good training. With that, Midoriya headed back to his dorm, filled with thoughts about what was to come. Ochako felt excited not only about her internship with Tsuyu but also about training alongside one of Class 1A's strongest students. How would she handle these butterflies, though? Only time would tell. The week passed quickly since Izuku asked Ochako to train together, and the first Saturday for their session finally arrived. Although they both would have liked to sleep in after their demanding internships, they were driven by a desire to grow stronger. Izuku felt a strange anticipation about working with Ochako, more than usual. After showering and leaving the dorms, he pondered, where did this come from? Why am I feeling this way? Should I be? The thought never crossed my mind until Kaken accused me of wanting to make a move on her a few days ago. She's always been so nice to me, and I feel happier around her, but there's no way she feels the same. Besides, I need to focus on training and so does she. Well, whatever. On her way out the door, Ochako felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Throughout her internship that week, she realized that her heavy gravity quirk would activate when she felt desperate or angry, just like during the team battle and a few times while working. Training with Deku had helped her keep those feelings at bay, but now her heart was racing again. Here we go. You can do this. It's just training. Worry about these feelings later. She quickly threw on some UA gym clothes, tied her hair back in a ponytail, and jogged downstairs to the training grounds. Izuku arrived at the training grounds first. While waiting for Ochako, he began his warm-up stretches. Just then, class president Tenya Ida passed by, engaged in his own speed exercises. Good morning, Midoriya. It's great to see you out here training, though I'm not surprised. Are you waiting for someone? Good morning, Ida. I was just waiting for Uraraka because I thought it would be good for us to train together on the weekends. We learned a lot during that match against Class 1B, and we want to see if we can keep that momentum going. Excellent. Ida replied with his signature arm chop. You know, I was considering changing up my training routine to focus on more than just speed. I could learn a lot from your attack power, and Ochako has really improved her close combat skills. Would you mind if I joined you this time? Izuku hesitated, feeling a strange reluctance about sharing this time with Ochako, but he thought it might help him concentrate. I don't mind. I'll wait to see how Uraraka feels about it first. Understandable. I don't want to be a nuisance, but if she approves, it would be a pleasure to train with both of you. Just then, Izuku spotted Ochako jogging toward them, looking a bit flustered. A moment later, he understood why. She had bumped into Mina Ishido, who was also out for a morning jog. Ochako's face turned bright red at something Mina said, and she quickened her pace to escape, which only made Mina grin and chuckle. Izuku watched as Mina waved goodbye and called out, "Good luck today," before continuing her jog. Izuku wondered what was that all about. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up. When Ochako arrived, her expression was a mix of confusion and relief. Oh, good morning, Ida. Good morning, Deku. Was there a change of plans or something? Ida replied, only if you don't mind. I just ran into Midoriya, and he explained what you two were planning. I thought it might be beneficial for me to learn from both of your skill sets, and perhaps I could add a layer of difficulty to the exercises. What do you think? She pondered for a moment and thought, just what I needed. As if it wasn't challenging enough to keep my feelings in check, Mina had to come along and make things more complicated. Sure. I suppose having one more person today wouldn't hurt. Ochako said, terrific. Let the training begin. Ida responded enthusiastically. It was fitting that Ida, Izuku, and Ochako came together for these exercises. They first walked to the PE field to test their basic quirk strength with warm-up activities like the 50-meter dash, grip strength, long jump, and ball throwing. Ida was curious to see how much they had improved. After the warm-up, Izuku suggested they undergo the same anti-personnel battle training they had done on their second day of class with All Might supervising. Originally, he thought they would just switch roles for capturing and defending the weapon, but with Ida joining them, it could turn into a near-complete rematch if Bakugo was also present. As expected, each of them showed improvement in the basic strength tests. Ida completed his dash in 2.7 seconds, while Ochako improved to 6.5 seconds, and Deku reached 4.1 seconds, thanks to his better control of One for All. For grip strength, Ochako managed 38 kilograms, Ida reached 60 kilograms, and Izuku achieved an impressive 75 kilograms, a near 20-point improvement. The long jump and ball throw were more challenging to improve upon. Ochako could float any distance she desired, clocking in at infinity, while Ida and Izuku both jumped about 20 feet using their respective quirks. The ball throw was particularly notable. Ida threw it an average distance of 90 meters, but Midoriya added an astonishing 200 meters to his last test. Both Ida and Ochako were taken aback. Wow, Deku. I remember how tough these exercises were for you when we first started. You've come so far. Ochako exclaimed. Thanks. Izuku replied, scratching his head shyly. Agreed. It's not surprising, given all the real-life challenges our class has faced since then. Shall we start the anti-personnel battle? Tenya asked. Sounds good to me. Ochako said cheerfully. Surprisingly, Ida volunteered to defend the weapon. He still didn't like the idea of being a villain, so he convinced himself he was protecting a defense weapon from those who would misuse it. It didn't matter much to him to be working alone this time since Bakugo had gone off on his own the last time they faced off. However, things would be different now that they all had more battle experience. To raise the stakes, using capture tape wouldn't suffice for this training. They needed to knock their opponent out or use real restraining items if they were skilled enough to win. Since Ida couldn't leave the weapon unguarded, he was given 15 minutes to set traps and access to cameras to monitor their approach, while Ochako and Izuku had 5 minutes to reach the weapon. Determined to avoid damaging property, Izuku resolved not to use the same strategy as before, aiming to find a new way to defeat Ida. By the time Izuku and Ochako reached the 4th floor and split up with just 2 minutes left, Ida made his move. There you are. Let's see you dodge this. Ida pressed a button on the console next to the weapon, and hundreds of spikes shot down from the ceiling onto the floor in both areas where they were. Ochako realized Ida knew he couldn't stop her with just that, so she cautiously levitated over the spikes to see what would happen next. Just then, a large net made of thick ropes and barbed wires grazed her, nearly pinning her to the ground. She managed to reach the stairway but held her arm, which was marked with cuts and scrapes. Deku, on the other hand, used one for all to bounce off the walls, skillfully avoiding the traps and reaching the other stairwell with ease. That's when Ida unleashed Recipro Turbo on Midoriya. While one for all made Izuku fast, he couldn't match the blinding speed Tenya achieved with this move. In this state, Tenya grabbed Izuku's leg and slammed him down hard, leaving him dazed. To ensure he stayed immobilized, Ida placed heavy cuffs on Midoriya's hands and threw one of those heavy nets over him, keeping him tangled long enough that he wouldn't escape before the exercise ended. With Izuku out of commission and Ochako in a weakened state, Ida retreated back to the weapon, waiting for her to arrive as that was her only option left. So what will be your next move, Uraraka? Ida asked, taking a defensive stance. With 15 seconds remaining, she weighed her options, realizing it would be reckless to rush towards the weapon, as he might block her way. She also knew he was no pushover in hand-to-hand combat, making it unlikely she could take him down in such a short time. Considering her quirk, she thought Ida might still grab her if she tried to make him float with zero gravity. Instead, she decided to use all 10 of her fingers to manipulate gravity and restrict his movements instead. He hadn't noticed this newfound ability during the competition against Class 1B, so he was caught off guard. She lunged forward and held out both hands. He grabbed them, expecting her to make him float, but then he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if he were on a planet with 10 times Earth's gravity. He hunched over, unable to move. What is this? Ida exclaimed, shocked. Surprise! Ochako shouted as she let go of his hands and jumped to hug the weapon with 5 seconds remaining, just like the first time. Knew it! Not again! Ida yelled in frustration. If only I had known about this. I might have won this time. Sorry, Ida. I guess it's payback for hiding your reciproburst move from us at the tournament. She stuck out her tongue playfully, while Tenya hung his head in defeat after she released the gravity. Once Izuku was freed from the cuffs and net, he reflected on their battle. Wow, Ida! You've really stepped up your game. Not only are your moves more powerful than last time, but you used the element of surprise really well against me. I appreciate the compliment, but it was all for naught when Uraraka turned the tables on me with her own surprise. You can be quite the tactician when you put your mind to it, Ida replied. Don't worry about it, Ida. This could have gone either way, but we each learned more about ourselves. The main reason we wanted to train together is that we feel we can help one another with these newfound abilities we've discovered. Yes, you're right. I appreciate you letting me join you today. This has given me a lot to reflect on, both the ups and downs. As a token of my appreciation, let me treat you both to dinner this evening. Uraraka and Deku exchanged glances, both blushing. Izuku stuttered, dinner? Like, just the two of us? Ochako chimed in, Ida. You don't have to do that. Especially when it's just the two of us. No, I insist. It's my way of returning a favor for friends who do something nice for me. Besides, three's a crowd on Saturday nights. It's best if it's just you two. He handed them two 2,000 yen bills for the evening and walked away before they could refuse. In the awkwardness of the moment, Midoriya and Uraraka were left alone, unsure of what to say next. After a minute of silence, Izuku built up the courage to speak first. Uraraka, if you'd rather just go eat on your own, I don't mind. It's okay, We've eaten together before with others around. Even if this is awkward for both of us, I don't mind at all, she said with a smile. Okay, sure. So what sounds good to you tonight? I could go for a teriyaki bowl myself, Izuku suggested. Ochako responded, that sounds wonderful. I know a great place that serves amazing teriyaki bowls and has delicious mochi desserts. Alright then, how about we head back to the dorms for a bit to get ready? See you in about an hour? Sure, Deku. See you soon. As they walked back to their rooms, Midoriya thought to himself, my gosh, I can't believe this is really happening. Did I just ask a girl out on a date? Am I really ready for this? I sure hope so. But it makes me really happy that she didn't mind. Could it be she feels the same way? I guess I'll find out. Ochako blushed as she walked back to her room, internalizing her thoughts. Is this some strange message from the universe telling me to stop hiding my feelings? One thing after another keeps happening that forces me to confront this. Oh well, at least Deku is bashful too. And that's just another reason he's so likable. Meanwhile, about 40 meters away, Mina and Ida witnessed the whole exchange. Mission accomplished. Thanks so much for helping me out with those two today, Ida. Mina exclaimed. You're welcome. I may be a rigid, by-the-book type, but even I can appreciate seeing friends grow closer to one another, Ida replied. You're just a big softy after all. Shoo. Don't tell anyone. It'll ruin the image I want as class president. Oh, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well, see you in class in a couple of days. With that, they went their separate ways. Izuku and Ochako's date would be starting very soon, and it would be a night neither of them would forget. Nearly an hour had passed since they returned to their dorm rooms. Both felt a bit awkward knowing they were about to go out to eat together alone, but at the same time, they were starting to accept that it was really happening. Neither of them knew much about proper dating, yet they both understood that they should dress up a little. Ochako may not have the same wardrobe budget as Yaoyorozu or a quirk that could create a new outfit at will, but she decided to wear her favorite yellow blouse, which she liked to use for shopping, paired with black skinny jeans. She then applied just a bit more makeup than usual. While she typically preferred a more natural look, something inside her wanted to look as nice as possible. As for Izuku, he didn't have any fancy shirts for a date, but since the weather was going to be pleasantly cool, he figured he could get away with wearing a coat the whole time, paired with nice pants, and call it good. Right as that was happening, Ochako had her own encounter with the Class 1A girls. Since she didn't dress up fancy very often, the girls suddenly noticed her nice attire and couldn't help but wonder what the occasion was. It also didn't help that Mina was spreading rumors about her crush. Tsuyu was the first to notice her about to leave. Wow, Ochako! You look really nice. Tsuyu exclaimed. Oh, thanks, Tsu. The invisible Toru Hagakure suddenly asked, Ochako, is it true? Are you going on a date with Midoriya? Uraraka became flustered. Who told you I was going on a date with Deku? Isn't it obvious? We can all tell you've had a crush on someone since we moved into the dorms, and who else could it be given how much time you and Midoriya spend together? Besides, your reaction says it all, Tsuyu said bluntly. I guess you caught me there, Tsu. Don't worry, Ochako. Midoriya is a great guy, and he's always treated you well. You've really helped each other grow in your hero training, and I bet you'll have a lot of fun tonight. Momo Yaoyorozu walked downstairs in a casual yet nice outfit, implying she was going out too. Momo, are you off on a date again? Tourist. Yes, Todoroki asked me out a few months ago, and we've surprisingly had a lot of fun on our dates. He may seem quiet, but we have a lot in common, and I've enjoyed spending time with him. Love is in the air. Mina interjected. Although she thought it was cute, Uraraka couldn't take much more of this, so she quickly stepped out the door. Well, I guess I better get going. See you later tonight. Have fun, you too. Mina and Toru said in unison. About a minute after walking out the door, she spotted Midoriya and felt the butterflies return in her stomach, but took comfort in the fact that he seemed just as nervous given the look on his face. Hi Deku. Why you look nice tonight? Why you too, Uraraka? Shall we head over to that teriyaki place you told me about? He said nervously. Sure. They walked silently for about 5 minutes, and the longer the silence lasted, the more nervous Midoriya became because he didn't want to seem boring or disinterested. Since he didn't know what else to talk about comfortably, he brought up their training that day. I just have to say, that move you made to surprise Ida at the end with your heavy gravity was brilliant. You're going to be an amazing hero one day if you keep this up. That's really sweet of you to say, Deku. However, I need to get a better grip on this new power. It seems to only work when I'm in a desperate situation. What would you do if you were in my shoes? You have a similar issue with that black whip, right? Yes, but so far it has only come out spontaneously. I guess we will have to focus more on training to draw it out naturally. Ochako then had a concerned look on her face. All right, but just promise me that you won't resort to anything reckless. You tend to put yourself in danger too much when it isn't necessary, and I don't want to see you get hurt. I agreed to train with you on the weekend partly because you said you cared about me, and I feel the same way about you as your friend. She said this time without blushing. Deku became slightly misty-eyed from her words. I promise. It went quiet between them again until they saw their destination. As they walked into the restaurant, Ochako pulled out a few coupons for both the teriyaki bowls and the mochi. She had become a frequent customer at this place when she could afford it, so it was only natural for a thrifty girl like her to have them on hand. Izuku snickered a little at the notion. What's so funny? She asked with a furrowed brow. For the first time, Deku felt a bit scared around her. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to come across like that. I actually think it's kind of cute that you use coupons so much. I just couldn't help myself, he said, embarrassed. She rolled her eyes but let it slide. Then he spoke again to change the subject. What kind of bowl do you think you'll get this time? I've gone for beef a lot lately, but this time I think I'll try the pork cutlet. Really? That's my favorite kind. I can't wait to try the one they make here, replied Izuku. Awesome. Is there any type of matcha you like best, Deku? There's no way I won't order any. Nothing specific, but I am in the mood for some strawberry mochi ice cream for dessert if they have any. Sounds good. I could go for that too, said Ochako. They then placed their order at the counter and paid. Once it arrived, they both finally felt a little more settled and less nervous about the date, so they began to chat more about themselves while eating. So tell me, Uraraka, you said you want to be a hero to help your parents out more. Is there any other reason? Well, even though I have little memory of the heroes I saw for the first time as a little girl, I remember that so many people seem to have smiles on their faces because they helped resolve major incidents that put us in danger. I've always loved being around people who are happy, so I figure that hero work done right can help with that. That reason suits you well. I don't think I've ever met someone who can put a smile on others' faces like you. When Izuku realized what he just said, they both blushed again, but Ochako was much redder in the face from the comment. In fact, it made her panic to the point of needing to get up for a minute. Thanks. Hey, I need to go to the restroom for a minute. Be right back, she said as she rushed away. Deku was left in thought. Holy cow. Either I just scared her off big time, or I'm becoming way too smooth of a talker for my own good. And just when it felt like things were starting to feel less awkward too. Minutes later, Uraraka was still in the restroom fanning her face and trying to calm down. Come on, get it together. You can't get this flustered at everything. It's not like he made a love declaration or anything. She took a deep breath and resolved not to let this fluster her any longer. If she could stay composed during villain attacks, then she could certainly handle a kind word from her crush. Just as she was about to approach Midoriya to apologize for running off, she noticed Todoroki and Yaoyorozu entering the scene. This eased the tension for Ochako, especially since Izuku waved at them. When Shoto and Momo noticed, they walked over to greet them. "Wow, I didn't expect to see you guys tonight. Especially so soon after leaving the dorms." Momo exclaimed. "It's great to see you. I assume you're in the mood for something to eat like we are?" Deku asked. "I was hoping for some soba. I heard they serve it here," Todoroki replied. "I enjoy going to casual places like this. My family rarely ate out when I was a kid, and I was used to meals prepared by renowned chefs. While that food is excellent, I actually prefer places like this." Yaoyorozu added. "I wish I could eat food made by a renowned chef." Ochako sighed. "Would you two like to come over sometime? It could be fun for all four of us one weekend." Both Izuku and Ochako's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, please," they said in unison. Midoriya then shifted the topic. "Hey, since you two just arrived, would you like to join us for dinner? We just got our food, so we wouldn't mind waiting a few extra minutes for yours." "Sure. Double dates can be fun. Let's do karaoke afterward, my treat," Momo said enthusiastically. "That sounds amazing. I would especially love to see Deku-kun and Todoroki-kun at the microphone," Ochako added. Izuku looked embarrassed at the thought, knowing he wasn't a great singer, and Todoroki maintained his usual indifferent expression, which made both girls laugh. However, the lively atmosphere was abruptly interrupted. As they settled down together, they heard glass shatter, startling the nearby civilians. Todoroki quickly spotted what had come through the window. "Everyone, get down," he shouted. Shoto immediately shielded Yaoyorozu, while Deku did the same for Uraraka. It turned out to be a flash grenade, but the blinding light caused all the civilians to shield their eyes in discomfort. As he began walking downstairs, several of the other guys were in the lobby hanging out, either watching television or chatting on the couch. Kirishima was the first to notice him heading toward the door. It wasn't like Izuku to look so sharp on a Saturday night, so he couldn't help but ask what the occasion was. "Hey bro, you sure are looking spiffy tonight. Where are you off to?" Midoriya panicked, feeling too embarrassed to explain his plans. Well you see, I just wanted to." Mineta interjected. "He's about to sneak out to a club. Why would anybody dress up that nice other than for that?" "What? I'm not like that, Mineta." Suddenly, Ojiro swatted Mineta with his tail, knocking him down to the ground. "Seriously, you really need to cut it out with the pervert act," he said, walking back over to the television. Izuku figured they were going to find out sooner or later, so he decided to come clean, even though it was embarrassing. "Look, the truth is, Uraraka-san and I have been training a lot together recently, and we thought we might as well go out to get something to eat." "All right. So manly, bro. I had a feeling you two were starting to get close," said Kirishima. "Is it really that obvious to everyone?" "Well yeah. You two have spent a lot of time together ever since our classes formed, and you both blush a lot around each other." Kirishima responded. Kaminari chimed in too. "I'm probably one of the dumbest guys in the class, and even I can tell, dude." Midoriya felt his face heat up again, realizing everyone had noticed the interactions between him and Uraraka except for them. "Wow, I must be even more clueless about girls and dating than I thought. I guess this is the part where everyone starts teasing me, right?" Each of the other guys looked surprised at that last part. "Come on bro, why would we do that? We think it's awesome you and Ochako are spending the evening together," said Kirishima reassuringly. Aoyama suddenly added his 2 cents. "I could tell since the practical exam when I worked with her that she has a thing for you." He winked. "Now I see the same look in your eyes too, my friend." Deku was shocked. Aoyama wasn't the type to just say things like that unless it was true. "Aw man, if that's true, I don't even know how I'm going to get through the night without messing it up. This whole thing is so new to me." Todoroki suddenly walked in, having overheard the conversation. "It's just a date. What is there to worry about?" I've been on a couple of dates with Yaoyorozu the past couple of months, and we both enjoyed it. You can too. I'm about to have another tonight myself. Oh. You two are a couple. I can't believe it. Shoto replied, enough about me. Just stop worrying and have a fun time. Oh, well, see you guys later. And thanks, he said, running out the door. Just then, a dark, looming figure jumped through the broken window. He was wearing a dark combat suit with large metallic boots, taped-up arms, and a long sword at his back, accompanied by several knife holsters at his waist. Didn't think I'd run into you guys again so suddenly after getting out of prison. Long time no see. Deku was shocked to see him again, but there was no denying it was the same guy he and Todoroki once fought to protect Ida. Stain! What are you doing here? He yelled. Oh, you know the usual. Just out to clean up this messed up world of heroes and start over with a new and more just society. And to start, I'm going to make a statement to Endeavor by taking his son from him. How did you even get out of prison in the first place? I heard you were sent to Tartarus. No one escapes there, shouted Todoroki. I was. And relax, I'm the only one who got out, and the Tartarus guards have no idea I escaped yet. That's because I met someone with a quirk who could create an exact clone of myself that I could transfer my consciousness to once my original self is gone. The only problem is that this guy takes a while to create it. But enough of this. I'm out, and it's time to resume my life's work. I heard All Might is retired now thanks to All for One, so naturally, I plan to make a statement to Endeavor by taking down his son. It's my way of saying you're next. With confusion and worry, Momo then inquired, why does he act like he knows who you are, Todoroki-sen? Have you two met before somewhere? Yes. We ran into one another a while back while we were serving our first internships. Myself, Midoriya, and Ida fought but had to keep it a secret because we didn't have licenses to use our quirks yet, so the pros covered for us, replied Todoroki. Whatever you do, do not let this guy cut you. His quirk paralyzes you for a certain amount of time if he ingests your blood, and that time varies based on your blood type, said Izuku. Enough talk, yelled Stain. He lunged forward towards Todoroki with the intent to strike him. Shoto, in typical fashion, activated his ice quirk to create an ice wall as a shield and attempted to jump back, knowing that he would likely break through. He did, but Deku activated one for all full cowling just before and managed to land a blow as soon as the ice wall shattered. Texurus SMAISC, he shouted. Stain was knocked back 20 feet and rolled around twice on the ground before settling. He got up slowly but acted as though he took little damage. Not bad, kid. The rumors I heard at Tartarus are true after all. All Might really did pass his power on to you. If you survive this, you'll be a great successor to him, he declared. Izuku's classmates were naturally shocked to hear such a declaration. When Ochako heard this, she asked out loud, All Might. Successor? Izuku gasped when he realized that she, Momo, and Shoto heard his secret. As Midoriya became distracted in this instant, Stain used the opening to strike through part of Deku's arm, causing a significant injury. Just when Stain was about to take advantage of the moment, Ochako rushed in. Stop, she yelled, using her training from Gunhead to twist the knife out of his hand and knock it to the ground. She then used his now twisted arm to throw him to the ground face down. This stunned him briefly, but he quickly twisted over with a new dagger in his hand and reached out to strike Uraraka in the leg. She gasped in pain as he managed to lick part of her leg, causing her to become paralyzed. Uraraka-san, screamed Deku. Stain was about to take out his sword and do even more serious damage, but Yaoyorozu came through by firing a cannon at him that she had spent time making while the rest of them fought. Stain mostly moved out of the way from the cannonball but was still grazed by it in the arm, and Todoroki threw the hottest flames he could muster at him to knock him further back, singeing him in several places in the process. The three of them rallied around Ochako to fortify their protection around her. Ochako-chan, can you still fight when the paralysis wears off? Asked Momo. I think so, but how long does this last? Asked Uraraka. Deku then asked her, what's your blood type? Type B. Please tell me it won't be long. Midoriya and Todoroki widened their eyes at hearing this. Oh no. This is bad. This is really bad. You'll be like that for 8 minutes. You have the worst possible blood type against his quirk. Guys, we gotta take him down fast. I'd say she's only been like that for 2 minutes so far, declared Deku. Yaoyorozu then said, Guys, I have an idea, but I need you to cover for me for a few minutes. Got it, the two of them said in unison. Momo realized that Stain had various metal parts all over his body, so she began taking the time to create a large powerful magnet with her quirk, knowing that it would take a few minutes until it was ready. Stain looked on at them with amazement. You both sure have improved since our last encounter. All 4 of you are displaying true heroism as well. It's such a shame that your father Endeavor is nothing like you. So what if he isn't? You make me sick with your self-righteous ideological garbage. You have no right to judge other heroes for whether they're fake or not. And we won't let you hurt anyone else either. Todoroki said dramatically but with intensity. Let's see you try, said Stain while unleashing every throwing knife he had available. He threw one at Izuku and Shoto each, but as they dodged, he used that opening to throw his remaining knives at Momo. He was starting to see what she was up to with that magnet, and 2 of the knives managed to make contact with her. One stabbed her in the arm as she was trying to hold her outfit in place while the magnet was still coming out of her body, and the other hit her in the thigh. She yelped in pain but kept her composure long enough to complete the magnet. However, the tendons in her arm made it go limp, and she was incapable of lifting it. At this point, about 5 minutes had passed since Ochako became paralyzed. Guys, I can't lift this. I need you to use it, shouted Momo. Todoroki ran over to her to try to use the magnet, but Stain threw one of his daggers, landing in the area of Shoto's hip. He groaned but tried to start picking it up while fighting the pain. Detruit isme yelled Deku as he tried to hit Stain again. The punch only connected with the wall, busting it open because Stain moved out of the way. He ran over to Todoroki and liked the side of his hip to paralyze him as well. Shoto had a look of shock on his face when he realized he couldn't move anymore. No! Yelled Momo. She ran away from him, hoping to avoid the same fate and think of her next move. Stain wasn't far away and moved in to lick her arm, but just before he could paralyze her too, Deku came out of nowhere with Black Whip. In a frenzied state, his tentacles grabbed onto Stain and threw him hard onto the ground. The tentacle didn't let him go, however, and then proceeded to slam him into the restaurant wall. Rage filled Izuku's eyes at the thought that his enemy was close to achieving his goal with Todoroki. He also seethed at the thought of Stain assaulting not only Momo but his closest friend, Ochako. Although Izuku had lost control of himself at this point, he thought to himself, Stain will not get away with this. I will make him pay. With about 1 minute remaining until Uraraka would be able to move again, Stain felt increasingly desperate. He tried to cut the tentacle, but it had no effect. Deku continued the assault, tightening his grip on Stain's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. A slight, dark smile formed on Midoriya's face at the sound. Both Yaoyorozu and Todoroki were becoming frightened by their friend's behavior. Worse, Ochako watched with grief and worry, tears beginning to fall. Deku-kun, please don't end it this way. If you keep this up, you'll be no better than him. Be the hero I believe in. As her cries reached his ears, Deku suddenly snapped back to reality. The Black Whip power began to recede back into Midoriya's body, leaving him in a state of confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Stain rushed over to Yaoyorozu and, taking advantage of her distraction, made a move to ensure she wouldn't interfere with his attack on Deku. With 3 of the 4 Class 1A members incapacitated, Stain felt a surge of confidence despite knowing Midoriya was the one who posed the greatest challenge. Still battered, he wasn't sure if continuing the fight was wise. He ran toward Todoroki, grabbing a knife to deliver the final blow. Todoroki's life flashed before his eyes as he saw the daggers sailing toward his chest. But with mere inches to spare, Deku rushed in with another attack. Delaware smash. The punch knocked Stain to the ground again, and Deku prepared to deliver the final blow. However, as Stain began to rise, he saw an opening and liked the wound on Deku's arm, causing him to freeze in place. Izuku gasped. Stain took a moment to steady himself after enduring a severe beating. He knew time was short, but he relished the fact that his toughest opponent was now out of the way. Great fight, kid. You clearly care about your friends, but you're too much of a liability for me to ignore. There are too many fake heroes to eliminate. First, I finish you off, then on to Endeavor's son. He steadied himself and drew his last dagger, ready to move it toward Deku's heart, but just then, an unexpected obstacle appeared. Right as Stain was about to deliver the final blow, Ochako regained her ability to move and rushed over to him, activating her gravity quirk. Stain struggled to remain standing, but in his weakened state, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. What is this? He asked in disbelief. Uraraka responded solemnly, her brow furrowed. It's part of my quirk. Normally I use zero gravity, but when I feel angry or cornered, the opposite happens. I don't understand why you'd go so far to punish people you deem to be fake heroes, but I'm not going to let you take this any further. You ruined our evening and nearly killed us, and you hurt my best friend, Deku. Tears began to form in her eyes. And that's something I'll never forgive you for. You deserve worse than being sent back to prison for this. Uncharacteristically, she kicked him in the face with all her strength, knocking him out cold, and then began to sob. 10 minutes later, professional heroes arrived on the scene to investigate. When they found Stain on the ground, they used every restraint available and called in a heavily reinforced armored vehicle to take him away. Not long after, Stain was pronounced dead as he was transported back to Tartarus. Meanwhile, all 4 members of Class 1A were taken to the hospital, even though their wounds weren't life-threatening. As they were driven in the ambulance, no one spoke. Midoriya felt a whirlwind of emotions and couldn't help but worry as he glanced at Ochako, who had her head in her hands and was still crying. What would he say to her when the time was right? Would he be able to comfort her? Would things return to some sense of normalcy now that Stain had revealed his secret? He was about to find out. 2 days had passed since their encounter with Stain. All 4 of them had been seen by Recovery Girl the previous day and kept overnight for observation, as her quirk had drained their energy. Now that they were feeling well enough to leave, Izuku knew he needed to talk to Ochako, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu about everything that had happened, especially regarding what Stain had revealed. His secret was now known to more of his classmates, and he needed to ensure it didn't spread further. As they walked out together, this was the perfect opportunity to address the situation. Hey guys, I know we've been through a lot these past few days, but I really need to talk with you and get in touch with All Might. I figured as much. That didn't sound like something you wanted others to know about, replied Todoroki. Deku-kun, is it really true? Asked Ochako. He paused for a moment before finally answering, yes. It is. 30 minutes later, the 4 of them met with All Might in a private room near the principal's office, at Izuku's request. All Might was pleased to see them but puzzled as to why his classmates were present. Greetings, young Midoriya. I'm glad to see you've all made a full recovery from your fight with Stain. What can I do for you? Deku hung his head slightly, knowing the difficult news he was about to share. All Might, we have a problem. During our fight with Stain, he revealed our secret to them that you passed your power down to me. They know now. All Might's eyes widened slightly, and he rubbed his forehead in frustration. This is serious. The more people who know about this, the greater the risk of losing one for all. He sighed. Well, what's done is done. You know the truth now, so I imagine you each have questions. What would you like to know? Momo raised her hand first. I always thought it was interesting that Midoriya-san has such a similar power to yours, but I thought it was just a coincidence until now. Why does this need to be kept a secret? Because One for All is a quirk that has been passed down and cultivated by several individuals, growing stronger over time. Ironically, All for One is responsible for its creation because he passed on a power-stalking quirk to his brother, who he thought was quirkless. However, it turned out that this brother, who had a strong sense of justice against All for One, possessed a quirk that allowed him to pass on other quirks. He aimed to use it to one day defeat All for One. He and those who know the truth about One for All have been trying to reclaim it ever since. If villains ever manage to do so, our way of life will be in jeopardy. Todoroki raised his hand next. How many people know about this secret now? Principal Nizu, Recovery Girl, a few other UA faculty members, and young Bakugo Katsuki. Shoto raised his eyebrows. Bakugo? Why does he know? Izuku rubbed his neck and hung his head in shame. That one's my fault. I didn't tell Kaken outright, but I dropped some hints, and he figured it out on his own. That was around the time we fought each other and got suspended. Next, Ochako asked, so is this black whip power he's displayed lately also part of One for All? In a way, yes. One of the former holders of One for All had a black whip quirk just like it, and we've been trying to help him master it ever since, said All Might. Tears began to form in her eyes as she responded, I've been worried about him ever since it first took over. He always seems angry when it happens, but it goes away as soon as he calms down. It could be a useful power, but I'm scared it might consume him one day if he's not careful. Don't worry, young Uraraka. The man who had the black whip quirk had a temper, but he was a good person. We just need to find a way to help him control it properly. I appreciate your willingness to help him, and I hope you succeed. The room fell silent, and no one else had any more questions. If there's nothing else, I'll let you get back to your classes and internships. I'm here if any other concerns arise, but please promise me you won't reveal this to anyone else, said All Might. We promise, the three of them said in unison. With that, Midoriya and All Might thanked them for their time, and they each went their separate ways. However, Ochako had something more to say and conveyed that to Midoriya. Deku-kun, can we talk more after class today? Sure, Uraraka-san. Let's head to class for now, and I'll be happy to chat afterward. The two of them walked in silence to class, their minds occupied with the conversation they needed to have. School and hero training concluded for the day, and the Class 1A students scattered to attend to their respective tasks as dusk approached. Ochako and Izuku exchanged glances, knowing what they needed to do next. She walked over to him, trying to smile as if it were just a regular day. He smiled back, attempting to make small talk, but as they neared the dorms, an awkward silence fell between them. Deku-kun, would you mind if we went somewhere private? Sure. They walked back to the training fields, where they found no one around, and that's when Uraraka began to open up more. Deku-kun, this is something I've struggled with for a while now, but I have to say it. We've been good friends ever since we met, and you've done so much to help me grow as a hero and a person. Little by little, this feeling of friendship I've felt towards you has grown into something more, and even though I've tried to push these feelings down, they just keep coming back. At first, I thought this was the right thing to do because I didn't want it to distract us from our training, yet now my feelings have intensified after seeing what you're going through. And now to find out that you have the pressure of being a successor to All Might, I can't take this anymore. Her voice quivered, and tears began to fall down her cheeks. Deku-kun, I love you. And I'm so worried about you. You've been my best friend since we became classmates, and the more I get to know you, the more I want to be like you. It tears me apart inside to see you struggling with this new ability. I want to help you control it, but I don't know if I'm even the right person for that job. Despite the subtle hints his classmates had dropped about her feelings and his own growing affection for her, it was still a shock for Izuku to hear her say that. Though flustered, he felt tears welling up at seeing Ochako like this, so he took her hands in his and looked directly at her to respond. His voice cracked, but he managed to get the words out. Why, you're wrong, Uraraka-san. When we were fighting Stain and I saw him attack you, it filled me with so much rage that I lost control. I don't remember much about those moments, but I do remember wanting him to pay for hurting not only Todoroki-san and Yaoyorozu-san but you especially. You're also the reason I snapped out of it and regained control over this new power. Look, I may be clumsy when it comes to this kind of stuff, but you're one of the people who has been by my side through thick and thin. I even chose my hero name because of you. I just started to feel this way inside myself, but I think I love you too. Ochako was now crying harder, but this time it was tears of happiness. She embraced Midoriya in the tightest bear hug she could muster. She sobbed in his arms for several minutes, and when it felt right, he leaned in to share a gentle kiss that gradually deepened. When they finally pulled away, they looked into each other's eyes and smiled, tears still glistening in their eyes. Izuku was the first to speak. What do you say we try again with our date night this Saturday? I mean, we can't possibly have 2 ruined dates in a row. You can pick what we'll do this time too. Her usual bubbly smile returned in an instant. I would love that. Let's go out for mochi and then do karaoke like we originally intended. Deku felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of singing poorly in front of her, which only made her giggle. They began walking back towards their dorm rooms, realizing they would have some explaining to do to their peers if they decided not to hide their new relationship. Uraraka-san, this is really exciting for us to be a couple and all, but it has already been difficult enough for me to talk on the phone or when you've stood really close. If it's all right with you, I'd like to keep us a secret for a while until I get used to this. Is that okay with you? She laughed at the notion but understood where he was coming from. Well, I guess a few weeks should be okay. I'm not going to lie about it though if one of the girls suspects something. Mina is especially tough to evade on this topic. She loves to play matchmaker and even dared me to kiss you way back when our training was about to start last weekend. Midoriya chuckled himself. So that's why you were running away from her? Ha, I was wondering about that. Yeah, I guess she'd spread the news like wildfire if she found out first. All the more reason to keep her guessing if she's given you that much trouble. They stopped holding hands and put on their friend-zone persona as they walked back into the dorms and returned to their rooms for homework and preparation for their next day of work for their internships. They still needed some mental rest from everything that had happened, but it felt great for both of them to finally let out their true feelings. They wouldn't get to see much of each other for a while except on weekends, but it would make their time together all the more enjoyable. Girls sure are strange, Todoroki thought to himself. He was walking home from the train station, lost in deep thought. He and Yaoyorozu had just passed their final exam, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was glad to have helped Momo regain her confidence after the tournament, and she had assisted him in figuring out how to defeat Aizawa. But he was confused. Why was she holding her hands up to her mouth? Was she crying? At first, he thought she was about to be sick, but then it sounded like she was upset. If that was the case, why? He had just said something nice to her. People don't cry over compliments. Maybe Fuyumi could explain it to him. Todoroki walked into his house and saw his sister reading a book in the living room. Oh, hi Shoto. Welcome home. How did your test go? She asked with a smile. Todoroki acknowledged her with a brief nod. It was okay, I guess. We passed. He paused for a moment. Fuyumi, something strange happened today. I had to work with a girl named Yaoyorozu in my practical exam. She's the smartest student in our class but has been in a slump until recently. She really helped both of us win a match against Aizawa today. I told her that, and she started acting really oddly. She looked like she was about to be sick, but when I asked if she was okay, she said it was nothing, yet I saw tears. Did I do something to upset her? Why would someone cry from a compliment? Fuyumi's face lit up, half with excitement that he was showing interest in a girl, and half with amusement at how oblivious he was. She couldn't help but laugh for a few moments before regaining her composure. Oh Shoto, you're cracking me up. How can you not see this, little brother? Of course girls cry from compliments sometimes. I know our upbringing has been tough because of Dad, but how could you miss that? You should ask her out on a date. I bet she'd appreciate it after today. Todoroki looked at her sideways, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. A date? I don't even know anything about dating. Ask her out anyway. I can give you some pointers on what to do and say, but you need this kind of experience. More than hero training? He asked. Kids your age need to go out and have some fun, but even this can be a form of hero training. Dates will help you learn to socialize and relate to others, especially girls. Besides, if you don't learn those skills, you might end up being a hero just like Dad. Is that what you want? I'll text her right now, he said without hesitation. Yaoyorozu's driver parked her car in the driveway and opened the door for her. She was also feeling a whirlwind of emotions. It felt like a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders after passing the test. She thought she had messed it up again for a moment, but it worked out just fine. Todoroki was so clueless yet so sweet. It didn't hurt that he was the best-looking guy in the class either. I wonder if we should meet up sometime? But he seems so quiet, maybe he wouldn't go for that sort of thing. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a text message. She looked at the sender. Todoroki. Hey, this is Todoroki. Would you like to go eat some soba with me tomorrow night? Her eyes widened. He's actually asking me out. And right after I just thought of doing so myself. Oh my gosh. What do I say? Should I say yes? If I say no, he might be upset later. But what will my classmates think when they find out? I shouldn't take too long to respond, or else he might think I'm being rude. Here goes nothing. Sure. What time did you want to go? Todoroki replied 10 seconds later. Does tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock work for you? That's perfect. How about we walk around the mall after that? I haven't done that in a while, and it's fun to browse stores. Another 10 seconds passed. See you tomorrow then. Momo smiled and sent a reply. Thanks, Todoroki-san. And thanks for earlier today too. Fuyumi was jumping up and down, hugging Shoto. So tightly that he started having trouble breathing. I can't believe this. My little brother is going on a date. Shoto finally managed to break free. Okay, so now what? I don't even know what to do next. Don't worry, little brother. I've got it covered. Tomorrow we'll get you a haircut and find a decent outfit for you to wear. Then we'll buy some flowers and you can pick her up. Shoto felt the need to object. Isn't that a bit much? We're only friends, and this makes it seem like I'm trying to become her boyfriend. If I know you, Shoto, you'll just show up in your usual clothes and act really passive. Trust me, you need to step it up if you want to keep having more dates. Practice, practice, practice. Alright, let's get this over with, he said reluctantly. The next evening, Momo waited in the lobby of her mansion for news of Todoroki's arrival. She was wearing a purplish-red silk blouse with skinny black ankle pants and modestly high heels. However, she didn't usually wear makeup, and this would be the first time Todoroki would see her with mascara and lipstick. Am I overdoing it? This is only a first date after all. But I also don't want him to think I don't care either, she thought as she put her hands to her cheeks. Just then, a servant approached her to inform her that Mr. Shoto Todoroki was requesting permission to enter. She turned bright red and fanned her face. Let him in, please. About a minute passed as his car made its way down the long driveway and pulled up to her porch. Todoroki stepped out, looking like a different person. He wore a baseball cap, but she could see that his hair was freshly cut. He also wore a blue untucked checkered polo shirt with jeans and was carrying a small bouquet of daisies. Hey, this is for you. Momo felt a blush rise to her cheeks and smiled briefly. Oh, thank you, Todoroki-san. She handed the flowers to her attendant, who placed them in a nearby vase. Shall we get going? I'm getting hungry, he said casually. Sure. I'm looking forward to this. I haven't been out and about like this in a while. The two of them got into Todoroki's car and drove off to the restaurant. After about 5 minutes of silence, Momo could tell Todoroki was trying to think of something to say but was unsure how to break the quiet. So, how are you liking the weather lately? Momo internally rolled her eyes. Was it a mistake to say yes to a date? I'm glad he dressed up a little, but I hope it isn't this dry all night. She thought. I like it just fine. Spring is something I always look forward to. Do you have a favorite season? Winter, I guess. I haven't really thought about it. The car fell silent again. Momo wished he would say more, but she decided to take the initiative this time. Thank you again for the other day with our exam. Because of that slump I was struggling with, I would have blamed myself if we hadn't passed. You're welcome. Why did you feel that way about yourself? I've never seen you like that in class before. Ever since I lost to Tokoyami in the sports festival so quickly, I started to doubt myself as a would-be hero. But hearing you believe in me during the test helped snap me out of that. Just stating the obvious. The silence returned until they arrived at the restaurant, but Momo felt appreciative of Todoroki's brief commentary. Dinner at the soba shop Todoroki chose went by without incident. Momo still wished he would open up more, but she noticed that he talked mostly about class in general or hero work, so she stuck to those topics. By now, they had been walking through the mall and browsing a few different stores for about an hour. Both were ready to head home when the atmosphere suddenly shifted. A group of 5 muscular young adults spotted Momo, and one of them raised his eyebrows. Guys, look, it's that girl from the sports festival who did those hair care commercials. One of them exclaimed. Yeah, you're right. Let's go talk to her. Seconds later, they surrounded the two of them. For now, they didn't recognize Todoroki due to his different appearance. He stood there, indifferent, while Momo began to feel uncomfortable, unsure of what they might do next. Pro heroes in training or not, there was no telling what kind of quirks they might have, and they were outnumbered. Well, hello there, gorgeous. What's a girl like you doing with this guy? One of the thugs said. Yeah, how about you ditch him and come with us? We could have a lot of fun together. Momo felt a knot form in her stomach, but she stood her ground, hoping Todoroki would step in. The other 4 laughed, but Momo's expression turned to one of disgust. Before she could react further, Todoroki activated his ice quirk, freezing all 5 of them in an instant. His face was filled with indignation. I should just leave you like this and let you freeze. Responding to people who insult me isn't worth my time, but I will make you pay for what you just said to her. Fear and dread washed over the faces of the 5 as Todoroki glared at them. Oh no! It's that guy from the sports festival. I can't believe we didn't recognize you, one of the thugs exclaimed. Yeah, we're sorry. We'll never talk to her like that again. We promise. Yaoyorozu intervened. It's okay, Todoroki-san. I appreciate your help, but I'll handle this. He sighed, and the ice began to melt, allowing them to move again. During this exchange, she had prepared some pepper spray and quickly used it on each of them. They groaned in pain, clutching their eyes and attempting to flee, but 2 of them collided, and another slipped and fell. Get out of our sight right now and don't ever let us see either of you again. Todoroki shouted. The 5 scattered like startled insects, not looking back. Once Todoroki calmed down, Yaoyorozu noticed a tear forming in one of his eyes. Her eyes widened. What's wrong, Todoroki-san? They were no match for you. Why would they make you cry? He hesitated to respond. Let's talk about this in the car. She nodded, and they headed to their parking spot. They got in and started driving back to Momo's mansion before Todoroki felt ready to talk. Those JRKs made me break down because it reminds me of my home life growing up. My father put me through harsh training as a child, treating me like a tool to surpass all might, and he never let me talk or play with my siblings or other kids. Worst of all, he was abusive to my mother. This scar on my eye happened because she threw boiling water on my face, but I blame him for it. That abuse pushed her to her breaking point, and she's been in a mental health center ever since. My dad may not be like those thugs, but whenever I see a woman treated poorly, it reminds me of how much I hate him. A couple more tears streamed down his face as he finished speaking. Momo felt tears welling up in her own eyes. I'm so sorry to hear that, Todoroki-san. I had no idea. No wonder you seem so closed off. She placed her hand on his arm to comfort him. I didn't deal with that kind of abuse at home, but I can relate to having a difficult home life. I've enjoyed wealth my whole life, but I feel like I don't really know my parents. They're always working, and I only see them occasionally. I've always had the most expensive clothing and the best chefs, yet I long for the chance to do normal things like shop in regular stores and eat at small restaurants. That's why I wanted to walk around the mall with you. Todoroki nodded. That makes sense. I'm sorry if I seem quiet. Since I didn't get to play much as a normal kid, learning to socialize is a big challenge. I only asked you out, dressed up like this, and brought you those flowers because my sister told me I should. I wouldn't have known what to do tonight without her. Momo smiled. Sounds like you have a really great sister. Yeah. 5 minutes later, Todoroki dropped Momo off at the front of her mansion. He was about to speak, but she beat him to it. I'm really glad we were able to go out together tonight. How about we have another date like this one next week? Sure. And thanks for listening. You too, Todoroki-san. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek before getting out of the car. She waved goodbye as he drove off, excitement bubbling inside her. Wow, I should tell Jiro-chan about this. Mina-chan would be thrilled to hear about this too. Todoroki wore a huge smile for the first time in a long while. He had never known someone like her. He was grateful that his sister encouraged him to ask Momo out and looked forward to seeing her at training camp and in class. Life at home with his father was still difficult, but confiding in someone like her felt refreshing. Fuyumi would definitely tease him once she found out how the night went, but he didn't mind. Love tends to do that to a person. Another week of internships and classes at UA had come and gone, and the eagerly anticipated night for when Izuku and Ochako would have their first date as a couple arrived. Though they texted each other a few times a day and saw each other in class, there was little time for flirting or casual conversation since they needed to focus on their homework and training. But not tonight. Now was the time for romance and well-deserved relaxation after a tough day of joint training. Confident that Yaoyorozu would keep their secret safe, Ochako revealed their plans to go on another date together as a couple. However, she needed a small favor. Her budget didn't allow for much in the way of a decent dating wardrobe, so she hoped Momo could either take her shopping or use her quirk to make some new clothes for her. Ah, how cute! Of course, I'll help you with that, Ochako-chan. What kind of clothes do you have in mind? Something more formal or casual? As much as I'd love to borrow one of your elegant dresses, I don't want to let anyone know yet that Deku and I are a thing. Besides, it's more my style to just wear a nice blouse and skinny jeans. I wouldn't mind getting a new purse to match though. Momo beamed with excitement. I wish we had time to go shopping together, but since your date starts in another hour and a half, I know just the outfit that would be perfect for you. She brought out a green blouse and a matching purse. It's obvious that his favorite color is green, so you know he'll love seeing you in this. Ochako quickly nodded in agreement. Thanks so much, Momo. You've been such a huge help. Oh, don't mention it. In fact, keep it. I can easily make another if I want to wear it again. They shared a quick hug and parted ways. Ochako beamed with excitement as she thought about their upcoming date and couldn't wait to see the look on Deku's face when he saw her dressed this way. Izuku, on the other hand, was feeling the pressure about their date. Now that he and Uraraka were an official couple, he wanted to make a good impression. He slicked his hair back as best as he could, put on a new shirt he had bought for the occasion, and spritzed on some cologne, hoping she would like the scent. Still, he wondered if it was enough. Ochako had looked so beautiful on their last date, which had been interrupted, and he wanted her to know he was making an effort for her, too. Well, here goes nothing, he thought. The two of them did their best to leave the dorms as discreetly as possible and somehow succeeded. But now came the tough part for Deku. They spotted one another, and she waved him down, causing his heart to race. The closer she got, the more flustered he became, but Ochako was almost equally red when Izuku approached. Uraraka-san, why you look amazing. Oh my gosh, Deku-kun. I love your slick back hair. You smell really nice. Thanks. Well, shall we head off to the mochi shop you like? You bet. I've been looking forward to this all day. He took her hand, and they started walking. Izuku wanted to avoid any long, awkward pauses this time, so he immediately brought up their internships. So how did it go with Tsu-san and Ryukyu-sensei yesterday? Yesterday was okay, I guess. This time she wanted us to focus more on the behind-the-scenes stuff at her agency, like paperwork and studying notes on local villains causing trouble. Going out and fighting is something we need plenty of practice for, but it really helps to get organized and have a plan for how we want to deal with the villains when we find them. I should take a page from you on that. You're particularly good at studying and recording the people you see. Thanks. If you want any pointers on that stuff, I'm happy to help. It became silent again for about 10 seconds, but this time Ochako broke the silence. What a wild past few days this has been. I can't believe we're dating. Has anyone else found out about us yet? Well, not to my knowledge. Mineta-san and Kaminari-san, being who they are, often tease me about how I should hit on you, but I don't think they've seen us together yet, heh. I thought about telling my mom about us, but I haven't yet. It still feels so surreal, you know, said Deku. Did you end up telling anyone? Yet. I had to tell Momo-chan tonight, but only because I wanted to borrow a blouse from her. Don't worry, she thought it was cute, but our secret is safe with her, Ochako said, smiling. That's a relief. I'm just starting to get used to holding your hand. Remember when we first met, and you saved me from falling with your quirk? I was so caught off guard that I thought to myself afterward, oh my gosh, I just talked to a girl, only to realize moments later that I hadn't actually spoken. They both chuckled at that. 10 minutes passed, and they arrived at the same restaurant where they had been when Stain attacked. The shop owner was pleasantly surprised to see them there so soon after that incident. Hey you two. I'm so glad to see that you're doing well. Thanks so much for taking that guy down. My customers and I owe you a debt of gratitude for that. A few other customers recognized them and started applauding and cheering. Midoriya blushed, and Uraraka rubbed her neck nervously. Thanks. I'm just glad that everyone here is okay, replied Deku. So where are your other two friends? I hope I can see them again soon so we can all thank them, asked the shop owner. They're off doing their own thing, but we'll let them know the next time we see them. We wanted to have our own night out together this time, said Ochako. I see. Dating life sure can be fun for kids your age. I'll tell you what, as part of my appreciation, order whatever you want tonight, and it's on the house. Both Uraraka and Midoriya became starry-eyed. Really? I love this place even more now. I originally just wanted mochi, but how about a teriyaki bowl too? Yeah, same for me. Deku replied. Coming right up. They waited a few minutes and received their food. Once they started eating, karaoke came up for their next subject. Uraraka-san, what is it about karaoke that interests you so much? Are you just looking forward to laughing at my bad singing? Deku suddenly looked down in embarrassment. Ochako giggled briefly and then said, I don't think I'm a great singer myself if it makes you feel any better, but singing something upbeat helps me snap out of a bad mood or if I feel nervous about something. Besides, I bet we could find songs that even bad singers could get through. I see. I never thought of karaoke like that. In that case, let's do a bunch of duet songs or something. I can even hide my singing better when it's not just me. Oh, Deku-kun, you're so cute about that. 30 minutes later, Deku and Uraraka finished eating and walked into town to the nearest karaoke bar to reserve a room for an hour. But just as they walked in, they noticed Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro together, about to enter a room. They both widened their eyes in shock and felt like hiding. They wanted to say hi, but Izuku was afraid of being discovered in their relationship, so they tried to be discreet about going to their room. It failed. Kaminari spotted them from the window of their room's door as Deku and Uraraka went in to sit down. Without thinking, he shouted, Midoriya? Uraraka? Is that you? Jiro frantically looked around with worry on her face. Huh? Where? The two of them had also recently started dating, but she wasn't ready for others to know. This changed everything. Izuku and Ochako froze in their tracks. Oh, we've been seen, he said, turning red. Ochako was less bothered by it, though, and figured it was futile to keep trying to hide it. Hey, you two. Didn't think we'd bump into some classmates here, she said, smiling. Jiro, however, was looking down at the floor, embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. All she could muster was, hey guys. Kaminari just realized what he had done and wore a look of guilt on his face. Damn it, Kaminari, you fool. Jiro then lightly poked him with one of her earphone lobes, causing him to flinch. Please don't tell anyone. We wanted to keep this a secret. That's fine with me. The two of us just started dating ourselves. Tell you what, I didn't feel ready for others to know about me and Uraraka-san yet either. Don't spill the beans on us and we'll return the favor, said Midoriya. So how long have the two of you been dating? Kaminari asked. It was actually just a few days ago that we decided, Ochako replied. We've been through so much together lately, and I've had feelings for him that I kept bottled up for a while. But after what happened with Stain the other day, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I'm just glad he felt the same way after I confessed. She rested her head on his shoulder as she spoke, and Deku smiled nervously. What about you? Oh. It was a few months ago after that concert we put on for the festival. I was so thrilled that our performance was not only well received but also made Eri smile. I've always loved music but kept it to myself for so long. Kaminari really encouraged me to take the lead on that project, and I was so grateful to him afterwards that I asked him to dinner. At first, it was meant to be just as friends, but one thing led to another, and Here we are. Ah, that's so cute, Jiro. I'm really happy for you both. Kaminari then changed the subject. So did you guys just get here, or have you already sung a bunch of songs? Just got here. But I haven't been to a karaoke bar in a while. I'm just too embarrassed about my singing, hehe, said Izuku. Then I have the perfect solution for you. Join us and let Jiro take the lead. It's no secret how good she is at singing, and she knows plenty of English songs too. Great idea. That'll be a lot of fun. Uraraka chimed in. Speaking of that, I was just about to look up an old favorite of mine before we spotted each other. Have you ever heard the song, Nothing Else Matters by Metallica? Jiro asked. I doubt it. I don't think I can handle heavy metal. All the intense vocals remind me of Kaken, replied Midoriya. Oh, don't worry about that. This is one of the only slow songs they've ever made. The beat is pretty easy to follow, and I've always interpreted the lyrics as encouraging you to go out and do your own thing. It even sounds romantic in some parts. Jiro said, blushing. I'm game. How about you, Deku? Well, if you say so. I hope we don't mess it up too much. Welp, here we go then. She clicked on the screen for the song to start, and an acoustic guitar began to play. After a minute-long intro, they started singing. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are. And nothing else matters. Never open myself this way. Life is ours, we live it our way. All these words I don't just say. And nothing else matters. Trust one seek and I find in you. Every day for us, something new. Open mind for a different view. And nothing else matters. Never cared for what they do, never cared for what they know, but I know. The song continues for a few more minutes with the same lyrics repeating and then ends. Wow, that was awesome. I wish I had heard this song a long time ago. Deku exclaimed. Me too. We should hang out more for music stuff. You're opening our eyes to all kinds of things. Ochako added enthusiastically. Jiro smiled. I guess it really is true what my parents taught me. Hero work and being a musician aren't all that different. They can really help bring people together and lift a person's spirits when they're feeling down. So how about another song? She suggested. Let's go for it, they all said in unison. Uraraka-san, what song would you like to pick right now? Midoriya asked. Oh, this one won't surprise you, I'm sure, she giggled. Let's sing Happy by Pharrell Williams. They all smiled at her response. That song is so you. Jiro remarked. They programmed the song and started singing immediately. It might seem crazy what I am about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news talking this and that. Well, give me all you got, don't hold back. Well, I should probably warn you I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. My level's too high to bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down, I said. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down. My level's too high to bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down, I said. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. All four of them applauded her performance. Ochako had the choreography down perfectly. Then she looked over at Midoriya. All right, Deku-an, it's your turn to pick one. He blushed and looked nervous again. I saw this song on YouTube a lot when I first started seriously training to get into UA. It's a song that really motivated me to keep pushing when things got tough. I especially like it because I don't sound as bad at singing with this one. Let's sing Do Better by Say Anything. The other three smiled at his choice. Life is not a spark in space. An episode of Will and Grace. Controversial yet mundane. Deborah's messing with your brain. Even Scientologists know there's more to all of this. Search the ruins for trapdoors. Wonder what you're put here for. Simple as a hint of gas. Climbing nostrils as you pass. Making Harvard graduates feel childish when they laugh at it. Climb the rungs to kingdom come. Sour Patch to acid tongue. Are you opposed to having fun? You clench the world between your bun. You could do better. You could do better. You could be the greatest man in the world. Whoa. You could do better. You could do better. You could be the greatest man in the world. Whoa. Your life is always the post of something else. Where's the present? The way that you present yourself. And it's disgusting how little that you try. The existential equivalent of pink eye. Drink alone and watch TV. You're expecting harmonies. To tap your tune with silver spoons. The anthem of impending doom. Guiding Satan's steady hand. Forcing Beatles to disband. It's eco-freaks and drama queens. The young at heart know what I mean. You could do better. You could do better. You could be the greatest man in the world. Whoa. You could do better. You could do better. You could be the greatest man in the world. Whoa. You could do better. Better than that. You're a fraud. Thank God you learned to keep your shirt on. You could do better. You could do better. You could be the greatest man. I'm so high. I can hear heaven. Whoa, but heaven, no heaven don't hear me. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles, watching as we all fly away. Someone told me love would save us, but how can that be? Look what love gave us, a world filled with conflict and strife. That world never came. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles, watching as we all fly away. Now that the world isn't ending, it's love that I'm sending to you. It isn't the love of a hero, and that's why I fear it won't do. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not. The Class 1A students began to line up in front of a stage, waiting for their turn while watching their classmates in action. Todoroki was the first in line to attempt speaking and was unexpectedly moved into the spotlight without any warning about the scenario or questions he would face. Still, he managed to hold his own. Mostly. That was an incredible display of power, Shoto, said Empty Lady in her reporter mode. What do you mean? Asked Todoroki matter-of-factly. She sighed. Please, act like you just did something amazing here. Okay. What kind of hero do you aim to become? Someone whose presence puts others at ease, responded Todoroki. A brilliant answer. But if someone as handsome as you came to rescue me, my heart would race. Shoto still didn't quite understand. So, do you have heart problems or something? Oh my gosh, you're so cute, responded Empty Lady. Momo and Ochako couldn't help but laugh at how innocent and naive he was during this mock interview. Wow, Momo. This is a side of him I didn't expect, said Uraraka. Yeah, he really is adorable. That's partly what attracted me to him in the first place. At the end of our final exam against Aizawa-sensei, Todoroki complimented me, and I was so touched that I nearly broke down. But then he started seriously wondering if I had a cold or something. The two of them laughed. Wow, this kid really is cute. If he were a little older, I'd give him my number. Lady thought to herself. But now, back to business. The rest of the class took their turns, each having standout moments. One after another, they stepped up to share their thoughts, with Empty Lady commenting afterward. Ida, I will make my brother proud by carrying on with his hero name and establishing his will for a just society. I can definitely see your sincerity. Momo, with my vast knowledge and memory, you can be sure to leave it all to me. Your confidence exudes reliability. Tokoyami, glory shall not come to those who do not know of darkness. Good vibes. Kirishima, just stand behind me, and I'll make sure you won't get hurt. You look awesome. Mineta, I may not look like much, but I have what it takes. No comment. Jiro, no one will sneak up on me. And I'll relax the situation with a song if I can. Rock on, honey. Kaminari, I'll make sure to electrify everyone so they'll forget their fears. Now that's power. Tsuyu, the enemy won't know what hit them with my abilities and quick thinking. Ribbit. I love it. Ojiro, villains will never stand a chance against my tail and martial arts training. Not bad. Aoyama, I'll dazzle everyone with my style of taking down villains. He winked. Yes, indeed. Siro, swinging into action is my specialty. Don't you worry. I certainly won't. Mina, melting hearts and villains is what I'm all about. Yes. You do that. Hagakure, nobody is better than me at sneaking up on villains and doing covert missions. Hey, where'd you go? Shoji, many will probably think I look scary, but I assure you, I'm here to help. Thank you for the reassurance. Koda, I'm sorry, I just don't like to talk very much. Oh, okay. Ochako, everything is weightless in front of me. I love smiling too. It makes me happy to see everyone else at ease. Putting others at ease is also an important skill. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I worried about this class at the beginning of the day. Now let's wrap things up with our final two students, Bakugo and Izuku, said MT Lady. Ironically, media interaction was clearly something both of them struggled with. Look, I don't want to waste my time with all these half-hearted responses. Just follow me, everyone. And Lady face-bombed and sighed again. Looks like there's still one person who doesn't get it. I know you don't get along with others very well, but you really need to tone down your temper. It's no wonder the League of Villains tried to kidnap you. Todoroki interjected, Sorry, Bakugo, because of me, you got cut from our interview the other day. Don't get cocky. I'll never be influenced by someone like you. Midnight and Aizawa rolled their eyes in the background. That kid. Maybe Bakugo should take a lesson from you on media avoidance, said Midnight. No need, I think he's about to get a better example, responded Aizawa. He said that because he observed Deku about to go up on stage, visibly trembling in fear, as if he were staring down something terrifying. So you go by Deku, right? That was a brilliant performance out there today, said MT Lady. Oh, good. That's very good, responded Midoriya. Whoa, I think he learned my hardening quirk. Kirishima said suddenly in the background, causing other students to snicker. We've noticed that your moves seem to pay tribute to All Might. Do you admire him or something? Yes. At this, Izuku was able to loosen up and be more himself. The problem was, it got him muttering again. I try to customize all of my movesets after his and name them the way he would. For example, Delaware isn't a state that's part of All Might's repertoire, so during training, I've been using that name, Delaware Smash, together with Air Force, to create my new move, Delaware Smash Air Force, and... Okay, thank you. One last question though, we heard your quirk went crazy recently and evolved, but is everything okay? Well, that one is still a mystery. I've gotten better control of it lately after training with my girlfriend on the weekends, but we're still figuring it out. Deku froze again, his face turning as red as a ripe watermelon. The entire class gasped at what they had just heard. Even those who were already aware were taken aback. He realized he couldn't take back his words. Although he hadn't mentioned Ochako's name, everyone knew she was the one he was referring to. Uraraka was equally stunned. Her cheeks flushed, not just from embarrassment but from the unexpected way the news had been revealed to their class. All she could do was smile and wave in acknowledgement while scratching the back of her head. Mina was bouncing with excitement, her eyes wide. Oh my gosh! It finally happened! I knew it was inevitable! Why didn't you say anything sooner? That's why. Ochako replied, rolling her eyes. Mineta, overwhelmed with frustration, exclaimed, Life is so unfair. Kirishima turned to Deku, raising his fist in support. My man. Way to go, buddy. We're so happy for you. Just then, an lady interrupted. All right, everyone, we can appreciate a romantic declaration, but let's stay focused. With that, the mock interviewing wrapped up a few minutes later. Elsewhere, All Might was in his office, working on something for Izuku when Principal Nizu walked in. "Did you pull an all-nighter again?" he asked. "Oh hey, Principal. Don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine. I've been compiling information for young Midoriya on the predecessors of One for All, and I'm almost done." "Huh, you can't even recognize your own exhaustion. Come take a break for a while. It's not good for your health." "Yes, sir." With that, All Might got up to relax in the teacher's lounge for a bit. "Just wait, young Midoriya. This information will be immensely helpful. There's just one more user to track down, but for some reason, this individual has been particularly elusive." Little did All Might know that this last predecessor would be crucial for Izuku to overcome his Black Whip dilemma. Nevertheless, he understood the urgency of his search. The sooner he found this information, the better. Chapter End. One day after the media training, Class 1A gathered for their Christmas party. It was an event both Deku and Uraraka anticipated and dreaded simultaneously. The food, festivities, music, and games promised a delightful time, but with their relationship now public, they worried their classmates, especially Mina Ashido, would try to create romantic moments for them. So far, however, nothing had happened. They were enjoying themselves, chatting about everything from internships to Christmas plans and catching up with each other. Koda brought in a reindeer he could communicate with, allowing anyone who wanted to take a picture with a real one. Jiro and Kaminari were caroling with a stereo and microphone in the corner, openly holding hands as they sang. They figured if Deku and Uraraka could share their news, they could too. Sato set down a fresh plate of peppermint cookies, which were quickly devoured by various classmates. Mineta stood under the nearest mistletoe, hoping for a kiss, but was ignored, leading to tears of frustration. Meanwhile, Ida was busy trying to organize everyone into a single file line for the food table. The rest of Class 1A was either sitting or standing, chatting with one another when Yaoyorozu stepped to the front of the room to get everyone's attention. "Hey everyone! How about we play 20 questions? Everyone's name will go into this bucket, and we'll randomly draw names for a get-to-know-you game with open-ended questions. Who's in?" "Sure." "Yes." "Absolutely," came the enthusiastic responses from nearly everyone. "Great. I'll draw the first name now. Let's see, Mineta," Momo said, rolling her eyes. His ears perked up, hoping for a chance to shine, but he was soon disappointed. Every question directed at him avoided the topics he preferred, yet his answers still revolved around them. After the fifth question, Tsuyu playfully knocked him down with her tongue. "Seriously, Mineta, if you want to impress girls, you should change your approach," she offered in rare friendly advice. The class agreed to move on to someone else. Momo then drew another name. "Next up is Bakugo. Don't waste your time. These activities annoy me," he exclaimed angrily. "Shocking," Kirishima replied sarcastically. "Shut up. I'll get you for that." Bakugo shot back, which only made Kirishima laugh more. Momo continued drawing names. "Okay, let's see, Midoriya." Izuku felt his face heat up. He knew everyone would ask him something related to his recent admission about dating Ochako. Uraraka felt a bit nervous too, but decided to let things unfold. The class fell surprisingly quiet for a moment before Kirishima asked the first question. "So why do you have green bunny ears on your costume? I've always wondered." "Phew. So far so good," Deku thought. "Well, I guess it looks a little silly now, but it was meant to be a tribute to All Might. I wasn't sure how else to emulate his long hair," he explained, scratching his head with a nervous smile. "Any progress on controlling that Black Whip power?" Ida inquired. "Not yet, but Uraraka has been really helpful in calming me down when I lose control," he said, blushing slightly, which made her blush too. Now it was Mina's turn to jump in and ask about their relationship. "So, who confessed first?" "He." "Here we go," thought Deku. "She did, but I responded right away because I felt the same way," Midoriya admitted, his face turning beet red. Ochako wasn't far behind in color. "How long ago did that happen?" Momo asked. "The day after we were released from the hospital after Stain's attack. That was a tough time for both of us, and as embarrassing as it is to say all this, I'm really glad she told me," he replied. Most of the class responded with an "aw" at his heartfelt words. Just then, Izuocha walked in with Eri, who was dressed in a Santa outfit. Or treat. No, you got those mixed up, Izuocha replied. It's Santa-nan, everyone exclaimed. Oh my gosh, you're so cute, cried Ochako. That looks great on you, said Deku. Is Togata-senpai here with you? Asked Kirishima. He knew about this party but chose to celebrate with his classmates instead. Run along, Eri. Go have some fun, Izuocha said. Eri walked up to Deku and Uraraka and noticed they were holding hands. Curious, she asked, why are you two holding hands? I only see bigger people do that for smaller people like me. The two of them smiled. Well, you see, Uraraka-san is my girlfriend now. And I'm her boyfriend. Holding hands is just something we do together. Eri smiled and took Deku's other hand. Can I be your girlfriend too? I'm a girl, and you're the first friend I've ever had. Normally, Ochako would have felt a pang of jealousy, but Eri's innocence and sincerity melted her heart. You bet. How about we go open some presents together? Mina interjected. By now, everyone else had dispersed to do other things at the party, but she wasn't satisfied. Hey, hold on. Eri-chan is cute as a button, but I wanted to hear Midoriya-san be asked more questions. The game isn't over yet. Deku sighed. Alright, make it quick. What else did you want to know? Have you kissed yet? She asked. Yes, right after we confessed. Why do you want to know this stuff so badly? Asked Izuku. I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry so much. I'm just a hopeless romantic who loves to hear about this kind of stuff. Ochako then became curious. So what about you, Mina-chan? Do you have anyone you're interested in? Mina smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in her expression. Yeah, there is. I don't mind other people knowing either, but I doubt he feels the same way. I've known Kirishima since middle school and really admire him. He's become so much stronger and fearless since those days, and I'm not afraid to tell him, but I don't want to distract him with dating life. Ochako couldn't help but chuckle. Tell me about it, she said, winking sarcastically. Now you know how I've felt about Deku-kun lately. Tell you what, don't worry about trying to make him your boyfriend. Just see if he'll date you as friends for a while, and if it feels right for both of you, then take the next step. You're right, Ochako-chan. First chance I get, I'll talk to him about it when he's alone. With that, she walked off to make the attempt, though Kirishima was still trying to persuade Bakugo to stop being a Grinch and enjoy the festivities more. Now that the three of them had a moment alone, Midoriya suggested again, well, ladies, what do you say we open each other's presents? Sure, they both said in unison. The three of them sat down on a couch in the front room together. I wish I could have gotten something more, but money is still tight for me, said Ochako. But I hope you like this. She handed the gift over for him to unwrap, and he found a bag of mochi chips. Izuku smiled in gratitude. Thanks, Uraraka-san. I'll be happy to share some if you want. No, it's okay, Deku-kun. I hope you enjoy them. She then unwrapped her gift and uncovered an All Might keychain. I love it. She then tried to impersonate All Might, complete with his signature smile. Fear not, good citizens. Hope has arrived. Because I am here. Both Izuku and Eri laughed hysterically. After calming down, Eri began talking. I'm sorry I don't have anything I can give you right now. I just barely learned what Christmas is. Deku knelt down to her level to give her reassurance. Don't worry, Eri-chan. Just having you here to join us is good enough for me. She smiled and hugged him and Ochako. Actually, I guess there is one thing I could do. I wanted you to know that I've started trying to train myself to use my powers to help people. I still need more practice, but I'm making progress. Both Uraraka and Midoriya lit up at her words. I'm so happy for you, Eri-chan. Keep up the good work. We're rooting for you. Moments later, Izuocha walked over to get Eri. She waved goodbye, and the two of them were alone again. Or so they thought. Momo and Todoroki walked over to them, and she held mistletoe over their heads while they were still seated on the couch. The two of them rolled their eyes while Yaoyorozu giggled, but then they looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They shared a quick kiss. Everyone who saw it cheered. Get a room. shouted Mineta, who was then promptly smacked again by Tsuyu. It was a festive party for the rest of the night. In that moment, things couldn't have been better between the two of them. However, soon some new trials would come their way that would be difficult for them to face both as heroes and as a couple. One evening about 2 weeks after the new year, Ochako was texting her parents on a train ride home from her internship, and she let the cat out of the bag that she was dating someone. When the news reached them, it was a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What kind of boy was courting their precious little girl? What did she see in him? Who made the first move? How long had they been dating? The questions kept coming until Ochako felt overwhelmed. Nevertheless, a part of her wanted to bring Izuku over one weekend to answer them all. After all, she became a hero so that she could earn better money to take care of her parents. She would still date Deku even if they disliked him, but gaining their approval mattered to her. Now the question was, how would she pitch it to Midoriya? She felt more nervous as the time approached for them to meet again. Thankfully, they decided to have a nice quiet walk through the park to talk. This time, Uraraka took the initiative to strike up the conversation. Deku-kun, I'm going to get straight to the point. I decided to tell my parents about us. They would have found out sooner or later, and I felt the time was right after what happened with our mock interviews. Please don't be upset with me. Fortunately for her, Izuku took the news better than she expected. Oh, that's fine. My mom knows about us now too. In fact, I wanted to talk to you about that. My mom is so excited to know I have a girlfriend and wants to set up a time for us to visit. What if we did that this weekend? Your parents work during the day, and my mom has the day off, so we could visit her early and then go to your place later in the evening. That sounds like a great idea. Do you think she'll like me? Izuku laughed, a sound she had never heard from him before. Usually, he laughed nervously, but this time it was genuine amusement. Oh man, that was a good one. Just you wait, Uraraka-san. She felt a bit reassured but was still puzzled by his reaction. Guess I'll just have to wait and see, she thought. Oh my gosh. You're even more beautiful than you looked on TV at the sports festival. This was the first thing Inko said as soon as she opened the door, followed by an immediate hug for Ochako. Uraraka was taken aback by how forward she was but also relieved that the first impression went well. With that out of the way, all she could do was smile. It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. Deku-kun really looks up to you, and I can see why. Ah, you're a sweetheart. I'm so glad my son found you. Please come in, you too. With that, the three of them walked in and started eating lunch. Izuku was thrilled to see that the visit was going even better than he had envisioned, though it was still a bit embarrassing at times. First, Inko brought out his old All Might costume from when he was 4 years old, and Ochako smiled wider than he had ever seen her before, and that's saying something. Then she proceeded to show her some of his baby pictures and old school photos. It was embarrassing, but he knew there was no point in fighting it. Besides, Ochako was enjoying it, so he could live with it. A few hours passed, and the two chatted so much that it almost felt like he wasn't even there anymore. That's when Izuku finally interjected with a loud and obvious clearing of his throat. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It's not every day I get to have a visit like this. No worries, ma. I just wanted to point out that our train ride for her parents is about half an hour from now. We should leave in no later than 10 minutes to catch it. The two looked at the clock and were equally shocked at how much time had passed. Wow, time really does fly when you're having fun, said Inko. It's been such a pleasant experience visiting with you, Mrs. Midoriya. I hope we can do this again soon. The pleasure was all mine. Please come back soon. The three of them shared one last hug and parted ways. Deku was glad to have his girlfriend's attention back but also pleased that the first meeting with his mom went so well. So tell me about your parents. How do you think they'll treat me when they see me for the first time? Well, I don't think my mom will be as excited to meet you as yours was with me, but she is a sweet and compassionate lady. I think you'll be just fine with her. As for my dad, well, he's like every other good father out there. He always jokes that he won't let me date until I'm just don't expect to be on great terms with him right away. Oh, so he's that kind of dad, huh? Don't worry, Deku-kun, I still want to be with you no matter what he says. He's tough but means well. I just really want them to like you as much as I do, she replied with it. Big smile. Well, I hope I don't disappoint them. Besides, I've gotten used to Kaken's attitude. How hard could it be? So tell me, Izuku-san, what are your intentions for dating my daughter? Daddy. Well, that escalated quickly, thought Deku. The two of them had just arrived at Uraraka's house and barely sat down to eat dinner when this question came up. Midoriya wasn't physically intimidated by Ochako's father, but he knew a man's pride requires him to be protective of his daughter, hence the front. Izuku genuinely wanted to make a good first impression, so he did his best to remain composed and not say or do anything that might create bad vibes. Even so, he hadn't anticipated such a blunt question out of the blue, so he had to think on his feet. Well, Mr. Uraraka, the short version is that she's been one of my best friends since we first met at UA. She's inspired me to be a better person and keep training as hard as I can. She's told me I inspire her the same way, and that admiration has grown between us over time. She also once told me she wants to be a hero so she can help you both live a more comfortable life, and I really admire that about her. So if I ever feel like I'm getting in the way of that, I'll break things off with her. I just want to see her happy and fulfill her dreams. Ah, this one's a keeper, sweetie, Ochako's mother said. Her dad didn't seem fazed by that, however, and continued to question him. What about that quirk of yours? I remember seeing you on television at that sports festival. It looked really dangerous with you injuring yourself repeatedly. How do you intend to be a hero when that keeps happening? Oh, don't worry about that. I was just a late bloomer with my quirk. I've gotten much better control of it now, so that doesn't happen anymore. He wasn't done yet, though, and threw one more question at him. What about academics? It's a pretty competitive world out there. What's your backup plan if hero work doesn't pan out for you? This time, Ochako had had enough. Daddy, stop it. Even for you, this is quite intense. Just so you know, he's one of the top 5 smartest students in our class. He has a strong work ethic and is a true gentleman. Why are you acting like he just made a grand declaration to me? Both Ochako and Deku suddenly turned red at the suggestion, while Ochako's father looked concerned. He wasn't accustomed to seeing his precious daughter so upset with him. Okay, I'm sorry, dear. I'll give you some space. Ochako took a deep breath, calming herself but still wearing a pout. Her mother then spoke to ease the tension. Now everyone, let's just enjoy each other's company for the rest of the night. I personally really appreciate what I see from Izuku. As long as the two of you are happy, that's what matters. Deku felt honored to hear her say that. For the next 20 minutes, he, Ochako, and her parents shared dinner together without further incident. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside the apartment complex. On the ground floor, several young men were sprawled out, needles embedded in various places on their bodies. In the shadows, a sleek figure dressed in dark attire loomed over them. Ochako and Izuku, true to their nature, leaped from the second floor of her parents' patio, using their quirks to glide down and quickly assess the situation. Upon landing, they saw a teenage boy with a mix of anger and sadness etched on his face. What's going on here? Why are these people on the ground? Izuku asked, concern evident in his voice. Simple. I don't like them. They used to make fun of me as a kid, and now I'm going to make them pay. All for one insane inspired me to train my quirk, and I intend to use it for revenge on everyone who made my life miserable. Present Mike spoke up. This is Tanaka Watanabe, also known as the IzuOcha person. He can shoot acupuncture-style needles from his hands and is skilled at hitting pressure points to restrict his opponent's movements. Some of his attacks can also mess with your mind, so be careful. Uraraka-san, let's split up. It'll be harder for him to hit us if we come at him from different angles. Izuku suggested. Right. Ochako agreed. Midoriya powered up one for all full cowling and charged at the IzuOcha person from the left, while Ochako moved in from the right. They took cover behind bushes, and Deku flicked his finger, sending a gust of air toward the IzuOcha person. The wind grazed him, but he remained upright. Uraraka seized the moment to rush in and attempt to make him float. He lost his balance and flailed, managing to hit her in the kneecap with one of his needles. Startled, she lost control of her quirk, and the ACU person landed back on the ground. He quickly targeted pressure points in her arms, causing them to go limp as he struck her at 4 different spots. In desperation, she kicked him in the abdomen, but he retaliated by knocking her to the ground. Uraraka was in trouble. Deku recognized her distress and tried to create another gust of wind to knock the ACU person down. However, the ACU person anticipated the move and struck Deku's pressure points, causing him to lose control. Izuku felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, memories flooding back, including the pain of Ochako being hurt by Stain. The needles triggered a dark response within him, and his black whip quirk emerged, taking over. With a tortured expression, he unleashed the needles from his body, scattering them in all directions. In a panic, the ACU person found himself ensnared by a black tentacle that lifted him off the ground. However, another tentacle wrapped around Ochako's waist, squeezing tightly. She struggled for breath, unable to break free, even as she tried to use her quirk. As the ACU person gasped for air, he realized he was losing consciousness. Ochako, witnessing his state, felt tears welling up despite her own predicament. "Deku-kun, please, stop this. You'll hurt us." Her voice broke through to him, and he softened his grip, allowing the ACU person to fall unconscious to the ground. Ochako quickly escaped the immediate reach of his tentacles. Yet, Izuku still struggled to regain control. "Deku-kun, I know you're still in there. This isn't your fault, but you have to snap out of it. I love you." "Uraraka-san," he stammered, trembling as he fought against the darkness. Her words reached him, and he began to regain his senses. Just then his black whips receded back into his body. "That's enough, Midoriya. Even on weekends, you have to cause trouble." Ochako turned in relief as Aizawa appeared. "Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here?" she asked. "I may be a UA faculty member, but I still do some independent hero work when I can. More importantly, what happened here? Why was Midoriya acting like that a moment ago?" "Sorry, sensei. That guy with the needles was attacking people, and when we tried to stop him, some of his needles hit Deku-kun and made him lose control. What a hassle. Let's get the authorities involved." 10 minutes later, the police arrived to take the ACU person into custody. Izuku and Ochako remained outside, answering the officers' questions while the ACU person began to regain consciousness. He glared at them, filled with indignation. "Wretched Midoriya. You've ruined everything for me again." Deku looked confused. "I don't remember ever seeing you before." This only fueled the ACU person's anger. "You don't even remember me? Let me refresh your memory. You eliminated me in the first round of the hero license exam. I begged you not to do it, but you still did. Do you have any idea how much trouble that caused me? My parents kicked me out for failing. I worked so hard just to get into my small-time hero school, but it wasn't enough. Now I have to survive like this. I'm done with this messed-up society. Those people I attacked used to bully me too. And you call this heroism?" Deku felt a surge of malice towards him for hurting Ochako, yet he also saw a reflection of himself in the boy, realizing how different his life could have been if he hadn't crossed paths with All Might. It also reminded him of his encounter with La Brava and Gentle Criminal, which filled him with a sense of compassion for the boy. "Look, this may be hard for you to believe, but I was in a very similar situation to yours not long ago. I was bullied and made fun of too. I was even told once to jump off a building. I know our society has some serious problems, but I truly hope you can find peace one day. Just don't give up because of a few setbacks. Your quirk is pretty cool. I bet you could do some amazing things with it one day. Look how well you fought us. That doesn't seem like someone doomed to constant failure. You just have yet to find your niche, and you'll be fine." The boy still had anger on his face, but his expression softened. It was as if someone had finally given him a compliment for the first time. 10 more minutes passed. As the police took him away, Aizawa reluctantly addressed the media's questions about the incident. Meanwhile, Ochako's parents approached the scene. Mr. Uraraka looked furious and rushed toward Izuku. Without warning, he balled up his fist and struck Izuku in the face, sending him to the ground. Midoriya had endured worse hits before, But this clearly wasn't a good sign for him and Ochako. You stay away from my daughter. You could have seriously hurt her. Daddy, stop. He wasn't in control of himself. You know that. I don't care. I told you before he has a dangerous quirk, and now I just saw another reason he's bad news. I forbid you to see him anymore. Forget it. I don't live in your house anymore. You can't stop me. I've faced plenty of dangerous situations before, she said, tears of defiance in her eyes. Izuku watched this unfold, feeling disheartened. Not only was she hurt again because of his power, but he had become the center of a conflict brewing in her family. He loved her and wanted to be part of her life, but it broke his heart to think he was causing her pain. He stood up and began to speak. Uraraka-san, he's right. I couldn't live with myself if I ended up hurting you because I wasn't in control of my power. This isn't the first time this has happened, and if Aizawa-sensei hadn't come when he did, you might have been seriously hurt. I've truly enjoyed these last few months with you and our training sessions together, but I can't put you in danger anymore. You mean too much to me to take that risk. I don't want to get in the way of your goal of supporting your family when you go pro. Look, I love you, I truly do. But until I figure out how to control this power, it's best we don't see each other anymore, and I can't say when that will change. I'm so sorry. He gave her one last kiss on the cheek and began to walk away. As he slowly walked away, all she could manage to whisper was, "Wait, Deku-kun, come back." Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to speak. Midoriya started to cry silently but couldn't look back, knowing it would be too painful. Mr. Uraraka stood there, stunned. He still believed they shouldn't be together but felt a newfound respect for the boy he had just struck. Mrs. Uraraka felt trapped. She wanted to comfort her daughter but also didn't want to make her husband look worse, so she stood there, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, sweetie. Daddy, I hate you. Ochako shouted before running away to find a place to be alone. In this nightmare, All for One was battling Ochako, who was struggling fiercely. Deku wanted to help her desperately, but he was too injured to do anything. All for One seized Uraraka and began to torment her while they floated high in the air. She fought back valiantly, but it was no use. After a moment of choking her, he unleashed a barrage of projectiles from one of his arms, leaving her hanging lifelessly. Just before this, he heard an unfamiliar woman's voice say, "Love is the answer." Deku woke up in a cold sweat, both frightened and confused. He found himself floating 3 feet above his bed, only to fall back down once he was fully awake. He was puzzled by the dream and its connection to the vision he had when he witnessed All for One passing on the quirk to his brother, which ultimately led to the creation of One for All. Love is the answer? Who was that woman? Why did she say that, he wondered. Was it just a nonsensical dream or a premonition? Given that he had been floating in the air during it, he leaned toward the ladder. Noticing his alarm clock was about to go off in 5 minutes, he decided to get ready for the day. Once at work, Midoriya's day couldn't have started worse. He and his 2 classmates were chasing a small-time villain that would usually be easy for him to stop, but his lack of focus nearly allowed the villain to escape and endanger bystanders. Frustrated by his own ineptitude, Bakugo swooped in to take control of the situation before it escalated. "Damn it, Deku. What's wrong with you today? Even for you, this is unacceptable." Bakugo shouted. Midoriya snapped in. Response: "Back off, Kakin. It's been a really rough few days for me, and I don't have time for your crap." For the first time, he startled Bakugo. "Whatever. Just get your head in the game." With that, he apprehended the villain and left Izuku behind. Todoroki, still present, couldn't help but wonder what was troubling Midoriya. "I don't usually side with Bakugo, but he has a point. You're not usually this unfocused. What's going on?" Deku sighed. "Long story short, Uraraka and I recently broke up because I lost control of my black whip power again and almost hurt her. Last night, I had a really unsettling dream that felt significant. But I'd rather not delve into it further." "I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what else to say, but maybe you should talk to All Might about it next time you see him." "Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's get back to work." The first chance Izuku had, he texted All Might to meet him at his office on campus. 15 minutes later, they met up and got straight to the point. You look troubled, young Midoriya. Is something the matter? Actually, I had a very unsettling dream that felt like a premonition. I dreamed I saw All for One fighting Uraraka, and he killed her before I could save her. He had already harmed you and many others before that. Just before she was killed, I heard a woman say, "Love is the answer." What would you think if you were in my position? All Might paused briefly and replied, I can't say for sure, but it reminds me of my old master. She was very strong and feared by most villains, yet she always tried to show compassion. She was kind to her peers and once told me that love was not just a driving force for her ideals, but also something that fueled her quirk, which allowed her to float similar to young Uraraka's ability. Midoriya's eyes widened. Float? That must have been her. Right when I woke up in a cold sweat, I was floating a few feet above my bed before I fell back down. Wow. There's no question then. You and young Uraraka should talk as soon as you can. Deku looked down, frowning. Is something else wrong? What happened? All Might asked. Last weekend, Uraraka and I broke up, even though I didn't want to, because my black whip power came out uncontrollably and I almost hurt her. It happened right in front of her parents, and now her dad hates me. I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, you found a major clue to help you control your black whip. Once you master it, maybe you two can get back together. I don't know. I really hurt her, and she probably resents me now. Either way, I don't have anyone to train with at the moment. I see. Well, just train on your own for now, and perhaps something will come of it. And before I forget, take this. All Might handed him a folder filled with documents. I finally managed to track down most of the quirks of the previous users of One for All. You can look at the specifics, but I haven't found the second user yet. I'll keep digging in the meantime. Hey, thanks, All Might. I'll check it out at the training grounds. Elsewhere, Ochako and Tsuyu had just returned from their latest patrol to report to Ryukyu. They had resolved one attempted robbery incident, but Tsuyu couldn't help but notice Uraraka's noticeably different demeanor. She seemed much darker and more unforgiving while on patrol. Being her usual self, Tsuyu decided to confront her about it after making their report. Ochako, it's time to come out of this weird cocoon you're in and tell me what's going on. What cocoon? Uraraka replied with a blank expression. Oh, I don't know. You didn't come out of your dorm at all yesterday, you haven't said much today, and the most cheerful person I know hasn't smiled once. And what good is that going to do? She snapped. Tsuyu put her finger to her mouth for a moment, then a thought struck her. Something happened between you and Midoriya, didn't it? The walls around Uraraka's emotions began to crumble. It was a long train ride back to the dorms for both of them. They were noticed by their classmates when they walked in, but they didn't respond when asked what was wrong. They felt empty inside and physically exhausted, so they went straight to their rooms, fell onto their beds, and cried themselves to sleep. Their determination to train and become great heroes remained, but there was an added weight to their hearts now that they were apart. How would they handle seeing each other in class? How would Deku gain control of Black Whip without her? The only time he had managed to tame it was when she was there, even though it had caused her pain. Izuku needed answers if he was going to use his abilities effectively, and he couldn't shake the hope of possibly reconciling with his now ex-girlfriend. One day passed since their unfortunate breakup. They both isolated themselves in their rooms, ignoring any knocks at the door. Ochako spent most of the day in bed, crying, while Izuku focused on hitting a punching bag in his room, trying to distract himself from the pain. As night fell, Uraraka finally fell asleep after exhausting her tears. Deku drifted off too, but his dreams turned into a haunting nightmare. Tsuyu gathered around her for a comforting hug and gave her a moment. Please, Ochako, let me help you. What did Midoriya do to make you feel this way? We broke up. We were visiting my parents when a villain attacked. We fought him, and Deku's black whip came out again, but he lost control. He started to choke us with it, and after he regained control, my dad punched him and forced us to break up. And Deku didn't even object. Uraraka couldn't hold back her tears and began sobbing again. Wow, No wonder you're feeling this way. Are you more upset with your dad or with Midoriya? My dad. He's being so stubborn. It's not like I haven't faced danger before. Being a hero means facing danger all the time. But I'm also mad at Deku because he went along with it so easily. Things were almost perfect between us, but it feels like he's being overly protective. We've trained together and gotten hurt before. I wanted to work through this with him, but he won't let me. I'm not a therapist, but maybe you just need time. What Midoriya did was messed up, but it's the first time I've heard of him being mean. Once you both sort things out and he learns to control his power, you can get back to how things were. If he doesn't want to, then that's his loss. You have so much going for you, Ochako. Thanks to this talk does help me feel a little better. Don't mention it. Now that patrolling is done for the day, let's get your mind off this and go get some mochi. My treat. Tsu, you're the best. She smiled for the first time since the breakup. Deku sat on the ground at the school's training site, reading through the folder All Might had given him while pondering the meaning of his dream. Love is the answer. Huh? What does that mean? If that really was All Might's master who said that, I wish I could talk to her about it. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a text message. It was from his mother. Hi Izuku. I hope your last few days have been nice. Please say hi to Ochako for me. I know I'm being a typical mom, but I just felt prompted to tell you how much I love you. You may scare me with all the hero training you do, but I'm so proud of you for saving people because you truly care. The world needs more heroes like you. Keep working hard, honey. I believe in you. Midoriya needed to hear that. It was the first time he felt any joy since the breakup. He couldn't help but feel love in return for this sudden emotional boost. He was about to reply when he suddenly felt something unusual. He felt airborne. Looking down, he realized he was floating. Black whips emerged from his back, and he wasn't consumed by them. Deku was astonished. He couldn't believe he had figured out the answer to his problem. Wow. To think it was this simple. He quickly texted his mother back. I love you too, Mom. Thanks for helping me make a breakthrough. I'll explain later. See you soon. He still needed to master using float and black whip, but at least he could operate them at will now. All he had to do was hold onto that feeling, and he wouldn't have any more control issues. Now he wanted to tell Ochako, but when should he do it? She would be the perfect training partner for float, but she was still hurting too much to help or even want to. Then another thought struck him. I know just who to talk to for help. He took out his phone and began texting another classmate. Ochako was determined to refocus on her hero training. The pain from her recent breakup lingered, but it wasn't enough to hold her back or distract her. She decided to switch things up and hit the weight room for some strength training, followed by cardio. The longer she trained, the more she realized she needed to rely less on her quirk. As she began working with some dumbbells, she noticed Bakugo walk into the weight room. Uraraka? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with your boyfriend? Bakugo asked, his tone blunt. Ochako rolled her eyes. If you must know, we broke up recently. He made that decision. But why do you care? Bakugo looked surprised. No wonder that nerd has been acting so strange. He's an even bigger idiot than I thought for breaking up with someone like you. With that, he jumped onto a treadmill, putting his headphones on and ignoring her further. Ochako felt a blush creeping up. Who would have thought someone like him would say something nice for a change? Izuku waited patiently on the training grounds for Tsuyu to arrive. He had hoped Shiro and Ochako could join, but Shiro was busy, and Ochako would likely feel awkward in this situation. So, he asked Azui to come, knowing her abilities were similar to his new black whip technique, and he wanted her advice. Suddenly, something sticky slapped his face, knocking him back a couple of steps. He turned to see Azui, who had camouflaged herself against the wall, revealing herself with a cheeky grin. That was for Ochako, she said matter-of-factly. Izuku sighed. I guess you know about our breakup. I deserved that, but I'm hurting too. Maybe so, but Ochako told me she's hurting the most because you didn't stand up to her father and gave up too quickly. I can see you're trying to protect her, but she wanted to help you figure this out and doesn't want to be coddled. Azui, it's not that simple. I told you to call me Tsu. Right, sorry. My black whip activated around her 3 times when I couldn't control it. The last time, I could have seriously hurt her if Izuocha hadn't shown up. I could never forgive myself if anything happened to her. Tsuyu sighed. Alright, I'll help you figure out how to use your ability better, but once we're done, you're going to go straight to her dorm and apologize. If you weren't such a good classmate before this, I wouldn't even be here to help you. Thank you, Tsuyu. Let's get started. About an hour into their training at the school's industrial site, Midoriya attempted to use his black whip to grab onto a pole but failed again, landing on the ground for the 3rd time. This is killing my back. What am I doing wrong, Tsuyu? You need to throw your black whip with more force. My tongue won't hold it unless it wraps around the pole several times, and that requires sufficient strength. But how? I'm trying to throw it as hard as I can. How do you control it? Have you ever seen a pitcher wind up before throwing a baseball? Try that. Deku mimicked the pitcher's wind up and managed to make the black whip swirl around the pole 2 more times. Wow. You were right. Thanks for the tip, Tsuyu. You're welcome. Now that you've figured that out, what else do you need help with? I just discovered I can float now too. He demonstrated for Tsuyu, surprising her. You can float too? Just how many new tricks do you have? It's like someone gave you a new quirk. Deku looked worried. I can't explain it, it just happened. I want to figure out how to use these abilities. Tsuyu studied him for a moment, sensing he wasn't sharing everything but choosing to let it go. Well, I remember Ochako saying that when she uses her quirk, it feels like swimming in the air and balancing with her arms and legs. Try thinking about it like that with the black whip. Focus on the thought of, I want to fly. Deku took her advice to heart, swinging his arms to have the black whips grab onto objects, moving from obstacle to obstacle like Zero. I must say, Midoriya, you're a quick learner. I don't think there's much else I can help you with today. How about we call it a day? Izui suggested. Yeah, you're right. Thanks again for your help. Do you think Ochako would want to talk to me already? I want to apologize, but it feels too soon. Maybe. I can go find Ochako and ask her if she's ready. Would that help? Absolutely. Thanks again, Tsuyu. Ochako lifted weights for about half an hour and spent another 20 minutes on the treadmill before feeling ready for something else. She noticed Bakugo about to leave the gym to head to the training field. Butterflies filled her stomach, but she decided to approach him. Hey, Bakugo, wait up. I want to talk to you. He stops and turns around, a hint of annoyance in his expression. Make it quick. I don't have time for idle chat, he replies sharply. Actually, I wanted to know if you'd be interested in a rematch from the sports festival. We haven't fought since then, and I think a new match would benefit both of us. Let's wear our full hero costumes this time as well. He glances at her for a moment, considering her proposal. Alright, let's go. Hurry up to the field. Thanks, Bakugo. I look forward to the challenge. The 2 of them stood on a standard ring, just like in their match from the sports tournament. No one else was present, but they both agreed to end the match as soon as one of them fell out of the ring, lost consciousness, or gave up. She was grateful that he allowed full costumes this time because she had a few tricks up her sleeve that she wanted to test out. They faced opposite sides in the ring. Begin! Now bring it, yelled Bakugo. Ochako dashed toward him, aiming to touch him. Come on. You really think that's gonna work? Suddenly, she activated her quirk, floating quickly over him as he attempted to swipe at her with a small explosion. He missed, and she turned around, whipping out a metallic wire from one of her fist handles to wrap around Bakugo and entangle him. He looked worried and tried to break free with a powerful explosion, careful not to seriously hurt either of them. The blast knocked them both back, and they lay on the ground for about 15 seconds before moving again. The explosion made their hairstyles extremely poofy. Unfortunately for Bakugo, one of his fist pumps cracked from the attack, and the other was out of nitroglycerin sweat for explosions. Nice trick, round face. But you'll have to do better than that. Just then he lunged at her with a right hook, and an old conversation with Deku flashed in her mind. Kaken often liked to attack first with a right hook. She waited for the punch and used her gunhead skills to knock him to the ground. It didn't faze him. though, and he quickly flipped over, attempting to trip her with his leg. With her still down and him about to push her out of the ring, he nearly succeeded. Until suddenly he felt like he couldn't move anymore. What the hell is this? She didn't answer. Instead, she got back up and focused on pushing him until his foot stepped onto a grassy part outside the ring. His eyes widened as he realized he had lost, and he let out a frustrated scream. How could I have lost? This is inexcusable. And where did you learn those tricks of yours? Even though she had just won, Bakugo was still intimidating her. Well, during our matches against Class 1B, I discovered I can make gravity really heavy on someone if I feel angry or in danger. I came up with the metal wires idea after training with Deku over the last few months. Didn't you see what happened when we fought them? That one's your fault. You should pay more attention to your classmates for once. We aren't extras, you know. Deku and Todoroki aren't the only ones who have improved a lot since the tournament. Bakugo turned around, throwing his hands up in frustration. He jumped at the closest object nearby, intending to destroy it with his quirk. Just as he was about to walk off the field and sulk, Uraraka stopped him. Would you like another rematch? I still have time for one more. You may be a hothead, but I've learned a lot from each of our encounters. Bakugo replied with an obligatory grunt. All right, you're on. Now that I know about that trick of yours, you better get ready. I won't fall for it this time. 5 minutes passed, and Bakugo narrowly managed to defeat Ochako in the final match of the day. They were both out of breath, ready to get some rest and prepare for their next shifts for interning. Not bad, Uraraka. You fight with a lot more spunk than Deku and half. Want to do this again next weekend? Ochako felt a slight blush on her face but remained composed. Sure. And thanks for today. See you later. She waved goodbye as he turned around angrily to head for the showers. She laughed at his insistence on keeping up the tough guy routine. Moments later, Tsuyu walked up to speak to her. Oh, there you are, Toshiko-chan. I've been looking for you. What have you been up to? On a whim, I decided to challenge Bakugo-kun to a couple of matches, and we both beat each other once today. Looks like he wants to challenge me again next weekend too, she said proudly. Wow, Ochako-chan. Katsuki-chan doesn't just offer that sort of thing to anyone. He must think highly of you all of a sudden. She blushed again. Anyway, I came here on Midoriya-chan's behalf. He still feels really bad about what happened and was wondering if you were ready to speak to him face to face again. Ochako's eyes started to look a tad watery, but she remained composed. I'm not yet. But I'm willing to text him if he'd like to do that. It just feels too soon to talk face to face right now. No problem, Ochako-chan. I'll let him know. He'll probably send you some texts later. See you on our next shift. An hour passed since Deku received the news from Azui about Uraraka. He was disappointed that he couldn't apologize to her face to face but relieved that she would respond to his texts at least. He knew what he wanted to say but wanted to rehearse it before hitting send. Once he decided how to say it, he finally sent the text. Hey Uraraka-san. I know you're still hurting from our breakup. I can't tell you enough how sorry I am. I only did what I did because I wanted to protect you. Look, I'll cut to the chase. I made a major breakthrough with my quirk. The black whips are completely under my control now. Ochako received the text and had a mixed reaction. She still loved him and wanted to see him get stronger, regardless of their complicated relationship, but she still felt pain inside. He knew she had read it, but it took her 20 minutes to respond. I'm happy to hear that, Deku-kun. Congratulations. Izuku sensed she was holding back but didn't want to push an already delicate situation. He sent another response. I want to do whatever I can to take this hurt away from you. Whenever you feel ready to talk more, please let me know. This time, she replied a minute later. Okay. On Uraraka's end, tears welled up in her eyes. Part of her wanted to run straight back into his warm embrace, but she knew this kind of pain took time to heal, and he was the very cause of it. How long would it take to heal? There's no telling because she's never dealt with this before. 1 week after texting Uraraka for the first time since their breakup, Midoriya had just returned from his latest internship shift and was still waiting for her response. He felt the urge to text her again but decided against it, knowing it might not be the best idea, especially since she was still keeping her distance in class and other social situations. To distract himself, he turned his attention to the One for All dossier from All Might, hoping to learn more about the previous users. As he immersed himself in the information, his eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually drifted off to sleep. As he slumbered, Izuku felt as though a vision was unfolding around him. Everything appeared cloudy and hazy. Gradually, 7 distinct figures began to take shape. Eventually, he recognized All Might's master, Nana, who was the first to address him. "Welcome, Midoriya-san. We're glad you finally made it here." He gazed at the other figures, marveling at each one. Although he knew little about them beyond the information in the dossier, the longer he looked, the more he could sense their pasts and the struggles they endured while wielding One for All. What is this? Why am I only now able to talk with you? Were you the one who said, "Love is the answer," in my dream? Just then, a large and imposing figure stepped forward. The 5th user, Daigoro Banjo, who originally wielded Black Whip, leaned in close to Deku. "Listen up, kid. We don't have time for questions." "It's all right, Banjo-san. Anyone would naturally be curious in this situation," Nana replied. "But he's right, so I'll make this quick. I am indeed the one who told you in your dream that love is the answer. But it has multiple meanings. Love is what allowed you to gain full control over each of our powers. This is why we can now communicate like this. Previously, we could only leave subtle hints through dreams or premonitions. Love will also help you save those you care about in the days to come. Midoriya-san, we sense a great threat on the horizon. It may be my grandson Tamura who is behind it, so we needed to prepare you on how our different abilities work. Most importantly, we need to know where you stand in your resolve. Do you have it in you to stop Shigaraki if the situation calls for it?" Izuku gasped. In the back of his mind, he had a feeling he might have to face that choice one day, but he never expected his own relative would ask him that. "I want to say yes, but when we first encountered each other, I sensed someone suffering beneath all that hatred he projects." Banjo sensed the direction of the conversation and interrupted. "Look, kid, you know why my quirk manifested when you were angry? Because when I was using One for All, I was constantly angry too. All for One was using the same manipulation tactics then with others that he's using now on that kid. He caused so much suffering and destruction to people around the world, especially to those closest to me. Witnessing that throughout my life fueled my anger to make this ability strong enough to one day put an end to his reign. It's noble that you want to try to save him, but he's become a significant threat to our way of life and simply wants to see the world burn. Love is the answer, sure, but sometimes you need to love someone enough to know when they need to be stopped." Nana resumed speaking, tears in her eyes. "Tamura Shigaraki is my grandson, and he became this way because I left his father at a young age to fight All for One. This is the result of my actions. It's terrible of me to ask this of you because of how young you are, but if Tamura reaches his full potential, no one will be able to stop what comes next. By then, he would be the embodiment of pure evil. Can you tell me you have the will to stop him at all costs?" Izuku could only stare at them. He felt their urgency to eliminate this threat but struggled to see eye to eye with them. "It may sound strange, especially after my last encounter with him, but when I've been in his presence, I didn't just see, I could feel what Shigaraki was feeling. I sensed a child crying out for help because All for One has manipulated him so deeply. Even though he feels conflicted, he genuinely believes that good is evil and evil is good because he's been fed that lie for so long. All he needs is a guiding light to show him the truth. I've fought several people so far. They were set in their ways, and I had no choice but to confront them. Yet, I never had the chance to look deeper into their thoughts to understand why they chose villainy. If I had understood them better, perhaps things might have turned out differently. One for All is a power meant to save people, not to take lives. All Might taught me that, and my closest friends have reinforced that belief in me. If ending Shigaraki's life is the only option left, then so be it. But first, I want to at least try to save that child crying for help." Nana broke down in tears at his response. The first user, however, stood up from his chair and smiled. "I'm incredibly glad that you of all people inherited this power," he said. "We will be here to guide you in that task." "I'm so sorry I had to test you like that. No one would rather see him rescued than I would." Nana said, "Now that we know we can trust you, we have one last ability you need to learn about, and it's from the second user." The following day, Deku, Bakugo, and Shoto stood in the lobby of Endeavor's building, ready for their next shift. However, Endeavor suddenly emerged from his office with a worried and solemn expression. He wasted no time and began to speak what was on his mind. "It's been made clear that I will have no choice but to end your internships." The three of them widened their eyes. "What happened? Did we do something wrong?" "No. Just hear me out." He sighed. "Some intelligence has been reported to me from Hawks that a coordinated attack by villains is imminent, led by Tamura Shigaraki. I'm not completely sure where they will strike first, but we believe they will target major cities very soon. I have to lead the charge to ensure that heroes and civilians alike start preparing for this. I've also informed as many of the other top heroes as I could to better withstand this coming onslaught. Therefore, I have to cut our time short together. This is so serious that students like you three may even have to be on the front lines." Bakugo stood up and headed toward the exit. "Fine by me. I was getting bored with the same patrolling routine every day. It's time to really put our training to the test." Shoto spoke next. "I agree. There's little more we can learn from you right now." He then began walking back to the UA campus. Midoriya wanted to express his gratitude before leaving. "I understand this is weighing on you, so I'll head out now myself, but I wanted to say thank you so much for mentoring me, Kaken, and your son over these past few months. It's been an honor to work alongside the #1 hero." Endeavor nodded and returned to his office work as Midoriya walked out. "I shouldn't be surprised by this. I just can't believe it's already happening. I wonder if Uraraka has received this information from Ryukyu yet?" he thought. Ochako and Tsuyu were about to head out for patrol on their next shift when they were called into Ryukyu's office instead. She motioned for them to sit down and got straight to the point. "I have something important to share that was just sent to me from Endeavor. Intelligence reports indicate that Tamura Shigaraki will be leading a large coordinated assault of villains on major cities, and we need to prepare quickly. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I must end your internships effective immediately. These reports suggest that even students may need to provide backup. I imagine your UA instructors will give you more information on this later." Tsuyu and Ochako were shocked by the news. What would this mean for them moving forward? Would they really be moved into this conflict themselves? Tsuyu was the only one who could muster a response. "I see. This is unsettling to hear, but we will do what we can to prepare if we are asked to help. Thank you for bringing us under your wing." Ochako then thought of something to add. "She's right. Thank you for helping us improve our teamwork and decision-making. We will always be grateful." The two of them bowed and then walked out to begin returning to the UA campus. "I wonder who else has heard about this yet? Do you think Midoriya has?" asked Tsuyu. "Probably, if this information was passed on from Endeavor. I guess we better start getting in touch with our classmates about this too." With the sudden revelations about the coming villain war, Uraraka began texting Deku. "Deku, we need to talk. Can we meet up soon outside the dorms?" Deku saw the text and his eyes widened. "Yes, of course. I'm coming right now. See you in just a few minutes." He rushed down the stairs as fast as he could to see her again. He anticipated it would be awkward, but the fact that she was willing to talk to him at all was a good sign. He arrived at their designated spot and waited until she arrived a few minutes later. He had an awkward smile on his face, and she returned it with one of her own. It was silent between them for a moment until she finally broke the tension. "Deku, it's difficult to bring this up, but this villain crisis has forced our hand. In case we end up working together out of necessity, I want you to tell me about the breakthrough you've made. This way, we can better coordinate our abilities if we have to face villains together." Midoriya felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. The fanboy in him loved this kind of stuff, but she still seemed to be keeping him at a distance. He wished she would open up, but it was what it was. Nevertheless, he began to explain. Okay, well, this happened a few days after our breakup. Long story short, my mom sent me a random text message saying she loves me. As soon as that happened, it made me feel good inside, and the black whips came out of my back completely under my control. With them, I can swing from one place to another with ease. I can also use them to restrain villains if I need to and grab objects to throw at them. Oh, okay, that's kind of like the new wiring system I came up with. I'm glad that's under control. Is there anything else I should know about? She asked. Well, it turns out that I can use the quirks of the previous one for all users, and floating was one of those additional abilities. It's very similar to when you make yourself float. I wish we could have trained together for this, but... It went awkwardly silent for a few seconds. Nevertheless, Midoriya felt the need to speak again. Look, Uraraka-san, what's done is done. In hindsight, I never should have broken up with you. I feel foolish for doing so since I finally figured out how to control this power just days later, but more importantly, I feel terrible for hurting you. I beg you to forgive me and give me another chance. Ochako stood there, expressionless for about 10 seconds before replying. Deku-kun, as far as us getting back together is concerned, I need more time to think about that. I know you were just trying to protect me, but what really hurts is that I still wanted to help you figure it out, and you wouldn't give me that chance. Who's supposed to save other heroes when they're the ones who need to be saved? You asked me to help you train at the beginning of all this, but when it started to get dangerous, you pushed me away just to appease my father. If something like this were to happen again, why should I believe you won't push me away then? Because I've learned from my mistake. I love you, Uraraka-san. You mean the world to me, and I'll never hurt you like that again. Tears began to stream down his face as he spoke. She felt her feelings start to bubble back to the surface and wanted to embrace him, but a feeling of distrust lingered inside. Well, I'll tell you what, Deku-kun. We have this battle looming on the horizon, and we need to focus on that first. Once this threat has been dealt with, I'll make my decision. No matter what happens, though, I will always think of you as my friend. I just need some more time. I understand. Take as much time as you need, Uraraka-san. And know that no matter what happens in the future, I'll always be there for you, said Izuku. She gave him a small smile and waved goodbye. They each went their separate ways for the time being, preparing themselves mentally and physically. Later that night, Uraraka returned to her dorm room from training, feeling exhausted. With no strength left to do anything else, she lay down on her bed and fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. Her dreams were scattered and nonsensical for several hours, but seemingly out of nowhere, a vivid dream about Deku emerged. And it frightened her. She dreamed that she was fighting against All for One out of desperation. Deku was there with her, but he had been weakened and couldn't fight anymore. With little effort, All for One overpowered her and moved in to eliminate them both. In that moment, she heard a distinct voice say to her, "Trust in his love." She sat up, frightened and in a cold sweat. It had been a long time since a dream had felt that real to her, even though she didn't know what to make of it. Why would a thought like that come to me when I'm trying to fight someone? She wondered. I trust Deku-kun with my life on the battlefield, but why would I need to trust in his love at a time like that? Her alarm was set for 6 a.m., but her clock read 5:42 a.m. There was no way she would be able to go back to sleep for such a short time, so she began to get ready for the day. She had on her mind what she and her classmates would be told to do to prepare for this battle, yet the dream would linger in her thoughts for the rest of the day. Soon enough, she would find out why it had come to her. The night was cold, wet, and snowy at Tartarus prison. Searchlights moved around, scanning for anything out of the ordinary, and the prison guards were on high alert. After receiving information from Hawks and Endeavor about a potential invasion of villains in major cities, the government did everything they could to send in reinforcements to contain any potential assault on this site. This was crucial because Tartarus housed the worst of the worst in society. Although it functioned like a regular prison, it was kept 5 kilometers off the coast to provide an extra layer of security. The prison was built to accommodate a vast number of quirk users, and the more dangerous your quirk was deemed, the further down you were housed. There were 6 different levels you could be sent to, and a dark, sinister-looking figure stood with a furrowed brow, observing the prison, knowing that his desired target would be kept somewhere on the 6th level. "Is everyone in position?" he demanded. "Yes, we await your orders, Shigaraki." "Then launch the flying Nomus at once." They began their descent towards the highway leading to the prison, launching rockets at each corresponding guard tower. "Bridge to base. Come in. The guard towers are under assault. Requesting immediate backup, SE," yelled one of the guards. Another rocket was fired from a Nomu, targeting the tower that had requested backup as Shigaraki advanced his assault. "Just you wait, master. You'll be free soon enough," he said with a sinister grin. "It's Tamura Shigaraki. He just destroyed the surveillance tower. Don't let him get to the main gate," yelled another guard. "As if you have anything in your arsenal to stop me." He placed both hands on the ground, causing the remaining bridge and the 50-foot-high reinforced steel gate to decay. Within a minute, every guard in the area had either retreated or fallen. The sirens in the facility blared, declaring a code red lockdown. 15 minutes had passed since he first broke into the facility. The prisoners on the 6th level could hear screams, gunshots, and a cacophony of destruction all around them. The closer the noise got, the wider his smile grew. "Tamura, my boy, you've made me proud," said All for One. Seconds later, the door to his cell decayed instantly, leaving only the harnesses on his chair to restrain him. That's when Toga and Twice walked through the door, with Shigaraki standing in the background to free All for One from his remaining restraints. "It's good to see you all again. But what's the occasion? You must have some serious plans if you risk this much to break me out," said All for One. "Sensei, it's not just your power we need, it's your wisdom and experience. I've lost my patience trying to figure it all out myself. I've grown stronger and proven myself to your underlings, but I want you as a tactical advisor to bring Hero Society down once and for all. Will you help me with this, master?" asked Shigaraki. All for One smiled wider. "You don't even need to ask. Let's go have some fun." The scene at UA was complete chaos. News of what happened at Tartarus spread rapidly to the police force and all hero agencies, alerting everyone who could prepare for the impending onslaught. By now, everyone on campus was awake. Principal Nizu came on the intercom. "Attention everyone. It is imperative that we remain orderly. Assemble yourselves by classes and await further instructions from your homeroom instructors. I understand some of you may feel inadequate due to a lack of sufficient training. Nevertheless, society needs you now more than ever to stay calm and use your training to help eliminate this threat. That is all." Ida could be heard barking orders immediately after. "You heard our principal. Everyone be orderly but be quick. There's no time to waste," he said as he began guiding traffic. Deku was one of the few who remained somewhat composed. Though surprised that it was happening so soon, he had been tipped off by Endeavor and had received further warnings from his most recent visions. Uraraka made her way to the classroom, comforted by seeing everyone ready to go. Despite her reservations about Deku, she felt reassured knowing he was prepared to face this threat, especially now that she understood his responsibility as All Might's successor. However, she wished she had time to discuss the vivid dream she had the night before with Izuku. But that would have to wait. Less than 5 minutes later, all of Class 1A stood at their desks in their hero costumes as Aizawa walked in. "Here's the latest you need to know. I'm sure you've heard that Tamura Shigaraki succeeded in freeing All for One from Tartarus. Since then, his smaller-time henchmen have focused on releasing people from local jails, creating as much chaos and fear on the streets of Japan as possible." Aizawa paused for a moment to let that information sink in. The students wore somber expressions, but he was pleased to see that none of them seemed to be breaking down. "Fortunately for you, we intend to use each of you as backup in this coming conflict. It is imperative that most of you focus on rescuing civilians and maintaining order because we've just received word that they've overrun Tokyo. If fighting can't be avoided, so be it, but do your best to steer clear of it. We will be assigning you to different parts of the city where you will be needed. Once order has been established and civilians are safe, proceed to give backup to others as soon as possible. Now get ready, we will be departing soon. For those of you being dispatched to the front, I'll be joining you there since it's anticipated that the strongest quirks, which will need my erasure, will be in that area." They looked at their assignments and noticed they were split into 3 different groups. Front lines for backup Bakugo, Todoroki, Midoriya, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Ida, and Mina. Eastern City Rescue Squad, Yaoyorozu, Sato, Mineta, Aoyama, Koda, Kaminari, and Siro. Western City Rescue Squad, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Jiro, Hagakure, Koda, and Shoji. With the assignments passed out, they each went their separate ways to help the other heroes combat the oncoming threats to the city, but not before exchanging a few words of encouragement among some of the students. Will, look who's come to join the party. It's been such a long time since we last spoke. How have you been, Ochako? How are Tsuyu and Izuku? I've missed all of you so much. Uraraka couldn't see her face yet but recognized the voice immediately. Toga! What do you think you're doing? I don't have time for these ridiculous games. Oh, my sweet Ochako, live a little, will you? I've really missed having your essence around. It's too bad I ran out of it. I had so much fun using your quirk to create chaos with it too. Suddenly, she hears Midoriya's voice. I also have some of his essence left, but I'd probably only last another 5 minutes if I waste any more. So you're the one who was pretending to be Deku when we were fighting Overhaul. What's your angle here? She switches back to her own voice. Oh, nothing. I just like supporting people who let me live the way I want to, that's all. I love essence. I especially love the essence of people I like, such as you, Tsuyu, and Izuku. And Shigaraki has no problem with that. After a brief silence, she continues, I know all about your new relationship with Izuku and your breakup. So sad. I also know how much he's been agonizing over it and hopes you'll forgive him. Uraraka's expression shifts to one of fear. How do you know all this? Come out and face me, you creepy stalker. Oh, I have my ways, Ochako, and I might as well let you in on it since you'll probably figure it out soon anyway. There's no traitor at your school. I've simply gone on campus many times disguised as you, Izuku, or other people from UA to plant hidden cameras and tracking devices when no one was looking. This is how we've known how, where, and when to attack you and your classmates at school. I must say you disappoint me. I would have forgiven him a long time ago. So I'm going to make sure I take every last drop of your essence before I leave this place. Then I'll go find our precious Izuku, pretend to be you when all this is over, have some fun with him as long as I can, and then take all of his essence too. I'll feel closer to him than ever. Tee-hee. With that, she leaps from the shadows and lunges at Uraraka, managing to jab one of her syringes into her shoulder. Ochako gasps at the sudden shock. Meanwhile, outside, Tsuyu rushed to find Jiro as soon as she saw Ochako enter the bank. Jiro was focused on listening for enemy movement after summoning them to the front lines but turned her attention to Tsuyu when she saw her approach. Jiro, come quick. I need you to use your counterbalance move to blast the bank doors open. Some villains just trapped Ochako inside. Tsuyu's eyes widened, and she stopped what she was doing. Got it. Show me where the bank is. She followed Tsuyu to prepare her attack. As Ochako continued to battle Toga, she lost a full syringe of her essence. In Toga's latest attempt to get more, Uraraka pushed her away and kicked her as hard as she could, knocking her down. It was still difficult to see, but she noticed Toga getting up and landed a punch on her chin, sending her back a couple of steps. However, Toga lunged forward with a knife, managing to graze her arm. The wound wasn't deep, but it made Ochako cry out in pain as she tried to escape and regroup. Just when she thought she was cornered, help arrived as the bank doors burst open, shattering thick glass everywhere. Ochako, where are you in here? Tsuyu shouted. Ah, my precious Tsuyu. I'm so glad to see another friend. Toga replied. I told you not to call me that. Tsuyu exclaimed as she hopped on her hands and legs to distract Toga. Toga swung her knives and syringes but kept missing. Wow, you sure have gotten better at evasive maneuvers. Tee-hee. You forced me to after our last encounter. Tsuyu retorted. While Tsuyu continued to dodge, Toga managed to slash her tongue again. Tsuyu yelped in pain, but it gave Ochako the opening she needed to prepare for a counterattack. She used some of her wires to attach pieces of debris and made them levitate, swinging them around as weapons. Take this, Toga. 0 satellites. She swung one object after another, each blow disorienting Toga. After a dozen strikes, Ochako released the objects and activated her heavy gravity quirk, stunning Toga in her weakened state. Why you're using heavy gravity on me? Why Ochako? Toga asked with a sad look in her eyes. You forced my hand. Friends don't hurt other friends and take their essence. I know you have your ideals, and I know hero society has its flaws, but I can't let you hurt anyone else, especially not Deku. With that, she struck Toga in the back of her head, knocking her unconscious as she fell to the ground. Jiro rushed in right after this to assess the situation. Are you two okay? Those cuts look pretty bad. They hurt, but they're not serious. We'll deal with them once this area is secured, Uraraka replied. I've been put in charge of rounding up the prisoners we've captured since no one else is available right now. We need to tie her up and keep her under close watch. Once the area is secured, we'll send her to a transport truck until Tartarus and the other prisons are secure. Roger, Tsuyu and Ochako said in unison. With Toga in custody, they focused on assisting MT Lady and Ryukyu in dealing with the remaining villains to restore order. About an hour passed, and they succeeded. With one area of the fight going to the heroes, Ochako began to wonder how Deku was faring with Bakugo and the others. Whatever the case, she hoped to provide any backup she could. No doubt they would need it. Turmoil continued to unfold in many parts of the city. Thanks to the efforts of the heroes in the western area, Tokyo was beginning to return to some semblance of normalcy, but plenty of work remained to be done. Endeavor and Hawks were on the front lines, working to contain the minions of All for One and Shigaraki, who had yet to reveal themselves. Aizawa was also present, ready to provide backup in case a villain with a particularly troublesome quirk appeared. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, but it wasn't like a natural earthquake. The shaking occurred intermittently, growing stronger with each passing moment, as if it were the rhythm of heavy footsteps. And those footsteps seemed to be drawing nearer. Endeavor sought an explanation and grabbed his radio. This is Endeavor. Come in. Anyone? There's significant shaking happening in my area of the city. Can anyone provide an explanation? He called out. This is Hawks. I feel it too. I'll take a look around, he replied, soaring above the tallest nearby building to get a better view of the potential threat. We have a problem here. A gigantic creature is charging toward this part of the city. It's causing chaos wherever it goes. Suddenly, Midnight came on the radio. We encountered that creature earlier. It's All for One's old pet, Gigantomakia. We tried to sedate him, but the attempt failed. He might have slowed down a bit, but you'll need heroes with strong fighting quirks to bring him down. We'll get there as soon as we can to assist you. MT Lady followed up on the radio. Ryukyu and I have our group on the way too. Just hang on. I'll do what I can to slow him down with my size quirk. Hawks, I need you on this one, shouted Endeavor as Gigantomakia spotted him and charged forward. My master can easily dispose of you himself, but I'm going to make sure you're taken down before he even gets here. Gigantomakia shouted. For the next 15 minutes, Endeavor and Hawks fought against Gigantomakia with a flurry of kicks, punches, and special moves. Hawks tried to strike him with his feather blades and fierce wings, but ultimately had little effect. Endeavor heated himself to the highest possible temperature and landed a few solid punches that burned Gigantomakia, but the creature's strength and the armor on his body made it difficult for these attacks to inflict serious damage. As they both grew weary from the battle, Gigantomakia moved in for the final blow, overwhelming them until they fell unconscious. Deku and his classmates were about half a mile away and heard the commotion. They had been preoccupied with other villains and couldn't provide assistance until now. Quick! Endeavor is being overwhelmed. We have to get over there and help him. Don't tell me what to do, you nerd. Bakugo shouted as he charged ahead anyway. I'm going to start making a fortified ice wall to separate him from those two. You all continue evacuating nearby citizens, said Todoroki. Ida, Mina, and Kirishima cleared the way while Todoroki raised his walls as high as he could. The wall reached about 100 feet tall, 200 feet long, and 20 feet thick by the time Gigantomakia charged toward that part of the city. Todoroki was exhausted by the end of it, but at least it bought the other heroes some time to reinforce the area. Gigantomakia began trying to ram through the wall, backing up to create further cracks. It took him a few minutes to break it down, but by then, the other groups of heroes were very close to arriving. Meanwhile, Deku and Bakugo began attacking Gigantomakia with all their might. Gigantomakia lifted his right arm, aiming to knock down the building they were standing on, but they jumped out of the way just before impact. This was when Deku activated One for All. 50% Vega Smash. The blow connected directly, knocking Gigantomakia back about 30 feet. He acted as though it hurt him, but not seriously. Deku's expression turned worried, expecting that attack to do more. Just as Gigantomakia was about to counter Midoriya's attack, Bakugo flew up and unleashed his most powerful move. Howitzer Impayakut. This attack had a similar effect as Deku's, but it left Gigantomakia with one of his eyes swollen shut, as Bakugo aimed it right at his left eye. Nice one, Kakin. Deku jeered. Of course it was effective, you nerd. Stay focused. Bakugo retorted. Frustrated and increasingly angry, Gigantomakia wound back his right arm and swatted them away as if they were mere insects. I will not be defeated by a bunch of overconfident children. Just then Todoroki, with the last of his remaining strength, unleashed a wall of fire to stall Gigantomakia until the other teams arrived. Flash Fire Fist. The intense heat forced Gigantomakia to shield his face with his arms, but the attack only lasted about 15 seconds before Todoroki collapsed. Really, kid, you're not even in the same league as your dad with those flames. And I just wasted my energy. Now it's your turn. Gigantomakia swatted Todoroki away, sending him flying into a nearby building, unconscious. Ida, Mina, and Kirishima finished evacuating the remaining citizens and returned to the scene just as the other two groups arrived. Momo witnessed Todoroki collapse and rushed over to help him before he was hurt any further. Todoroki, what happened to you? She cried. She quickly created a stretcher and beckoned for help. Mina, please come and help me carry Todoroki out of here. Since she was nearby, Mina was more than happy to assist. As this unfolded, Gigantomakia regained his vision. Just how many more of you pests are going to appear? He growled. He noticed Momo and Mina trying to escape into an alley where Todoroki wouldn't be in his line of sight and began to chase them. Oh no, you don't. I'm not letting you take him away from me. Not after the trouble he caused me. Gigantomakia charged after them, demolishing everything in his path, including buildings. The two girls tried to keep running, but it wasn't long before he caught up to them. They found themselves cornered and panicked. Mina froze in fear when she recognized him, recalling their previous encounter in middle school. Gigantomakia wound up his arm, preparing to strike the girls and Todoroki with all his might. Just as the punch was about to connect, Kirishima appeared in the nick of time, soaring upward to block the punch midair with a powerful counterpunch. Girls, get him out of here, he shouted. They obeyed and fled to safety while still carrying Todoroki. Shortly after, Kirishima followed them to provide backup. Before Gigantomakia could retaliate against Kirishima's act of bravery, Deku charged in again to deliver another blow. 100% Detroit its smash. The attack struck him in the side, causing Gigantomakia to fall over. However, Deku was hurt now. His legs and arms weren't broken, but his muscles felt worn out and tired. He ached all over and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Uraraka and Tsuyu were nearby when he unleashed that attack but were busy fighting off other villains. Once they had the chance, they rushed to Deku and gasped when they saw him lying helpless on the ground. Deku, you're hurt. We have to get you out of here, said Ochako. Uraraka, Tsuyu, it's good to see you right now. Deku replied, grateful for their presence. She and Tsuyu carefully lifted him and moved out of Gigantomakia's line of sight, hiding until they could plan their next move. Gigantomakia began to rise, his anger palpable. Now you've done it. I'm going to destroy everything in this area until you're all gone. He swung at everything in his path, toppling building after building. Ochako and Tsuyu stayed close to Deku, shielding him from falling debris. Nearby, Bakugo prepared for another attack, but Gigantomakia seized him in his massive hand, squeezing tightly. "Let me go!" Bakugo shouted, struggling against the pressure. He writhed in pain, losing consciousness moments later as Gigantomakia tossed him aside. With multiple injuries, he was now in even greater danger than Deku, who witnessed the whole scene alongside Ochako and Tsuyu. "Uraraka-san, Itsun, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Go rescue Kaken for me." They both nodded in agreement. "Tsu-chan, you go after Bakugo-kun. I'll distract that monster." "You got it, Ochako-chan." Tsuyu replied, hopping over to Bakugo and using her tongue to carefully wrap around him, carrying him to safety. Gigantomakia remained unaware of Ochako's presence, giving her a chance to run up to his leg and activate her heavy gravity quirk, fueled by her anger over Bakugo's plight. The effect took hold and he paused, feeling an unexpected weight. What is this?" he muttered, confused. However, it didn't slow him down as much as she had hoped. He resumed his search for the source of the disturbance, moving almost at his normal speed. Realizing she needed to hide, Ochako dashed behind a nearby building. He gave up searching and returned to his rampage, leaving Ochako both amazed and frightened. How could anyone defeat this giant? Even her heavy gravity barely affected him, and Deku was in no condition to fight. Just then, Lady arrived on the scene, ready to confront Gigantomakia. She grew to match his height and swung at him with all her might. "All right, you overgrown gargoyle. Time to fight someone your own size." "Canyon Cannon," she shouted, delivering a powerful kick that knocked him down momentarily, revealing a hint of fatigue. However, he quickly recovered. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted as he got back up, swinging at her with a left hook that grazed her forehead, sending her stumbling back. She retaliated with another kick and unleashed a flurry of punches, attempting to push him down, but the force barely fazed him. He almost seemed amused. "I could do this all day." He launched a counterattack, bombarding her with punches and kicks. She struggled to keep up, and within moments, she was down for the count. With Lady out of the way, Gigantomakia turned his attention to Deku in his weakened state. He prepared to deliver a knockout blow, only to be struck harder than he had felt in a long time. Detroit Smash. Deku, dazed, wondered what was happening. Was that really the attack he thought it was? Gigantomakia was sent flying back from the impact, momentarily dazed. As Deku looked around to identify the source of the attack, he did a double take. "No way. Could it really be? Am I actually seeing this?" he thought, filled with a mix of hope and disbelief. "Everyone, this is what we've trained for. We've encountered several real-life situations already. Stay alert and we'll make it through this," Ida said. Deku added, All Might always kept a smile on his face, no matter how tough the situation became. "We need to not just get the job done, we need to help people feel relief when they see us. Yeah, just follow my lead, you extras. I'm going to make sure that Decay Freak regrets ever messing with us." Bakugo shouted. Deku then shouted, "Go beyond." The rest of the class echoed, "Plus Ultra." Ochako ran up to Bakugo and Izuku as everyone else dispersed. "Bakugan, please watch out for each other," she said, worry etched on her face. She sensed that they would soon face intense action at the front lines. Bakugo clicked his tongue and turned away. "Worry about yourself, Uraraka. We'll be fine." He walked off, and Deku added one last thing. "We'll do our best to give you support when we can. Please be safe, Uraraka-san." He followed Bakugo into a truck with Aizawa and the rest of their squad, heading toward the heart of the action with Endeavor and Hawks. With nothing left to say, she turned to her assigned squad. "All right, let's go save some civilians." In Ochako's part of the city, a few hours had passed, and she was focused on evacuating civilians. Chaos erupted as hundreds of villains were released from local jails by All for One's underlings, terrorizing citizens and causing widespread destruction. Fortunately, their unit was beginning to turn the tide and restore order in the area. "Tsu-chan, do you see any more people at the top of your building?" she asked. No, Ochako-chan. Let's head over to the next area. Suddenly, Jiro ran up to them. Guys, Ryukyu and Tami Lady need backup in that direction. Hundreds of villains are down that way and might overwhelm them soon. We need to join them ASAP. They followed her lead to the battle scene, reaching it within 5 minutes. Greater chaos unfolded before them, with MT Lady and Ryukyu nearby. Uraraka began taking on the closest villains, making several of them levitate before disarming them with her techniques and knocking them out. One of the villains retreated into a nearby large bank, and Ochako followed, unaware that it was a trap. Once she was far enough inside, the doors behind her shut, and the windows were covered with metal. Almost no light could be seen in the room. There was no escape. You've all fought valiantly against him, and I'm extremely proud of each of you, but now it's time I step in to help. That's right, everyone. Once again, I am here. For the moment, Gigantomakia was nearly out cold from that attack. Izuku and Ochako felt tears welling up. It was more than just a sight for sore eyes. It was as if a miracle had unfolded before them. Moments later, they noticed Lemillion and Eri about 100 feet away. All Might. I can't believe it's really you. But how is this possible? I thought your fight with All for One forced you into retirement. It did, young Midoriya. I can hardly believe I'm able to stand here and fight again. The only reason is that young Eri has trained tirelessly over the last several weeks and started to better control her powers. As a result, she helped Lemillion regain his powers, and I, to an extent, got mine back too. I still have to use the dying flame of One for All like before, but it's better than nothing. Suddenly, Eri ran over to Midoriya and Uraraka. Deku, what happened to you? I need to help you. Eri-chan, I'm glad to see you, but it's dangerous here. You need to evacuate. No way. I need to help the people I care about most. I helped Mirio-chan and I helped All Might. Now I need to help you get back on your feet with what power I have left. Besides, that's why Mirio-chan is with me. Lemillion walked closer. Hey Deku, you look like you've seen better days. Let's get you patched up, buddy. Ochako-chan, please stand back. I still haven't mastered my quirk yet, and it might affect you too. She nodded and let Eri start healing Deku. Within about 5 seconds, he was back to full strength, and she ran away before he could be rewound any further. Sorry. I still have to work on controlling it better. But at least you can fight again. Thanks so much, Eri-chan. Your power truly is a blessing. Eri smiled, a tear forming in her eye. The moment was cut short, however, as Gigantomakia began to stir, a mix of anger and fear on his face. Deku and Uraraka wanted to help but were stopped by All Might. Young Midoriya, you and young Uraraka have become quite strong, but it's best if you focus on evacuating civilians and our injured allies with Lemillion and young Eri. I've beaten him before, and I'll do it again now. The 4 of them nodded at his order and ran off to find their classmates. Meanwhile, Gigantomakia spoke. All Might. What are you doing here? I won't let you get in the way of my master's plans again. Gigantomakia. We meet again. I see you're up to your old tricks. You were one of my biggest obstacles to stopping All for One, and I'm going to make sure you can't help him with his agenda anymore. All Might charged at him and powered up for another attack. Texas Smash. Gigantomakia dodged just in time, but All Might countered with another strike. Time to take a page from my student. 100% shoot style. He kicked Gigantomakia in the face, knocking him back, but Gigantomakia retaliated moments later. He struck All Might with all his might, pummeling him relentlessly. Then, he landed a punch that hit All Might's weak spot from years ago. Without giving him time to recover, Gigantomakia struck again, hitting him in the head and knocking him down. In his rewound state, All Might could take more hits than in the final days of his career, but this didn't bode well for him to keep enduring so much damage for long. All Might remained conscious, but he knew he had to think quickly or he would be in serious trouble. He raised his hand to create a gust of wind that rushed into Gigantomakia's remaining good eye. The sudden blast made Gigantomakia cover his face, and All Might seized the opportunity to strike again. Delaware smash. The blow landed squarely in Gigantomakia's stomach, causing him to double over. All Might continued to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Gigantomakia, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, began to swing his fists and legs in a sloppy manner, unable to land a hit. All Might recognized his advantage but knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He gathered his strength for one final attack to end the fight. It's time I put an end to this. United States of Smea Asish. Gigantomakia was left incapacitated but still breathing, slightly conscious. All Might, breathing heavily, felt a wave of relief knowing that Gigantomakia would no longer pose a threat. However, he could feel his strength waning again. Though still in his muscle form, he knew he could only maintain it for a short while longer. A sudden unease washed over him as he heard slow clapping, growing louder as someone approached. Well done, All Might. I'm a bit surprised to see you back on the battlefield, but I suppose you could say the same for me. All Might turned to see All for One, furrowing his brow. All for One, why am I not surprised to see you nearby? This time, you'll be going to a far worse prison than Tartarus when I'm done with you. And it will be one you'll be forced to stay in for eternity. Oh, I'm so scared. All for One mocked, shaking his arms in exaggerated dread. Even with your power slightly restored, I can tell you're on your last legs, just like the last time we fought. And I'm in better shape than before. Suddenly, Gigantomakia spotted his beloved master, and tears welled in his eyes. Master? Sorry, couldn't do more. For you. All for One feigned sympathy as he approached Gigantomakia. All Might struggled to hold on to his remaining strength, remaining still. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I will always be grateful. All for One placed his hand over one of Gigantomakia's wounds. At first, Gigantomakia thought his master was showing him affection, but All for One was actually releasing a poison that would seep into his bloodstream, threatening his life. Gigantomakia's breathing slowed, and he began to falter. What are you doing, me, master? Saying goodbye, All for One proclaimed with a wicked grin. Gigantomakia lost the strength to say anything more, his eyes slowly fading. You even betray him? You sick monster. All Might sneered. Oh come now, All Might. You said you would make sure he wouldn't be able to help me with my plans anymore. You know full well that you'd have to eliminate him to do that, wouldn't you? I thought heroes didn't like killing. All Might shook his head in frustration. Now then, before we begin our duel that you plan to send me to hell for, I'd like to unveil one last surprise. All for One gestured for someone to emerge from the shadows. All Might's eyes widened in shock and fear. It was the first time he had seen Shigaraki face to face. Since the USJ incident. Shigaraki, he exclaimed as Shigaraki approached All for One, his eyes burning with quiet rage. Time to send you to hell to be with my grandmother. Several minutes earlier, the four heroes in training began searching for Bakugo and Todoroki after informing Eri about them. Eri, how many people do you think you can still heal with your rewind quirk right now? Asked Deku. I'd say 2 more people at best. Then please help us with Kaken and Todoroki. They're our classmates and we desperately need them back. What about Endeavor or Hawks? Eri asked. They're too far away, and I heard Recovery Girl isn't far from them either. Can you help us focus on my friends instead? Sure. Anything for you and Mirio, she replied with a sincere smile. The 4 of them continued their search when Tsuyu spotted them amidst the chaos. Midoriya, come quick. I found Todoroki and the others. A sigh of relief washed over them as they rushed to set Eri up. They were also glad to see that Yairzu, Ashido, and Kirishima were in good shape. Eri approached the 2 injured heroes. Everyone stand back. I'll do what I can for them. With the last of her power, she touched both Todoroki and Bakugo to start rewinding their injuries. Her horn shrank back down after 10 seconds, but it was just enough to mostly heal them so they could fight again. As they regained consciousness, Bakugo's anger flared. Damn it! Where's that giant ugly monster? I'm gonna get him for hurting me like that. Deku tried to intervene. Calm down, Kaken. We had to get you away from there to keep you safe. You won't believe this, but All Might is fighting him now thanks to Eri. Todoroki knelt down toward Eri. Thanks for healing me. I hope you become a great hero someday, he said with a hint of a smile. Don't mention it. Eri replied. Meanwhile, Bakugo looked stunned. All Might. I'm not about to let him take all the glory. I have a score to settle with that freak of nature anyway. He powered up his arms with explosions, ready to fly towards the fight, but was stopped. Sorry, but you'll have to get through me first, said a certain villain. Bakugo's rage boiled over at the sight of him. Dabi! Get out of here, you miserable zombie. I have more important things to deal with. No can do, especially since I'm here to put an end to my little brother. Bakugo and the others exchanged confused glances. Who are you talking about? Asked Yaoyorozu. Shouldn't it be obvious by now? I'm talking about Shoto, of course. Todoroki stepped forward, disbelief etched on his face. No way, you're kidding. You can't be serious? I am serious, little brother. It's me, Toya. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock. Toya continued, I wanted to reveal my grand secret to our dear father in front of the world, but he disappointed me again and is already out of commission. Such a shame. I guess I'll settle for ending your life to make him suffer for using us to achieve his ambition. Bakugo rolled his eyes. You arrogant fool. You don't stand a chance against all of us. Who said I was alone? Several lower-tier Nomu appeared to back him up. Toya lunged forward, igniting flames that engulfed the area. The heroes scattered to avoid the inferno, while Shoto countered with the largest ice wall he could muster for some separation. Toya broke through it effortlessly with a flaming fist, ready to attack again. This created an opening for the others. Yaoyorozu quickly fashioned a flash grenade and warned everyone to shield their eyes. The explosion of light blinded Toya, allowing Deku to launch an attack. Texas Smash. The blow landed squarely in Toya's abdomen, sending him flying back. Mina followed up with a spray of acid to weaken him further. However, a Nomu moved in to shield Toya, and other Nomu engaged the rest of the heroes. Class 1A members found themselves overwhelmed, leaving only Todoroki and Deku to confront Toya. Minutes passed as the others began to overpower the Nomu, but the battle between the three continued without either side gaining much ground, except for one noticeable detail. Deku and Shoto noticed that Toya's skin was slowly deteriorating from burns as he continued to unleash flames, especially during his more powerful attacks. He began to pant heavily, clearly nearing his limit. Please stop this. Deku pleaded. You're going to hurt yourself if you keep fighting. Why would you care? I'm trying to defeat you. Toya retorted. Because if you're my brother, it would make Mom, Natsuo, and Fuyumi even sadder if one of us died here, Shoto said earnestly. Toya's expression shifted, revealing a conflict within him. But father still deserves to suffer. You're right, he does. I haven't forgiven him yet, and I'm not sure I can. But the last several months have been some of the best times we've had together as siblings. Even Mom seems to be getting better. I don't want to see all that ruined. The other Class 1A members approached, ready for anything after finishing off the Nomu. Toya's expression shifted to one of defeat and resignation. Stand down, Toya. This isn't a fight you can win anymore. It's not too late to choose a path other than revenge. Everyone makes mistakes, but the important thing is to own them and do what you can to fix them. Even Endeavor is trying to do that. Deku urged. In his weakened state, Toya lowered his head in resignation and extended his hands. Momo created HNDCFFS strong enough to restrain him, and she, along with the others, led him away to a transport vehicle. Meanwhile, Ochako reflected on what Midoriya had just said. Perhaps Toga was right about one thing. She should forgive Deku. But first, they needed to restore order and stop Shigaraki. With the fight concluded, Bakugo began ranting again. I've got some unfinished business with that ugly giant. I don't care if All Might told you all to focus on other things. I'm going to knock that monster into next week. He took off toward the scene, prompting Midoriya and the others to shake their heads. You guys go ahead. Mina said to Todoroki, Deku and Ochako. We're best suited for search and rescue with our quirks, and we'll be fine. The three nodded and started following Bakugo. As they raced back toward All Might, Deku hoped his idol and mentor wasn't in serious trouble. Since he, Todoroki, and Ochako could reach the scene faster if he carried them using Float and Black Whip, he picked them both up with his whips and sped toward All Might's aid with full cowling. Despite the urgency, Ochako couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Deku-kun, I know there's a lot happening right now, and I want to keep this brief, but as soon as this is over, we need to talk. She said solemnly. Sure, he replied, a hint of a smile on his face. Just then, they spotted Aizawa ahead, ready to intercept their path. They stopped to hear what he had to say. I know what you're planning, and I wish I could stop you, but it's pointless, he sighed. I'm coming with you to fight Shigaraki. As strong as you all have become, you have no chance against him without my help. Thanks, Sensei. We're glad to have you. Let's move out. Deku exclaimed, extending another black whip to carry Eraserhead to the scene faster. Elsewhere, a troubled young man who had escaped a local jail amidst the chaos and had recent dealings with Deku observed the unfolding events between him and Toya. He felt a stirring within him, inspired by Deku's ideals, and wanted to help, but for now, he decided to keep his distance. It was a rare occasion that All Might wasn't smiling while in his muscle form. Instead, he stared into the face of his master's grandson with a look of worry and regret. Maintaining his muscle form was becoming increasingly difficult, and he knew he had played a small part in Shigaraki's descent down a dark path. He wished he had known who Shigaraki was during the USJ incident. Could he have reasoned with him then? For now, all he could do was confront him. Where's that arrogant smile of yours, All Might? Aren't you going to declare that you're here to stop me? Shigaraki said sarcastically. Please, listen to me. Let's talk this over. I've fought your mentor all my life. All he does is manipulate people for his own selfish desires. As soon as you're no longer useful to him, he'll discard you like trash. Don't listen to him anymore. My master is the one person who reached out to me when I was suffering. He protected me from you the last time you two fought. He helped me learn from my past failures and become an unstoppable force. I've never felt so liberated in my life. We don't need to fight, kid. I knew your grandmother very well, and it pained her to leave behind your father. I knew him too, and all he ever truly wanted was a happy family. Don't you ever mention that man in my presence. I hate him more than anything in this world. With his anger boiling, Shigaraki began to decay the ground beneath him. All for One grinned widely while levitating to avoid his apprentice's quirk, and All Might did the same to protect himself. He had heard reports of how much stronger Shigaraki had become, but witnessing it firsthand was unsettling. It felt as if he were now facing two all-for-ones. Knowing he couldn't reach Shigaraki with words, All Might had no choice but to fight with what little strength he had left. In a last-ditch effort, he flicked his fingers to create a gust of wind that propelled him upward, then used the momentum of his fall to power up another attack. St. Louis Smash. The punch connected but barely phased Shigaraki. In retaliation, Tamura grabbed him with a single hand and threw him to the ground. Master, let me have this one all to myself. I've been dreaming of torturing All Might for a long time now. Go right ahead. I'm loving the entertainment. All for One replied. Shigaraki proceeded to kick him multiple times in his weak spot. Each kick became more painful for All Might to endure. What remained of his muscle form began to fade, reverting him back to his skeletal state. Tamura wore a sadistic grin. You represent everything I despise about this world, All Might. You claim to be the symbol of peace, yet you uphold a society that persecutes those who don't fit into your narrow definitions of normal. All Might struggled to push himself up to face Shigaraki. He groaned but managed to look him in the eye. I know society has its flaws, and I've tried to help correct them, but you can't keep doing this. What do you intend to achieve when you win? How will your vision of the world be better? Because in my vision, the strong will dominate and be free. No more rules. No more weak people manipulating the system because there won't be a system. And now, All Might, It's time to take my first step toward making that dream a reality. Say goodbye. Shigaraki reached down to touch him, but nothing happened. Confused, he tried again, but still, nothing. Then it hit him. That man with the erasing quirk must be nearby. But where? He must be hiding. Just then, Deku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ochako arrived on the scene, with Aizawa standing about 20 feet away, worry and anger etched on his face. All Might. Oh no. This is terrible, cried Deku. Oh look, more fodder for me to play with. You weaklings picked the wrong villain to confront. Shigaraki taunted. You monster. I'll make you regret ever crossing paths with us. Bakugo shouted. Give it your best shot. Shigaraki lunged at Bakugo, who dodged the attack. All for one stood back, arms folded, grinning as the melee ensued. Bakugo powered up his arms to deliver a counterattack. Howitzer impact. The explosion was massive, but when the dust settled, Shigaraki held Bakugo in a chokehold, looking as if the attack had done little damage. Todoroki created a 15-foot-high ice wall, making it as cold as possible to separate Shigaraki from Bakugo. Shigaraki broke free of the ice wall and kicked it down. In desperation, Ochako attempted to use heavy gravity on him. She succeeded, but it barely slowed him down. Shigaraki grabbed her by the arm and swung her over his head, slamming her down hard on the ground. He picked her up and did it again, briefly knocking her out and freeing himself from the minor effects of the heavy gravity. His expression was a mix of anger and sadness. Uraraka! Cried Bakugo and Deku. Deku powered up to full cowling while Bakugo focused on getting her to safety. 100% Texas smash. This time, the blow knocked Shigaraki back 50 feet, but he quickly got back up. Why? Why do you pathetic heroes try to help each other? Is this some kind of sick game to mock us? Izuku glanced at him, still fuming from seeing Shigaraki attack Ochako, but he noticed a flicker of vulnerability in Shigaraki's expression. He remembered their past interactions and the glimpses of Shigaraki's backstory he had seen. Now he knew what needed to be said to reach him. I care about you, Tamura. Everyone present, hero and villain alike, did a double-take. Shigaraki's expression shifted, revealing confusion and a hint of vulnerability. He knew no one would say something like that without an ulterior motive. What are you up to, kid? All Might thought to himself while still on the ground. Did I just hear you correctly? I really hate poorly timed jokes, he bellowed. Yes, you heard me correctly, Tamura, and I'm dead serious. I love you. You've never heard someone say that to you before, have you? Not even from your own family? I saw a vision of everything you've gone through, and I could tell at the end that it was what you were yearning for deep down without even realizing it. It's no wonder you've had it so rough and feel so angry at everyone. You're doing what you're doing because you want to create a world where you and people like yourself would be happy, right? But there's no way anyone can truly feel lasting happiness if they don't ever feel loved by someone. Oh really? I just knocked out your friend cold, and you didn't seem to love that. How about this? Would you still love me if I killed All Might? Asks Shigaraki. You've already done plenty of things that I don't like. But deep down, we're all people who want to feel joy in our lives, and you just need someone to show you how to finally find it, responds Deku. I'm still prepared to fight if I can't talk you out of this, but my power is meant to save people, and you're someone long overdue for that. Shigaraki still doesn't trust Midoriya, but this new perspective really makes him re-examine his purpose and goals. What's more, he begins to feel something. And it feels peaceful. But it's not quite enough to persuade him. Prove to me you really mean all this, says Shigaraki. Gladly, responded Izuku. Give me a minute or two, hang on. He picks up a phone and calls Jiro. Jiro, it's Deku. I need you to do me a big favor. Bring the prisoner truck over to where I'm at right now. Moments later, the truck arrives, and Jiro gets out with Ryukyu. Inside this transport are Toga and Dabi, shown to Shigaraki. We may have had to defeat them, but as a gesture of goodwill, we want to show you that we really are trying to persuade you to a better way. You can have them back. What? Absolutely not. I can't let you do something like that. I never would have driven over here if I knew that's what you wanted, shouted Ryukyu. Please, I know it sounds foolhardy, but they aren't a threat to us anymore. I know they have a lot to answer for, but even villains need to be shown mercy. I'm trying to truly save people here, not just beat up rule breakers. And if it doesn't work out, I'll take responsibility for it. Ryukyu sighs. I can't believe you're really talking me into this. The door opens wide, allowing them to escape. They're both still shackled but walk out toward Shigaraki. Tamura looks as if he can't believe someone actually did something like that for him. All for One looks at Shigaraki and begins to worry. Even though he's an expert at twisting people's words, he didn't anticipate having to deal with something like this out of the blue. You're not really buying this, are you? Love is a 4-letter word, Tamura. It's a useless emotion that does nothing except make you weak and cause pain for yourself later. Shigaraki turns toward his master. Then why is the itch that I've felt since my quirk manifested finally going away? All for One sighs. You disappoint me. I had such wonderful plans for you. You've left me with no other alternative. In an instant, he reaches over to him and steals his quirk while simultaneously sapping him of the strength Shigaraki had built up. Aizawa gasps as he realizes he's focused too long on Shigaraki and should have cancelled out All for One instead. He then punches him with his arm powered up by multiple quirks. It creates a significant impact, sending All for One staggering back. You should have just left me in prison. Instead, you can go back to being the same useless weakling when I first found you. Deku and the others leap forward to stop All for One from attacking him, but this proves to be a grave mistake. Just the opening I was looking for, shouted All for One. He pulls out a pistol containing a quirk-erasing bullet and uses it to neutralize Aizawa in the chest. He gasps and falls to the ground. "And oh," yells Bakugo and runs over to his teacher. "We gotta retreat. We can't beat him like this. He caught us off guard." "You're not going anywhere," shouts All for One. He uses a speed quirk to instantly reach Bakugo and punch him in the stomach as hard as he can, making him fall over and writhe in pain. Todoroki and Ochako also attempt to retreat, but they too are knocked down and in tremendous pain. In order to regroup, Deku starts to use the black whips on All for One to restrain him. He sees that All Might is starting to power something up while their enemy has his back turned, but All for One breaks free and shoots a laser from his finger to stun Deku severely. In a last-ditch effort, Todoroki gets up and attempts to blast him with his fire powers at the hottest temperature he can muster as a means of distraction. Amused, All for One begins walking toward Todoroki as though it doesn't even faze him. "Your father can't stop me with that either. What made you think you could?" "You're about to find out," shouts Todoroki. "Finalismes," yells All Might. Because All for One forgot to keep an eye on his longtime nemesis, All Might musters up the last ounces of power left in him and delivers a massive blow to the same part of his chest where All for One had once crippled him. The impact is so severe that it sends shockwaves through the area. However, All Might wouldn't be coming back from this one. He looks over at Izuku one last time with a weak smile on his lips. "I'm sorry, kid. It looks like this is the end of the line for me. Now it's your turn. Again." The life in his eyes begins to drain, and he slowly closes them. "All Might. Nu." Deku cried out. In an instant, the man who had given him a chance to be a hero, who had dedicated everything to protect others, the hero he admired more than anyone else, was gone from this world. For the first time in his life, he felt truly alone. The weight of becoming the next symbol of peace felt heavier than he could bear. But there was still a mission to complete, and he had to find a way to do it. Just then Ochako began to stir. "Deku-kun? Are you okay? What happened?" The phrase, "love is the answer," echoed in his mind, and he recalled the dream that had haunted him, leading to a new realization. Meanwhile, a troubled young man who had chosen to follow them to the site of Shigaraki and All for One remained hidden, waiting to see what would unfold next. All for One lay on the ground, dazed. He felt a bittersweet satisfaction that his longtime nemesis was finally defeated, but he was in worse shape than their last encounter, having lost an arm from All Might's final attack. He thought to himself, "I better be careful or that boy may just overpower me." Izuku Midoriya found himself in perhaps the most challenging situation he had ever faced. His childhood hero and mentor, All Might, was no longer in this world. He was battered and in need of recovery, but time was not on his side. Despite everything, his greatest concern was for Ochako, who lay nearby, injured but conscious. He barely registered her first words after waking up. "Deku-kun, are you okay? What happened?" The voice of his dream whispered again, "Love is the answer." Suddenly, a flashback of what the second user had said during his vision with the other one for all users surged into Midoriya's mind. "Now that we know we can trust you, we have one last ability that you need to learn about, and it's from the second user." The second user stood up, addressing Midoriya. "The quirk I was born with allows me to observe another person's quirk and develop a near replica of what they can do, though it's never an exact copy. Remember when you fought Gentle Criminal and La Brava? I subconsciously observed her quirk that enhanced his strength through her love for him and decided to replicate that power for you." Izuku gasped, recalling the surge of power he had felt and the excitement that he could now wield that ability. "Wow. I can't wait to use that. What's different about this version?" he asked eagerly. "The core remains the same. The stronger your love for someone, the more powerful they will become while you focus on them. However, once you choose someone to use this power on, you won't be able to choose anyone else for 24 hours. I'm sharing this because no matter how strong you become, no one can do everything alone. Make sure you use it on someone you truly care about. In battle, this ability could help turn the tide if the right person is with you." Back in the present, Ochako noticed the look on Izuku's face and asked, "What's going on, Deku-kun? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" "Uraraka-san, this is going to sound crazy, but you're the only one who can win against All for One right now. You have to get up and fight." "What are you talking about? I'm not even in his league. Even in his weakened condition," she exclaimed, fear evident in her voice. "Look, just trust me on this one. I need time to charge up a finishing attack on him, and you're the only one who can help me. He's still going to be a tough fight, but I have one last ability I can use to defeat him, and it's something that I have to pass on to someone else." She looked puzzled. "What are you?" Suddenly, an incredible surge of power began to flow through every muscle fiber. She was shocked, but in a good way. She never imagined she could feel this kind of strength. It was as if her power, speed, stamina, agility, and combat skills had all instantly increased 100-fold. Best of all, she felt warm and comforted inside, despite her injuries. A big smile spread across her face. "Thank you, Deku-kun. I don't feel scared anymore." All for One slowly got up to face his remaining enemies. He set his sights on Deku, who remained crouched on the ground, battered but determined. However, he was perplexed. Why was that girl next to him standing up again so soon? And why did she look stronger? The expression on her face suggested she was planning to fight him next, and it made him laugh mockingly. "You can't be serious. I may have lost an arm, but I just defeated the symbol of peace. No one has ever been able to hurt me like him. Am I really supposed to believe you're a serious threat to me?" Ochako glared at him, her brow furrowed. "Mock me while you can. I'll make you pay for what you've done." In the blink of an eye, she charged at him before he could even detect her movements and struck him as hard as she could in his abdomen. Despite passing the power to her, Deku was astonished. Even he didn't anticipate that Ochako would experience such a significant power spike from his support. And she was just getting started. She dashed toward All for One before he could regroup and launched another attack. Grabbing him by the head, she ran him toward the nearest damaged building, scraping his head along the wall. The wall was about 200 feet long, and she took her time jogging alongside it, determined. Normally, Uraraka wouldn't attack in such a manner, but she decided to make an exception for him. "This is for all the people you've terrorized and manipulated over the years." When she reached the end of the wall, she threw him back onto the ground. She continued to unleash a flurry of kicks and punches. In desperation, All for One activated a teleportation quirk to escape her grasp, but his weakened condition limited him to teleporting only about 90 feet away. Realizing that he had underestimated her, he knew he needed to get serious. Never did he think a teenage girl would have him on the ropes, and he was boiling with anger. With the remaining arm he had, he bulked it up with multiple quirks and charged at her. She countered by charging at him, matching blow for blow, but All for One slowly began to gain the upper hand. She was knocked back and nearly lost her balance. Then he used one of the quirks in his arm to shoot sharp projectiles at her. She did her best to evade them, but running and jumping only helped so much. One projectile struck her leg, and another pierced her upper arm, causing her to wince in pain. Fear flickered in her eyes as she struggled to move her injured arm. "Uraraka-san!" Deku shouted. What should she do now? As weakened as she was, this seemed to turn the tables. "You should have known better than to challenge someone like me, little girl. You may have caught me off guard, but you'll never beat me when I'm serious." Ochako took in her surroundings and noticed what was starting to unfold. She knew Deku was still charging one last attack and spotted a familiar face from a few weeks ago hiding in the distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. Then it occurred to her. That's the guy who attacked Deku and me just before he and I broke up. The look on his face suggested he wanted to help, but he hesitated. To keep All for One distracted, she called out to him, "I may not be strong enough to defeat you on my own, but I don't need to be." She ran at All for One, attacking him with a flurry of punches and kicks to distract him. They did little to hurt him in her weakened state, but in the middle of her onslaught, Ochako shouted, "Hey, acupuncture guy. I don't know whose side you're on, but if you intend to help us, attack him now." The acupuncture guy rushed forward, hitting All for One with needles in as many places as he could. All for One groaned in pain and gasped when he realized the needles were restricting his movements. "What is this?" he yelled. "This is what you get for your arrogance and evil deeds." Ochako retorted. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed heavy gravity on him. The effect was so strenuous on his body that it almost seemed as if Izuku wouldn't even need to attack All for One. Nevertheless, he was still alive and needed to be defeated once and for all. "Deku-kun, we need you. End this for us." "I'm coming," shouted Deku. He took 5 more seconds to finish charging. All for One looked more fearful in this moment than when he faced All Might months ago. He knew his time was running out. The point of no return had come for him. If there's a god, he was about to answer for his actions, and he didn't like that idea one bit. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. 1000% plus ultra smareas. The combination of needles, heavy gravity, and One for All proved to be so overwhelming that All for One went flying from Deku's kick, landing 100 feet away. The impact fractured his skull in multiple areas and broke every other bone in his body. He lay still, no longer breathing, lifeless. The battle was won. He and Ochako looked at one another and fell into each other's arms, exhausted. After a moment, he glanced over at ACU person and expressed his gratitude with a smile and a thumbs up. With the last of his strength, he and Ochako approached Shigaraki, who was barely breathing and seemed to be hanging by a thread. "Shigaraki, hang on. We've got to save you." He looked straight into Izuku's eyes and smiled weakly. "Already did that. For me," he said softly. "For the first time that I can ever remember. I feel happy. And my itch is still gone." As he took his final breaths, he looked toward the sky. "Hana. I'm sorry." Both Ochako and Deku were moved by the sight, and as the adrenaline wore off, they collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion. 2 days later, Midoriya finally woke up in a hospital bed. He was surrounded by his mother, Ochako, and Recovery Girl. As his eyes slowly opened and he became more aware, he heard Uraraka exclaim, "Oh my gosh! He's finally waking up." She wanted to throw her arms around him but knew he was still in critical condition. "Uraraka-san. It's good to see you again," Deku said weakly. Inko looked on with concern and came into his gaze. "My son, you've got to stop doing this to me. My heart is going to fail if you keep scaring me like this," she exclaimed. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't mean to do this to you. I've just had too many tough opponents to fight." "Is All for One gone at least?" he asked. "Yes," Inko replied. "As much as you scare me, you also continue to make me so proud, honey." The world is a much safer place now because of you. She walked over to kiss him on the cheek, and he held her hand. What about All Might? Is he really gone? He asked, a tear streaming down his cheek. The three of them wore somber expressions. I'm so sorry, sweetie. He didn't make it. We're all sad that he won't be able to mentor you or anyone else, but at least he went out the way he would have wanted, fighting evil. Yeah, I figured as much. Sir Night-Eye did predict this, but I'm also glad I could be near him in his final moments. Recovery Girl then changed the subject. You know, I just don't understand how you continue to survive. You have a long road of recovery ahead of you, yet you stand a chance at getting back to full health. You, young man, are nothing short of a miracle, she said, half amazed, half annoyed. This really is the last time I'm going to treat you, Izuku. She sighed. Still, thank you for what you've done. Thanks so much for taking care of me. I hope I can make it up to you someday. Izuku replied. Meanwhile, Ochako wanted to talk to him about the battle and everything that had happened. I know Deku-kun just woke up, but there are a few things I wanted to discuss with him privately. Is it okay if we have a few minutes alone? She asked. Sure, Recovery Girl and Inko said in unison. They gathered their things and left, allowing Ochako and Midoriya to discuss the aftermath of their fight and their future together. Deku-kun, I just want you to know that I forgive you. I've stayed mad long enough, and this battle reminded me of how heroic you truly are at heart. It's one of the reasons I fell in love with you in the first place. So if you're still interested, I'd like for us to be boyfriend and girlfriend again. Tears of joy began to stream down Izuku's face. I'd really like that too, he said as he took her hand. I also wanted to talk to you about a dream I had before that battle. I dreamt that I had to fight All for One because he had weakened you and several others. I had no choice but to fight him, but he overpowered me easily. Just before he defeated me, I heard a voice I'd never heard before say, "Trust in his love." Then, on the battlefield, you passed on that ability that made me much stronger and filled me with happiness. Was that really your love that empowered me? She asked, tears welling in her eyes. Izuku smiled warmly at her. That wasn't a coincidence, Uraraka-san. Around the time you had your dream, the previous users of One for All visited me in a vision and explained their powers to me more extensively. The second user had an ability where she could observe a person's quirk and replicate a similar one. A few months ago, I had to fight a guy named Gentle Criminal, and he had a female accomplice named La Brava, who could make people stronger in battle if she conveyed her love to them. The second user gave me a quirk like this to use in case I couldn't fight anymore, and the stronger my love for that person, the stronger they would be in a fight. Ochako began to sob tears of joy at the realization of how strong his love was for her. No wonder she had that dream. She couldn't hold back any longer. She leaned in to hug him and kissed him, overwhelmed by the depth of his feelings for her. After their kiss, she said, "As soon as you're cleared to leave the hospital, we will go on a date," with a determined smile. "Yes, ma'am," he replied enthusiastically. After everything they had been through, they definitely deserved it. Despite the turbulence of the last few months, they both emerged thankful for the way it had brought them closer together. Once the damage to the cities was repaired, All Might was given a hero's funeral that was viewed by virtually everyone in Japan and much of the rest of the world. The Prime Minister of Japan declared that henceforth, the anniversary of his funeral would be a national holiday named All Might Day. Izuku pulled some strings for ACU person to have his sentence reduced after his display of heroism. He also began to mentor him in hero training, with the understanding that he would be held accountable if any behavioral issues arose. Toga, Dabi, and the other members of the League of Villains were returned to prison, but some members of Class 1A expressed a desire to assist them in pursuing more positive lifestyle choices. Toga gradually warmed up to the idea of becoming a lab assistant, helping to draw blood when necessary from prison inmates, and she developed an appreciation for Ochako and Tsuyu, who supported her in finding her place. Todoroki helped his brother mend their family relationships. While their connection with Endeavor was still healing, they were slowly beginning to communicate more amicably. However, their bond with their mother and siblings remained as strong as ever. Just like that, each member of Class 1A completed their years at UA, with endless possibilities ahead of them. Nearly 4 years had passed since the climactic battle that shook Japan. All for One was no longer a threat to the world or to Deku's homeland, and he had already made a name for himself at such a young age by defeating him. Ochako felt like the luckiest girl in the world as she and Deku faithfully dated throughout their time at UA, and their love for each other only grew stronger. However, other parts of the world faced challenges that required his help. Since he had been considering going overseas for additional hero experience, he took the opportunity to serve in parts of the United States and Canada after completing his 3rd year at UA, even though it meant being away from his friends, family, and the woman he loved. Both he and Ochako were now full-fledged adults, and they missed each other terribly. They made sure to stay connected through phone calls, texts, and even handwritten letters for fun. However, this only provided so much comfort, so they planned to visit each other face-to-face every few months. Their next meeting was approaching, and Izuku had some serious plans for the occasion. He's never been the greatest at planning surprises, but he really wanted to do something special for his next meetup with Ochako, so he reached out to Mina for help. After calling her, Deku said, "Ashido-san, I need your help. You're the most romance-minded person I know, and I need you to help me figure out a way to propose to Uraraka-san." Deku had to pull the phone away from his ear for a moment after hearing her excited scream. "You bet I'll help you with that," she exclaimed. "Yeah, I had a feeling you'd be excited." Midoriya chuckled. "So when will you be back in Japan to make it happen?" "In about 2 weeks, but Uraraka-san thinks I'm returning a week later." "Perfect. On the day you return, I'll set up a lunch date where she'll meet different people from our class along the way for a scavenger hunt, and it will end with you surprising her with a proposal." "Thanks, Ashido-san. I knew I could count on you. See you then." Ochako stood at the front gates of UA, waiting for Mina to arrive. 2 minutes later, she spotted Mina approaching with a mischievous grin on her face. "Ashido-san, what are you up to?" "You're clearly up to something, but I can't quite figure it out," Ochako said suspiciously. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. And the answer can be found with this." Mina handed Ochako a letter. "A letter from Deku-kun? Okay, now I'm really suspicious. Just open it, girly. This is going to be lots of fun." Uraraka sighed, opened the letter, and began reading. "My dearest Uraraka-san, I hope this finds you in good spirits. In case you're wondering why Ashido-san asked you to come to the front of the school, it's because this is where we met for the very first time when you saved me from tripping over myself. With that, I would like to take you on a little scavenger hunt. If you need help with my clues, Ashido-san will assist you along the way. Your first clue is at a place involving heavy nets, heavy gravity, and a fake explosive. See you there." "A scavenger hunt, huh? That first clue is easy. Deku-kun is referring to the training grounds. Very sharp, Ochako-chan. Let's go see what he has in mind for you next." I wonder why Deku-kun wants me to go to a place like that? I guess I better go over there to find out." About 5 minutes later, she saw Ida standing in front of the building with Bakugo, Kirishima, and Toru, where they held their exercises for capturing the explosive. Ida stood tall and formal, while Bakugo leaned against the wall next to Kirishima and Toru, looking like he couldn't believe Mina had talked him into this. As they saw Ochako approaching, they each waved except for Bakugo. "Greetings, Uraraka-kun. Good to see you again. How's hero life treating you?" "Hey, Deku-kun. Glad to see you too. I'm busy as ever but loving hero life. So, why the long face, Bakugo-kun?" "Hideous chaos. Forget me, I'm just here to hand this off. Hurry up and open it so I can get out of here. Come on, bro. You know you're having fun participating in this." Kirishima teased, poking him in the ribs. Bakugo then handed her another short letter from Izuku and walked away. "Well done, Uraraka-san. I wanted to bring you here to remind you of the place where we worked together for the first time. Even though it was to help me learn to control my black whip quirk, it was so much fun training with you. I saw firsthand how strong and dependable you are, and how enjoyable it was to train together. Keeping that in mind, you'll find your next clue at a place where we had even more fun together. You could say this place has a rather musical ring to it. Deku-kun wants me to go to the karaoke bar? She asked. Let's head down there, shall we? Maybe even sing a song or two while we're at it. Oh boy, Deku-kun, what are you up to? She wondered. 10 minutes later, they walked into the lobby of the karaoke bar. Ochako wasn't surprised to see who was waiting there. Hey, Jiro-chan. Hey, Kaminari-kun. Oh, and Tsu-chan too. Hey, Ochako-chan. Want to take a break and sing together, or shall we just give you your next clue? Normally I'd love to sing a little, but I'm so eager to see what Deku-kun has planned that I want to find out what's next. Hey, sure. Here's your next clue. Jiro handed her the next envelope, and she opened it. You're making great progress, Uraraka-san. It's strange for me to say this now, but thanks to you, I now have a love for karaoke bars just like you. You've taught me how to enjoy life and try new things. For your next clue, I want you to head over to a place involving mochi, soba, and a certain couple we unexpectedly had our first date with. See you there. It's my favorite shop. Looks like Momo-chan and Todoroki-kun are in on this too, she said with a smile while rolling her eyes. You bet. Mina responded. Let's pick up a snack to enjoy while we're at it, shall we? 15 minutes later, Ochako walked into the mochi shop, where she saw Todoroki and Momo having a meal together. Sato happened to be there on his day off and had been informed by the two of them about Deku's plan. Momo lit up when she saw them walk in. Hey, looks like you figured it out. Good to see you again. It's been a while. Ochako smiled at her old friends. Yeah, you're right. We're all so busy with hero work that it seems we're more likely to bump into each other while on the job than when we're off duty. Todoroki approached shortly after. Here, this is for you. He handed her another envelope, and she opened it. Nice going, Uraraka-san. I wanted to bring you here to remind you of all the good times we've had together and the tough times as well. It was here that Stain attacked us, and you found out about my secret, and I realized how important you are to me. I was just starting to have feelings for you, and my affection for you has only grown since then. For your final clue, I want you to head over to a place with lots of sand, salt water, and an area that was cleaned up a few years ago. Then I have something special for you. Ochako looked at the clue with confusion. What do you think Deku-kun means by that? I know it's a beach, but which one? We've never really been to a beach together before. I had a feeling about that. It's Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Oh, and once you're there, you'll have to be blindfolded for a few minutes. Teehee, said Mina. Uraraka laughed nervously. What in the world? This is getting more bizarre by the minute. All right, let's get going then. Izuku had already arrived well before she did. He wanted to get there early to mentally prepare himself for his big moment. Plus it was the same beach where he began his hero training several years ago when All Might had him clean everything up. I'm glad to see that this place has remained tidy, he thought as he looked around. Elsewhere, he could see Uraraka approaching. She was being led by the hand by Mina but was blindfolded as he requested. He was excited to see her again after several months but also started to feel nervous. Alright, here goes nothing, he thought. Ochako was led to the spot where Izuku wanted her to be. She could hear and smell the ocean, and it was invigorating. But now her curiosity piqued. Mind telling me what this scavenger hunt is all about? She asked. Sure. Wait just another minute. She heard footsteps of another person approaching. The steps suddenly stopped close to her. Okay, Ochako-chan, time to take off your BLNDFLD, said Mina. She took it off and saw the person who had walked up close by. Deku-kun. She ran over and embraced him in a big hug. I think I'll let you two be alone for a little bit, Mina said, grinning. Uraraka felt overjoyed. Now this is one incredible surprise. I thought you wouldn't be home until next week. Yeah, sorry, but I had to tell a little white lie. I hope you don't mind. He smiled at her, and she responded with a playful kiss. Does that answer your question? She said, sticking out her tongue playfully. Well, I'm glad you like my surprise, Uraraka-san, but this isn't the only reason I wanted to bring you out here. She paused, curiosity piqued. Wait, what else do you have in mind, Deku-kun? Well, I wanted to share two things with you. First, I've decided to stay in Japan permanently. I thought about spending another year out west, but I miss you and home too much. Second, as much as I enjoyed working in the States and Canada, it became even clearer to me there than when I was still home. He knelt down to look up at Ochako, pulling out a small box and opening it to reveal a ring inside. She was taken aback, covering her mouth with her hands as tears began to well in her eyes. Ochako Uraraka, I've achieved my dream of becoming the world's #1 hero, but there's another title I desire that still eludes me. Will you make me the world's happiest man and become my wife? He asked, his voice trembling slightly as he held the ring box. She felt a rush of emotions. In the back of her mind, she had often thought about how wonderful it would be to have Deku as her husband, but this proposal still caught her off guard. The ring sparkled beautifully in the light. Gathering her courage, she whispered, "Yes." Moments later, she exclaimed, "Yes." Overcome with joy, she sobbed in his arms as he stood back up, wrapping her in a warm embrace. After about 15 minutes on the beach, Mina returned with the rest of their friends from the scavenger hunt. "Sue, how did it go?" Mina asked eagerly. Without saying a word, Ochako grinned and held up her hand to show the ring. The other girls erupted in cheers, jumping up and down around Uraraka. Meanwhile, the guys looked at Midoriya with approving smiles. "Congratulations, my good friends," Ida said, punctuating his words with a few karate chops. "So manly," Kirishima exclaimed, raising a fist in celebration. "Congratulations. I hope you'll have a happy life together," Todoroki added, a hint of a smile on his face. "Congratulations. Let me know when you start your wedding plans. I'd love to make your cake." Sato chimed in. "About time you did something right for once, you nerd," Bakugo said as he walked over, playfully ruffling Izuku's hair. In that moment, both Izuku and Ochako felt happier than they ever had before. Surrounded by their closest friends, they realized the sky was the limit for the possibilities that lay ahead. Neither of them were naive enough to think that married life would be easy or that every day would be perfect, but they knew that no matter what challenges life threw at them, they would face them together. About a year had passed since Deku surprised Ochako with his proposal, and they both continued to thrive in their careers as professional heroes. However, they were eager to move to the next phase of their lives as husband and wife. To be honest, they had been ready to go through the wedding formalities long before this and even considered quietly eloping. But they ultimately decided against it, wanting to share the moment with their friends and family. Given that Deku was now the world's #1 hero and Ochako ranked in the top 10, they agreed to have their wedding aired on television for fans who wanted to be part of the experience. In planning the event, they discussed a traditional Japanese wedding, but Deku's time in the United States and Canada had inspired him to appreciate elements of Western-style weddings. They decided to blend both styles for their ceremony, choosing to get married at a church in Western attire while featuring Japanese food and music in the background. As all that was happening with Ochako, Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. In the past, he had never really made a big deal about what he wore, but for the biggest day of his life, he looked quite sharp in his tuxedo. However, he was weighed down by a whirlwind of nerves, knowing that his wedding was about to start. Suddenly, the door swung open. "Hurry up, you nerd. Don't you know you have less than 15 minutes until your wedding starts?" shouted Bakugo, with several classmates from Class 1A right behind him. "Oh hey Kaken. I just finished getting dressed. I guess I lost track of time." Bakugo sighed. "You really space out at the weirdest times. I guess you wouldn't be Deku if you didn't." He put an arm around Izuku's shoulder and playfully ruffled his hair. "Kaken, watch the hair." Izuku hurriedly tried to fix it. Now, Bakugo, stop picking on the groom. You're supposed to be his best man." Ida chimed in, giving Bakugo a light chop on the shoulder. Bakugo just rolled his eyes. "Congratulations, bro. You're like a man among men now," exclaimed Kirishima. "So, how are you holding up? You nervous?" asked Kaminari. "I'm not going to lie, I do feel that way. It's ironic that I regularly face danger in our line of work, yet I feel more nervous now than I have in a long time. I just really hope I'll be a good husband. That's a tall order when so much is expected of you as the #1 hero." I may not be as famous a hero as you, but I can relate. When Jiro and I got married, we knew we would both be busy in our careers, but we've still had a great marriage so far because we do little things like call and text regularly to let each other know we're thinking of one another. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Thanks, Kaminari. I'm really glad you guys offered to reunite the A-band for the wedding festivities. Yeah, you bet. I love watching Jiro beam with excitement when she gets another chance to sing or play music. Ida then stepped in to break things up. Come on, everyone. It's time to take our places and get ready for the wedding. It looks like Midoriya could use a few minutes to himself anyway. They all sighed. Still the same wet blanket after all these years, I see. Bakugo said, rolling his eyes as the others walked away. Izuku looked at himself one more time in the mirror, still feeling butterflies, but he psyched himself up by mimicking All Might's hero smile. All right, let's do this. I'm going to be a married man in a few minutes. Gah, I'm still scared. Just then, Inko walked up to his dressing room to check on him. She could tell how nervous he was. Hey, sweetie. I just wanted to see if you were okay. Izuku sighed. I've been trying to work up the courage for this all morning, but I still feel sick inside. I don't have cold feet, but I want the ceremony to be picture perfect and be the husband that Uraraka-san deserves. I keep asking myself if I have what it takes. Inko walked over and wrapped her arms around her son. Sweetie, even if you stumble through your lines today, and even if you make mistakes or end up being gone a lot, you're going to make Ochako so happy as long as you continue to be the wonderful man that you are. Face it, Izuku, somewhere down the line, you're going to say and do something you'll need to apologize for later. And so will she. There's no such thing as a perfect marriage, but what she needs from you more than anything else is the unwavering resolve to love her with all your heart. You have that, don't you? Well, of course. Then you're all set, son. Now let's get out there and turn you into a husband. Midoriya started to tear up. Thank you, Mom. I love you so much. Her tears began to fall too. I love you too, son. It was about a minute before the ceremony was set to officially start. The organ played softly in the background, and Bakugo stood next to Deku as best man while the few remaining guests not already in their seats began to file in. In a rare moment of kindness, he placed his hand on Deku's shoulder to comfort him. All right, Deku, I know you're still stressing, and I'm about the last guy you'd expect to hear this from, but I want you to know that I'm really happy for you. The sincerity in his voice made Izuku do a double take. Really? I am. Consider this an early wedding present. I'm sure Ochako is feeling nervous too, but it couldn't be more obvious how madly in love the two of you are with each other. Just try to remember that as you get through the ceremony. Oh, and get ready to have your socks knocked off when she walks down the aisle. I heard whispers that she's looking more stunning than ever. Thanks, Kaken. I needed that. No problem, a nerd. He leaned in closer to whisper. Tell anyone I said this and you'll regret it. Izuku gulped. Oh, all right. Oh, and one more thing, Ochako is like a sister to me now, so if you ever hurt her, you'll have to answer to me. Izuku felt a chill as he stared into Bakugo's intense gaze. Just then, the organ and other instruments began playing the planned wedding prelude, and Eri first walked in as the flower girl. She and Izuku smiled at each other, followed by Kota Izumi serving as the ring bearer. The two nodded at each other, and Ochako's bridesmaids from Class 1A came. And shortly after, each smiling at Deku as he bowed his head in acknowledgement. Once they took their places, the organ began playing for the bride to enter. It's game time, Deku. You can do this, he thought. Ochako began walking in with her father by her side. Her smile was so bright that Izuku felt like he needed to squint. Her beauty was breathtaking, and he felt weak in the knees, choking up at the sight of her. The overwhelming emotions made him tense up, prompting Bakugo to give him a gentle nudge to snap him out of it. As she reached the front, a tear rolled down her cheek. I've never seen Deku-kun look so handsome, she thought. The organ concludes its melody, and the priest begins to speak. Dear friends and loved ones, we gather here today to witness the union of two of the kindest and most down-to-earth individuals you will ever meet, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Both are well known throughout society for their work as heroes, But today we celebrate the love they share for one another. For those who may not know their story, they first met at UA High School and quickly became good friends. Over time, their feelings for each other blossomed into something deeper, and now they are ready to take this significant step together. With this in mind, I would like to share a few words of wisdom. First, congratulations on reaching this moment. Marriage can seem daunting, and it is indeed a big responsibility, but it will only grow stronger if you each commit to being the number one hero in each other's lives. A healthy marriage is built on countless acts of love and support every day. It has often been said that a good relationship requires a balance of giving and taking. I believe it requires giving and giving. If both of you are willing to embrace that, there will be no need to take. Second, always remember the sanctity of your vows. Should either of you stray from them, it not only affects your spouse but everyone around you. Therefore, always strive to avoid influences that may lead you astray. Third, if you are blessed with children one day, be sure to nurture and love them together. It is essential that those children see you both as their number one heroes in life. Now, before the exchange of vows, I understand that you have prepared remarks for one another. Ochako, you may begin. The priest gestures toward her, and she starts to speak. I want you to know, Deku, that you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. The day we met, I helped you avoid a fall, and ever since then, you've been an inspiration to me. You risked your life that day to defeat a zero-point robot that could have harmed me, even when it might have cost you your entrance into UA. You've always praised me for my efforts in class and during missions, and your work ethic inspires me to believe in myself. Most importantly, you've loved me just for being who I am, and I couldn't ask for a better partner to marry. I'm so excited to start this journey with you. Ochako-san, I guess it feels a bit strange to call you that now that we're about to tie the knot. The guests chuckle. But really, it's me who should say that you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. I faced a lot of bullying when I was younger and was often called Deku as an insult, but you were the first to turn that into something positive. Because of you, I chose it as my hero name. You've taught me that no one can do everything alone. You've saved me from myself more times than I can count, and I wouldn't be here today without you. Most importantly, you've loved me for being me, and that's the most precious kind of love anyone could hope for. I promise to always love you the same way. I can't wait to see what the future holds for us. The two of them then hold each other's hands as the priest begins to administer the vows. Do you, Izuku Midoriya, take this woman Ochako Uraraka, to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, to love, honor, and cherish, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, before God and these witnesses? I do, Izuku replies. And do you, Ochako Uraraka, take this man, Izuku Midoriya, to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, to love, honor, and cherish, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, before God and these witnesses? I do. The priest then motions for Koda to bring forward their rings. Izuku, please take her ring, place it on her finger, and repeat after me. With this ring I thee wed. With this ring I thee wed. Well done. And now for you, Ochako, please take his ring, place it on his finger, and repeat after me. With this ring I thee wed. With this ring I thee wed. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may share a kiss. The day began as a solemnly beautiful day during cherry blossom season. The petals were just starting to fall from the trees, creating the perfect backdrop for the occasion. All of the guests had arrived, from their parents to their former UA instructors and classmates, all of whom had become professional heroes themselves. As Izuku and Ochako made their final preparations for the wedding, they both felt butterflies in their stomachs. Ochako had chosen her friends from Class 1A to serve as bridesmaids, and they were helping her with the finishing touches of her hair and dress. She looked absolutely stunning in her wedding gown, more breathtaking than any cover shot of a bridal magazine. Karo, how do you feel, Ochako-chan? Asked Tsuyu. I feel great, yet terrified, yet hopeful at the same time, if that even makes sense. Momo then shared some wisdom. Back when Todoroki-san and I had our wedding, I felt a similar way. It can be scary, And I won't pretend that married life is a constant fairy tale, but when you know you love the person you're marrying without question, and you know they love you back, it feels like you can face any hardship life throws at you. Thanks, Momo-chan. That's a really good perspective. Mina lightened the mood in her unique way. So, Ochako-chan, do you have any fun plans for your honeymoon? You know, to keep things exciting. Ochako turned beet red at the thought. I didn't even think that far ahead. Deku-kun isn't that type either. Oh really? I bet that will change soon. Kirishima-kun and I love to get creative when we're home together and… Mina-chan, let Ochako-chan enjoy this moment. She's more gorgeous than ever and needs to focus on her wedding first. Toru chimed in. Yeah, it's a good time to give her some space. Let's head to the chapel and wait for her there, Jiro suggested. They each hugged her before leaving the room to give her a moment of solitude. Once they were gone, she took a few minutes to reflect. I'm really doing this. Deku-kun is going to be my husband soon, she thought, feeling misty-eyed. Just then, a knock came at the door. Come in, she said casually. In walked her parents, her father in an elegant tuxedo and her mother in a beautiful dress. She couldn't help but smile at how lovely they looked, especially considering they could never have afforded such attire just 5 years ago. How are you holding up, sweetie? Her mother asked. Oh, just like most brides before their wedding. I'm nervous, but mostly I want everything to be perfect. I know you'll do great out there. You look amazing in your dress, and I'm sure you'll remember everything from the rehearsal. Just remember, you face villains every day. If you can handle that, then your wedding will be a walk in the park. Thanks, Mom, she said, hugging her. Her father stood with a solemn expression. I've never been one to show much emotion, but I want you to know how proud I am of you, he said, his voice trembling. You've become such a strong and caring woman. I feel embarrassed that I was so protective of you when, let's face it, you never really needed it. Daddy, that's not true. I learned to be strong because of you. You and Mom helped me persevere through so much when we had so little. I wouldn't be where I am today without those lessons. She wrapped her arms around him as he wiped away tears. Pressuring you and Izuku-san to break up all those years ago was my biggest mistake. He truly is the kind of person any father would want as a son-in-law. And I'm sorry I said I hated you back then. I certainly don't feel that way now. He took a deep breath, putting on a brave face as he prepared to walk her down the aisle. All right, sweetheart, let's go get you married, he said, taking her arm. Ochako leapt forward and kissed Izuku instead. The entire congregation stood up and applauded enthusiastically as celebration music began to play. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya, announced the priest. The applause continued as the couple walked back down the aisle, Ochako holding onto Izuku's arm. They exchanged glances and took in the sight of their friends and family, all smiling and shedding happy tears. The overwhelming joy in the room reminded them of all the challenges they had faced together. As they reflected on everything that had led to this moment, they realized that despite the tough times, they had always come to the same conclusion: love is the answer. The final battle had come and gone a few weeks ago, and things were gradually starting to return to normal in society. Class was in session again at UA High School. The students had been busy with service projects, and everyone was ready to move on. Or were they? In the past couple of days, Tsuyu Azui and Izuku Midoriya had noticed that Ochako Uraraka had been unusually quiet and passive. While she still had her bubbly moments, something felt off, as if she was forcing herself to act that way. It was 7 p.m., and earlier in the day, Ochako mentioned she needed to return home for a while. Given her recent behavior, the class began to grow concerned about her. Then Azui revealed more troubling news. Guys, I'm worried about Ochako. She was acting strange all day. Normally, she reads my texts and responds quickly, but my phone says she hasn't even seen them yet, and that was over an hour ago. Izuku jumped up from his chair. I felt the same way. I didn't want to bother her, but I have a feeling she needs help with something. We should go look for her. I have a hunch about where she might be. Okay, I'll gather our classmates who are available and have them look for her too. Azui replied. Uraraka stood atop a cliff with a stunning view of the city. She had visited this spot many times before for solitude and reflection. Although she maintained a brave face, cracks were beginning to show. It struck her that there was no camera to capture the end of her fight with Toga. She wondered how society would have reacted to their conversations if they had been recorded. Would people like Toga finally find peace? On a different note, the city was starting to look normal again. Little by little, things were turning positive. What a relief! It felt like nothing had improved in a long time. The sun was setting, and shadows were growing long. Unlike before, it was truly over now. Everything was settled, and that was a good thing. The world was moving forward, ready to rebuild. She loved seeing everyone smile again. But she didn't want to be a downer. That's why, just like before, she felt the need to bury her lingering pain deep inside. Tears began to flow as she felt heavy with sadness. Her heart ached, and the sniffles were becoming harder to suppress. Just then, a figure swooped up from the cliff at lightning speed. She recognized that messy green hair and freckles anywhere, but for the first time, she wished he wasn't there. Uraraka-san. A dark, brooding teenage boy wandered through town, consumed by a mix of depression and anger. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing, and it gnawed at him. All he had ever heard about his quirk was that it was a freak variant, unlike anything in his family's history. Suddenly, his mom, dad, sister, uncle, grandma, grandpa, and great-grandpa stopped being kind to him. They tied him up and locked him in the basement. He was scared and sad. When he cried and screamed, they tied his mouth shut to silence him. Years passed, and one day they told him, "The country is doomed," and tossed a bunch of water and baked goods at him. After that, he never saw them again. Eventually, something crashed through the basement, creating an opening. Just like that, he was free to go outside. The sunlight was blinding and painful because he wasn't used to it. What had he done wrong? Why did he have to feel this way? All this time he had been so scared and sad, so why were all these people smiling? It didn't seem fair. The boy felt his anger boiling over, ready to explode. Meanwhile, Ochako tried to bottle her pain back up inside as Midoriya approached. She covered her face with her arms, trying to hide her tears. "Uraraka-san. I'm here," he called out. "Deku-kun. Why you here? How did you?" "I just knew somehow. I leapt up here using one for all. After all, this is the same place where we had our last heart-to-heart chat before the final battle." "That's not what I meant, Deku-kun. I said I was going home for now. And that would be fine, but I had a feeling you'd be here." "But why come? I don't feel like being seen right now." "I'm sorry, but I want you to show me what you're going through. You've always been this way, prioritizing others before yourself and being so thoughtful. You saved me from tripping over myself the first time we met. You asked the examiners to give some of your points to me. You stood by me during the sports festival, even when it would have been easy to team up with someone else. You were the first person to make the name Deku something positive for me. You helped calm me down during the 1A-1B matchup when my quirk went haywire. You even calmed an angry crowd to persuade them to let me stay at UA when I tried to take everything on myself. Seriously, you've been saving me every step of the way. Ochako Uraraka, you are my hero." Ochako couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They streamed down her face more freely than ever before in her life. "Please, take my hand. It's okay to reach out for comfort, and I would love nothing more than to help you through this." She began to cry out, her emotions overwhelming her. "Toga! I couldn't save her. If only I had been more careful. If only I hadn't let my thoughts cloud my judgment." Her quirk allowed her to share blood with others, but it didn't have to end like that. "I know I could have found another way if I had understood her sooner. Maybe things would have been different if we had met as children." Deku felt his own heart breaking as he witnessed her vulnerability. "I understand, Uraraka-san. I've been carrying the same weight about Tenko. About Tamura Shigaraki, I was told I couldn't approach that battle like the others, and they were right. I had to give up one for all in my attempt to save him from himself, and while it may have stopped him, he still didn't make it. Now all that's left inside me are the fading remnants of that power." Deku's tears flowed freely. It tears me apart that all he ever knew was pain and suffering. He could have turned his life around if I had been strong enough or wise enough to help him sooner. But he's gone now. So is Toga. And we have to carry that with us for the rest of our lives. Still, this isn't a burden we have to bear alone. You've often asked, who saves the heroes when they need saving? You've always been that person for me. I would be honored to be that hero for you, not just now, but every day from now on. Ochako moved from holding his hands to wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, not wanting to let go. They both sobbed together for several more minutes, finding solace in each other's presence until the pain began to ease. Thank you so much, Deku-kun. You've been an inspiration to me since the day we met, and you always find new ways to make me admire you more. It's strange, but earlier tonight, I never would have imagined saying this to you, but Toga wasn't the only one who had feelings for you. Just before she sacrificed herself to save me, I confessed to her that I had fallen in love with you, and now it's time I tell you. I love you, Deku-kun. Deku's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah. I sensed that might be the case over the last few months, but there was too much happening to ask you about it. You know, I've been so grateful to have you as my friend since day one, but I think I truly started to feel the same way after your passionate speech to the crowd at UA. I love you too. They gazed at each other with longing, slowly leaning in to share their first kiss. As they did, Ochako lost control of her quirk and began to float, with Deku following her into the air. Despite the pain they still felt, they wished this moment could last forever. About 20 minutes passed in silence after the kiss, and they continued to hold each other in a moment of shared understanding. Suddenly, Tokoyami's shadow appeared at the cliff's edge, spotting them. "Ah, she really is here," it exclaimed. Moments later, several other classmates came into view. "Uraraka, we're here for you too," they all called out in unison. Tsuyu leaped onto her right, tears in her eyes. "Ochako-chan, you silly head. I was waiting for you to open up to me. You know you can share anything with me." The rest of the class gathered around Ochako to comfort her, but Bakugo showed rare concern for Deku instead. "Izuku, that was a big burst you used to get up here. How's the Ember doing?" he asked. "It's fine," Deku replied. The rest of the class turned to him in shock. "The Ember? You mean? Wait, why didn't you say anything?" They surrounded Deku, expressing their concern for his quirk. "It's okay. One for all is complete. I'll just have to find a different way to help with hero work soon," he said with a pained smile. It was an incredible sight for the incoming students at UA High School. The new symbol of peace stood before them, though he was uncomfortable with the title. He believed it belonged to All Might and often emphasized that no single person should bear such a heavy responsibility. Yet, society continued to view Deku in that light. He had been invited to give a commencement speech to inspire the students for the challenges ahead in their hero journeys, and several of his former classmates were present. Despite speaking for over an hour and a half, hardly anyone noticed. Over the years, Deku had maintained his habit of muttering, but he had transformed it into a relatable and engaging speaking style. He could have continued for another hour, and the audience would have eagerly listened. He shared story after story from his hero academia, evoking gasps, laughter, and even tears. Just as he finished recounting his final battle with Shigaraki and its aftermath, the audience sensed that his remarks were nearing their conclusion. To circle back to what I started saying, people are not born equal. We each take shape differently, which leads us to care about others. It's because our minds and bodies are unique that we seek common ground. This is a truth I learned 10 years ago at age 17. Even now, those voices encourage me. I may be the #1 hero in terms of ability and accomplishments, but even I can't be everywhere to save everyone. That's where each of you comes in. If sparing a thought for someone in need is the first step toward heroism, then you can be just as great a hero. I was hardly cut out for the dream I held at first, but it came. True anyway. The story I began when my body acted before I could think continues on thanks to so many different people. First, I want to thank the one person I've looked up to since I was a boy, All Might, for giving a quirkless kid like me the chance to become what I always dreamed of. I'm grateful for his continued mentorship behind the scenes. Next, I want to thank one of my dearest friends, Eri. She's blossomed into a beautiful, kind-hearted soul. Her power was challenging to control at first, but once she mastered it, she not only restored Lemillion's abilities but also helped me regain one for all after some refining and awakening on her part. She offered the same to All Might, but he's content to step back for the current generation. And just as I told her the day I rescued her, I'm saying it again now, her power truly is a blessing. I can't forget to thank my parents either. Thank you to my mother, Inko, for her love and patience with me. I've worried her a lot over the years while pursuing my hero work, but she's always been supportive and my biggest cheerleader. Dad, I know I didn't get to see you much during my childhood, but I'm very thankful to have you back home now that money isn't an issue anymore. Now, I want to thank my Class A classmates for the examples they've set for me. Thanks to Koda for quietly getting the job done without seeking attention, and for his efforts in improving wildlife conditions. Thanks to Shoji for fostering better relations among people of different body types and striving to resolve conflicts peacefully. Thanks to Kirishima for reminding us what true manliness is, and to his spouse Mina for her strength and tenacity on the front lines, not to mention her matchmaking skills. Thanks to Kaminari and Jiro for their love of music and for starting their own hero agency together with Minoru Mineta and some other students from Class B. It's been a pleasure coordinating with them on missions, and they've been a lifesaver for my agency at times. Thanks to Ojiro and Siro for their combat skills and insights. Thanks to Tora Hagakure for her amazing stealth and spying abilities. Thanks to Yuga Aoyama for reminding us that no matter how far we fall, it's never too late to make things right. Thanks to Sato for always bringing sweetness into our lives. Thanks to Tokoyami for his stoicism in battle and for embracing darkness positively. Thanks to Tsuyu Azui for her balanced abilities on the battlefield and her straightforward yet helpful advice. Thanks to Tenya Ida for being a consummate professional at my agency and keeping things smooth and orderly, just like when he was our class president. And thanks to Shoto Todoroki for always having my back on the front lines and to his wife Momo for her incredible insights and coordination skills. Last but certainly not least, thank you to my wonderful wife, Ochako Midoriya, for your love, patience, gentleness, and your constant cheerful demeanor. You continue to be my hero every day. You're also an inspiration for the work you do in grade schools to help struggling kids with quirk counseling. I couldn't do this without you, and I love you so much. Another round of applause erupted from the audience. Look, I'm not going to lie, I love serving the public as a hero, but it's a tough life at times and even tougher to train to be one. Nevertheless, we always need more kindness in the world, so remember that's what we need to train for. Just as a single grain of rice can tip a scale at the right moment, one act of bravery can save someone destined to become the next generation's #1 hero. Similarly, a small act of kindness towards someone having a tough day can steer them away from a darker path. So, are you all ready to train? He asks with enthusiasm. Yeah, the crowd responds. I can't hear you. Yeah, they shout even louder. All right then, if that's the case, say it with me one more time. Go beyond. Deku exclaims. Plus ultra. They shout back, giving Deku a standing ovation as he bows and slowly walks off the stage. Some time later, the same child who had endured great suffering and had grown increasingly bitter about the happiness surrounding him was nearing a breaking point. Why do I have to suffer? This isn't fair. You there, young man? Are you all right? Asked an elderly woman who noticed him. You seem like you've had quite a difficult time. Let me help you. I often wonder if a hero helped that little boy after I walked away. It keeps me up at night. But I won't make the same mistake this time. You'll be just fine. Because I'm here to help. The child's eyes instantly softened. He had never experienced such kindness before. She took his hand, and he began to cry. Ochako and Deku were walking through town on patrol when they spotted the scene. What a heartwarming sight. After everything that had happened over the past few months, Deku's actions had truly resonated with society. People realized it wasn't enough to let heroes handle everything alone. Moving forward, if everyone contributed to the rebuilding of society, they could create a brighter future together. About half an hour later, Deku found himself in a large side room for teachers, enjoying an after-party with former classmates and UA faculty, chatting about hero work and life in general, while a television broadcast played in the background. Suddenly, an elderly man with graying green hair and eyes approached Izuku. "That was a wonderful speech, son, and a touching tribute," his dad said. "You had every reason to resent me for not being there during those years, and I'm so thankful to have a son who still wants me around." "You bet, Dad. I'm just grateful that I earn enough to give you and Mom the option of working because you want to, not because you have to. I understood why you were gone, and I never resented you for it. Now that you're back, we can create plenty of memories together." "I can relate to that now myself," Shoto said as he and Momo walked over. "Oh yeah? How's everything in the Todoroki family these days?" Deku asked. "For once, things are looking up. I'd say my dad retiring from hero work is the best thing that's happened to him and our whole family. He still has his moments, but he's like a different person now, especially when he interacts with his grandchildren. I wish I could have seen this side of him a long time ago, but better late than never, I guess." "Hey, that's awesome. I remember telling you when we were teenagers that I sensed you were getting ready to forgive him. Come a long way." "Yeah, I guess so. Momo really helped me with that. She doesn't have the same history with him, and I've realized that time has a way of helping old wounds fade away." "I'm happy to hear that. You've been a great partner to work with in our agency." "You too, Momo. Your intellect and level-headedness have been crucial to our success, both on missions and in the office." "Thanks, Midoriya," she replied. "Shoto and I thought about starting our own agency when we first graduated, but I'm glad we chose to work with you and Ochako instead. Quirk counseling has become one of her major priorities, and I feel the same way now. It will be an honor to keep helping you with that." In the middle of their conversation, Mina and Ijiro approached. "Hey bro. Nice speech. I always look forward to hearing you at the podium. The kids loved it, and they could use more of that." "Thanks, Kirishima. I've always appreciated your upbeat attitude and enthusiasm. You even have a way of keeping Kaken in line with that." "Well, I can only do so much, but he's great for having your back when it's time to throw down. Now if we could just help him with his popularity." "Oh honey, don't you worry about him," Mina interjected. "You've become so popular with your chivalrous nature that even Bakugo is learning a thing or two about engaging people in civil discourse. Sun Eater certainly has. I'm really glad we persuaded him to join our agency. He's so much more confident now than when he was our senpai at UA. Hey, don't forget about us. We've been able to make some noise with our agency too," Kaminari said as Jiro walked over. "Oh hey guys. Nice to see you again. I heard you two recently became engaged. Congratulations." "Thanks, Midoriya," Jiro replied. "We'll keep you updated on our plans, but hopefully, we can announce a date soon. Life has been really great the last few years. I never thought I'd be able to incorporate music to this degree, but it's won us a lot of fans and even helped turn the lives of some villains around. I hope we can bring Eri aboard our agency after she graduates. She's been an amazing intern for her age, both with her abilities and her eagerness to learn more about music. I wouldn't have it any other way. She'll be in good hands with you guys and vice versa. Keep tearing it up out there. I hope we can keep crossing paths during our shifts." Suddenly, Ochako walked up to Deku with a bright glow on her face, making him feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Hey, Deku-kun. Great job with the speech again. You've come such a long way with public speaking. Remember how serious you used to be in our first year at school during media training?" she asked with a giggle. "Don't remind me," he said, smiling shyly and scratching the back of his head. "That was really sweet of you to declare your love like that in front of all those kids. I'm one lucky woman, you know that," she said, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. "I think I'm the lucky one," he replied, pulling her in for a hug. "Hey, do you have a minute?" she asked. "There's an announcement I want to share with everyone here." Sure." Ochako took Deku by the hand and they walked to the front of the room to get everyone's attention. "Excuse me, everyone. I have a major announcement to share with all of you. Even Deku-kun hasn't heard about this yet. As you all know, He's the world's #1 hero, and as far as I'm concerned, the #1 husband too, she said, playfully sticking her tongue out at the other ladies, eliciting a quick chuckle from everyone. But now, I wanted to let each of you know, especially Deku-kun, that soon he will need to start training to become the world's #1 dad as well. The room gasped, and Deku's face lit up. Wait, you mean? Yep, I just found out last night myself. Pretty soon, you're going to be a daddy, she said with a playful smile. The room erupted with cheers, and Izuku jumped for joy, picking Ochako up by the waist and twirling her around in the air, hugging her tightly as tears of joy streamed down their faces. Suddenly, the moment was interrupted by the television reporting urgent news. We interrupt our regular broadcast to report breaking news. Downtown Akihabara has just been attacked by numerous creatures resembling the gnomes used by the villain Tamura Shigaraki over a decade ago. We have yet to determine the cause or who is behind it, but we urge all citizens nearby to evacuate, and any heroes available to assist are requested to travel to the scene as soon as possible. Deku sighs. He would have loved to celebrate the rest of the night, but duty calls. You heard the lady. Time to suit up. Let's go, everyone. Right. They respond in unison as they leave the room to report for duty. As long as there is villainy or danger and someone in need of saving in the world, there will always be a need for heroes. Many people in the industry used to get away with wearing silly costumes to achieve fame and money, but Deku and his classmates have started a new era of hero work that emphasizes selfless service to society. They truly embody the words of their class song, "Strength doesn't make a hero." True heroes stand up for what they believe, so wait and see.